101.7 KSAM is KSAM Huntsville, and you're listening to the Bearkats Sports Network. You're listening to 101.7 KSAM, home of the Sam Houston Bearkats. This is the Bearkats Sports Network. It's time for the Amaya's Collision Center countdown to kickoff. Now let's join color commentator Brian Adams and the voice of the Sam Houston Bearkats, Rob Hipp, live from the Dos Equis Broadcast Center.
Very pleasant good morning, friends. I'm Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. We are set for a good one here today. I'm calling it a top 12 matchup. It's Sam Houston facing the Nicholls Colonels here in Huntsville at Bowers. I say a top 12 because, you can say top 25, but let's be honest, Sam Houston is ranked number 12, and the Nicholls Colonels are ranked number 7. This is a very tough matchup. Today will really define which team is solidified to get things started in this early Southland Conference season. Nicholls, again, a highly ranked team. They were ranked last season coming in here whenever Sam Houston shut them out. Brian, we are set for a good one as always. Such a pleasure to be in a broadcast booth with you, my friend.
No question about it, Rob. It's great to be here with you today on this wonderful Saturday afternoon game day. Anytime it's game day, man, I get excited, and boy, we're going to have a good one here today. You got Nicholls and you got Sam Houston going at it here in just about 30 minutes. And these two schools, Rob, they've kind of worked up a pretty good rivalry over the last several years. And Sam Houston got the better of Nicholls in 19. I mean, again, with this COVID year and everything else, you got to go back to 2019, the last time these two teams played each other, and it was a heck of a ball game.
It's a 17-0 shutout if you go back. And, talking about, let's go back before that, though, or let's go back to that game. It was all the way back in 2019, October the 27th. The win was the 7th straight for Sam Houston at the time, at home over a top 10 ranked opponent. I talked to Coach Keeler. We'll hear from him in a pregame show coming up here in a little bit. Pregame show brought to you by our friends at Markham Realty. But that shutout, going back to 2019 versus the Colonels, it was the second shutout of the 2019 contest for the Bearkats, the other coming in the opener versus Oklahoma Panhandle State. It made 2019 the first season, Brian, since 1966. That was about 40 years after you were born that the
thanks, man.
that the Cats had shut out multiple opponents in the same season. Yeah, Brian, we have a lot of fun. I'm joking with you.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, you know what? So that's such a big deal for the Cats to come in, and you're talking two highly ranked teams, and this is going to be a barn burner. Make no mistake about it. Nicholls is a good team. They're very good offensively, and they've got a very strong defense. But Sam Houston, man, after their game 2 weeks ago against Southeastern Louisiana, man, there were some standouts there, and I look forward to seeing those guys here in just a little bit.
Speaking of Southeastern Louisiana, why don't we talk a little bit about that previous game? You go back to the end of February, and of course we've got some time off and then throw in a bye week in the middle of that, so it's been a while since we played football. Coach Keeler mentioned the early bye week, but really you've got 2 weeks in between each game as it is, just because of COVID and how the schedule has worked out. Only 6 games will be played this season. The Cats already playing one of them, rolling up 672 yards of total offense just at the end of February in that first game, the 7th most in a single game in program history.
Unbelievable.
Brian, you're a former Bearcat quarterback. When you talk about 672 total yards, Eric Schmidt had 428 of those. That sets up a very good day for your offense.
Oh, no question about it. And, I mean, if you've got a quarterback like Eric Schmidt under center or in shotgun for you, the chances are you're going to have a pretty good afternoon. I mean, he is a very talented kid. He is a coach's kid. I mean, he knows the game. He's been around the game his whole life. He's got a great arm. He's got really good wheels to get him out of trouble, but he's very intelligent. He's got, Rob, he's got that quarterback presence, man. When he can drop back and hit his drop step and he can survey the field to find the open receiver, which he does quite often, man, he's deadly.
Well, we're set for a good matchup today. We go back. Sam Houston had 7 explosive plays, 30-plus yards against the Southeastern Louisiana Lions. Cats had 36 plays of 30-plus yards in 12 games during 2019, only 27 in 11 games in 2018. Talking more about Eric Schmidt, the Southland Offensive Player of the Week for his efforts, 25 of 40 passes for 428 yards, 2 touchdowns. He now has 3 games of 400 yards passing in 6 career starts. He added 88 on the ground. You talk about eat 'em up, Cats. How about Eric Schmidt in his performance, including that 50-yard run on the game's first play from scrimmage? That earned him, as I said earlier, the Southland Conference Offensive Player of the week. And, you know, last year we had that dual threat quarterback with Ty Brock back there, of course, no longer here at Sam, and then Eric Schmidt. But really finding some rhythm, one quarterback, that really sets a good precedent for your offense and how things are going to run.
No question about it. But here's another thing. Ramon Jefferson, that young man came in and had a heck of a ball game. I mean, he had 12 rushes for 139 yards, 11.6 yards per carry, and 1 touchdown. I mean, if you've got Eric Schmidt under center and you've got Ramon Jefferson running the football and this good offensive line and these great wideouts Sam Houston has, man, you are going to score some points, and Sam Houston did that last time against Southeastern Louisiana.
Yeah, you mentioned 9 different receivers. Chandler Harvin led the Cats with 7 grabs for 118 yards. And dating back to the final 2 games of 2019, Harvin has now put up 100-plus receiving yards in 3 straight games. Hoping to see more out of him here this afternoon. We have a 12 p.m. kickoff, about 27 minutes to go as we're currently in the Amayas Collision Center countdown to kickoff. You know, for the Cats also, and this was something that just, I'm calling the game. Things are moving fast. A lot of high-powered offense in that 43-38 victory just a few weeks ago. Brian, I didn't even realize that our offensive line did not allow a single sack in that ball game by Southeastern Louisiana. And what's even more impressive about that, the preseason All-Southland Conference tackle, Ellie Anderson, he didn't play for the majority of that game.
Yeah, that's, I mean, what does that tell you? I mean, that tells you you've got a fantastic offensive line. If you can play a whole college football game at this level and keep your quarterback from getting sacked, I mean, you're doing it right, and you got some great talent up front. And then you throw in Eric Schmidt, Ramon Jefferson in the backfield, Harvin is a wideout, and all the talent they have at wide receiver. I mean, you're going to have a prolific offense, and Sam Houston has that. And, man, I'm telling you, we're going to be in for a shootout today, I feel like, Rob.
Well, when they got down last week or 3 weeks ago, I got to be careful about that because we've got the time in between. But when they got down there and talking about getting into that Moke and Moke Attorney at Law red zone, Sam Houston 4 for 4 in scoring chances inside the red zone, twice getting field goals, and then twice from touchdowns and twice getting field goals from the freshman kicker, Seth Morgan, who finished 3 for 3 on tries with a long of 39 yards. 71 total plays, almost a first down on every play if you average it out. Of course, it wasn't every down, but it's 9.5 yards a play. Very impressive start, and the defense continuing to do great things as well. Now, they allowed Southeastern to get 38 points, but this was another ranked opponent. Southeastern is not a bad football team.
No doubt about it. I mean, they're a very good football team. Well, you've got the McCollum brothers. You got Tristan McCollum, who had 10 tackles last week, a young man out of Galveston Ball High School, had just a heck of a ball game. And you're right. You combine a great offense with a very good defense, and, man, you're going to have a great afternoon. And I look forward to seeing something similar to that like we saw against Southeastern.
Go back a year ago, or, well over a year ago, the last time that these two teams met, talking about Sam Houston and Nicholls, who is here today in Huntsville. The Cats playing probably one of their cleanest games of the year. They didn't turn the ball over. They forced the Colonels to work with the long field all day, an average field position starting on their own 21-yard line. It was the first time the Cats had not turned the ball over since playing North Dakota in 2018. That was a span of 16 straight games with at least 1 turnover. Brian, set for a good one here as we continue the Amayas Collision Center countdown to kickoff. 24 minutes to go before we get started here on a beautiful overcast day. A lot of clouds out there, a little bit of overcast skies. We'll have the weather information and all that more coming up. But first, we'll have our pregame brought to you by Markham Realty with head coach K.C. Keeler. That is coming up here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Only 15% of collision repair shops achieve ICAR Gold Class status, the highest training level recognized in the industry. Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45 is proud to be one of them. They know the latest repair techniques, how to find hidden damage, and how to repair your car's critical safety features so they work properly again. They invest in training because they would never cut corners with your family's safety at stake, and neither should you. Get your vehicle repaired at Amaya's Collision Center, 686 I-45, where your safety is their top priority.
COVID-19 rapid testing is now available at Texpress Urgent Care in Huntsville. No symptoms are needed. Now you can get tested even faster and get your results back faster too. Not sure which test is right for you? Texpress Urgent Care is happy to help. For more details, call 936-570-2626. No appointments are needed. Walk-ins only. Texpress Urgent Care Clinic, located at 193 I-45 South. Check their website at TexpressUrgentCare.com and visit them on Facebook. That's Texpress Urgent Care next to Sports Clips in Huntsville.
This is Tim Rushing with Charlie's Used Cars. As most of you have seen or know, we are being affected by the I-45 freeway expansion. I assure you we are open and ready to serve you with your next vehicle purchase. We have driveway access off the I-45 feeder road as well as easy access off of Normal Park Drive. Charlie's Used Cars has been serving the area for 48 years and offers quality pre-owned vehicles and superior customer service. I encourage you to stop by and see us at 230 I-45 South here in Huntsville or visit us online at charliesusedcars.com.
All right, welcome back.
Rob
friends.
Hipp here with Sam Houston football coach Casey Keeler on the Markham Realty pregame coaches show. As we look back, the Cats racked up 672 yards of total offense last week in the 43-38 victory over Southeastern Louisiana in the first game of the season at the end of February. That was the 7th most in a single game in program history. Coach Keeler, thanks as always for joining us. Your offense virtually unstoppable in the last game around. How impressed were you with the overall offensive output?
Well, Eric Schmidt is a quarterback that just can threaten you in so many ways. The first play of the game, he breaks off a 60-plus yard run. Unfortunately, fumbled on that snap when a defender came in from the side. But you can just see that, as a run defense, you always have to account for him. Then you also can change things up by, getting him on the edge a lot of different ways and bootlegs and sprint passes. Then also he's really developed his drop-back game. So it's really, one of those guys, he's tough to defend because he can do so many different things. And then when you look at the weapons, Rob, that we've put around him, we probably some of the best speed in the country, and then you put a real physical back like Ramon Jefferson in there, and it's an offense that I think people are going to struggle with all season long.
It's a very high-powered offense, and you already alluded to Eric Schmidt completing 25 of 40 passes, 428 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That earned him Southland Player of the Week honors in the first game of the season. Coach, in years past, we saw kind of a 2 quarterbacks at the helm. How has the stability this year and the confidence in Schmidt as a lone quarterback really helped so far?
Yeah, it was one of those things where we just couldn't figure out, which one was the right one to go with. And if you look back now, you go, wow, I mean, Eric Schmidt obviously, is a great talent. But what would happen in game time, in practice time, Rob, is you never could tell was he sacked on that play? And quite honestly, the more he's played, the more confidence he's gotten, the better he's gotten. And now you realize that, we have one of the best quarterbacks in the country that we're going to have for the next 3 years. We have him for this year, and then he's 2 more seasons after that. So real excited that Eric has made that great leap. I also think working with Brian Carty, our offensive coordinator, our quarterback coach, Eric has made some steps forward in his game. And, again, we're blessed when you have a trigger man like Eric Schmidt. You're always in a ball game.
Last game around versus Southeastern, the Cats did not allow a single sack, and that was without preseason All-Southland Conference tackle Ellie Anderson. He didn't get a lot of playing time in the game.
Yeah, I thought our offense played really well in terms of protecting the quarterback and not giving up a sack. And, I think one of the big benefits we have is every day, Rob, those guys have been going against one of the best defenses in the country, especially that defensive line. That defensive line will make you better or you're not going to survive. So I think the defense has really risen the level of play of the offensive line. And I think going into this weekend's game, I think for us to have success, it's going to have to be a big, big game by our defensive line because we're going to see a high-powered offense against our high-powered offense, and it's going to come to the trenches up front.
Coming up, we look ahead to today's game versus 7th-ranked Nicholls Colonels at home again at Bowers. The Markham Realty pregame show on the Bearkats Sports Network continues after this.
Hi, this is Corey Markham with Markham Realty, and we are proud to support Sam Houston football. It is a great time for real estate in Huntsville, Walker County, and surrounding areas, and listings are selling quickly. If you are looking to sell your property or looking to find a new one, we would love to help. Markham Realty has a great winning team, just like the Bearkats. Come see us on 11th Street next to McDonald's, or find us at markhamrealty.com. Eat 'em up, cats!
Welcome back to the Markham Realty pregame coaches show. Rob Hipp here with Sam Houston football coach Casey Keeler as we look ahead to today's contest facing the Nicholls Colonels at home in Huntsville. And this is a top 12 matchup today. The Cats ranked number 12, Nicholls at number 7. Last season, the Cats handed then number 9 Nicholls a 17-0 shutout on October the 27th, all the way back to 2019. It was a 7th straight victory at home over a top 10 ranked opponent. Coach, just wanted to ask you and talk a little bit about the success at home, especially against ranked opponents. It's been a winning recipe.
Yeah, the last 10 years we've had a 23-game home win streak and a 21-game home win streak. So the Bearkats love playing in Bauer Stadium and feel very comfortable in there. And we've obviously had a big-time home field advantage. So when I saw the schedule and saw that Nicholls had to come here again, I felt pretty good that the schedule was favorable for us. Now, at the same time, Nicholls is two-time defending champ, very prideful program. That 17-0 loss last year was something that they've been talking about for some time. And, they're coming back to the scene of the crime, and they want to get revenge. And I think you'll see a very motivated Nicholls State University football team.
Nicholls features a strong offense led by their quarterback, Lindsey Scott Jr., followed up with running back Julian Gums. What's the preparation been to contain this offense and other positions to keep an eye out on, Coach?
Well, we got to play, as I said earlier, well up front, and I think we will. I think I was one of the best defensive lines in the country, if not the best. And we think that, we have to dominate up front, contain the quarterback, make him a pocket passer, kind of, take some of those passing lanes away. He's hit a lot of open receivers. When you look at the tape the last 3 weeks, we need to make those windows a little bit tighter, and I think that's the way to be successful. If we don't contain the quarterback, if we let him get out on the edge, if we let him break some big plays with his feet, they've scored a lot of points, and they have a lot of confidence, and that's going to be a long day for us. So it's going to really come down to our defensive line and our linebackers, second, containing that quarterback on sprint or possibly spying him when we have some four-man rush. And again, if we make him a pocket passer and keep him in the pocket, that's going to be the best way we can have success.
We'll take those as the keys to victory. One final question, just the overall health. Had a couple of weeks between games. How's the health situation been and kind of practices leading up to this one?
Well, typically you never want to have a bye week after your first game because you just start to get into a rhythm. And usually your biggest growth is between week 1 and week 2. But quite honestly, Rob, it was such a physical game. And I think without playing a real game in 450 or so days, I think it took a toll on our players. So having that bye week, that get better week as we call it, between Southeast Louisiana and Nicholls, I think actually was good for us because I think we got ourselves fresh and healthy, and we're going to roll into a ball game that is a noon start, which we love because they had to travel across a couple, about 6-7 hours to get to our place, and got to get them up early and get things going in Bauer Stadium at noon. So the bye week actually worked out well for us, and I think our kids are ready to go.
Well, thanks, Coach. As always, appreciate your time, and good luck today.
All right. Thanks. See you, Rob.
This wraps up the Markham Realty pregame coaches show. The Amias Collision Center countdown to kickoff continues in a moment. This is the Bearkats Sports Network.
Hi, this is Corey Markham with Markham Realty, and we are proud to support Sam Houston football. It is a great time for real estate in Huntsville, Walker County, and surrounding areas, and listings are selling quickly. If you are looking to sell your property or looking to find a new one, we would love to help. Markham Realty has a great winning team, just like the Bearkats. Come see us on 11th Street next to McDonald's, or find us at markhamrealty.com. Eat 'em up, cats!
Fat Boys Pizza. Fresh, hand-tossed pizza. Daily lunch and dinner specials. The Meat Buster. Supreme Special. The famous baked potato pizza. Chicken bacon ranch. Buffalo chicken. Cauliflower pizza, and more. Fat Boys Pizza. How about the best wings in the world? Baked, not fried. At Fat Boys Pizza in Riverside. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Check them out on Facebook at Fat Boys Pizza Riverside. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. A proud supporter of Hornet football. Sting 'em.
Hi folks, this is Jack at Adams Furniture. Listen, if you need any kind of Lazy Boy, we have it in our store. We are the largest dealer between Dallas and Houston on Lazy Boy. We're talking about big men's chairs, little chairs, designer chairs. If you want Lazy Boy, nobody, and I said nobody, sells Lazy Boy cheaper than I do. That's a guarantee, folks. Lazy Boy at Adams Furniture has never been better priced. Come see us in stock, ready for immediate delivery. Adams Furniture, 75 North and 10th Street. And shop online at shopatadams.com.
They don't build cars like they used to, and they don't repair them like they used to either. Today's vehicles contain advanced lightweight materials and safety features like crumple zones and sensors that help protect your family. Repairing them properly after a collision requires up-to-date training. Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45 has it. They're among only 15% of shops to meet the industry's highest training standards as a gold-class business. When you pick a collision repair shop, make the smart choice for your family's safety. Choose gold-class trained repair professionals. Choose Amaya's Collision Center, 686 I-45.
Welcome back. We are live from Bauer Stadium in Huntsville, Texas. Rob Hipp alongside the former Sam Houston Bearcat quarterback Brian Adams. It is the 12th-ranked Sam Houston Bearcats battling the 7th-ranked Nicholls Colonels. Nicholls making their way to Huntsville here today. A beautiful day setting up for football. We shouldn't have any rain until a little bit later today. Quick glance at our AccuWeather forecast. It's 72 degrees outside. I say AccuWeather because it's directly from the Weather Service, so you know you can trust it when it's from the Weather Service. 72 degrees under overcast skies currently. Today it should reach mostly cloudy, 81 degrees. A little bit of wind blowing out there, not too bad. Southeast wind from 5 to 15, but the gusts are going to get us. It may gust up to 25, and Brian, you can see that gusting blowing over to our left end zone. What direction is that? The north end zone.
Right.
So,
well, you know, Rod, talking about the elements in the wind gust and things like that, as a quarterback throwing the football and you're going against the wind, man, it can create all kinds of problems with your release, you know, how much you put on it, how much air you put underneath the ball. All kinds of things can go wrong when you're going against the wind. And then again, when you're going with the wind, then you got to have a little bit more touch on the football. And I know these two quarterbacks playing here today, you know, they played enough games to understand that. And, man, we're going to have a good one.
Josh Criswell, sports editor with the Huntsville Item, down on the field. Josh, how are things looking, and how are you doing today?
Things are looking good. Got a little bit of cloud coverage, got a little bit of breeze going on, so some perfect weather for some spring football. Things are going great. Top 15 matchup, game of the year in the Southland Conference happening today, so couldn't be more excited.
Josh, you know, it's been a busy weekend. We've got basketball going on. Of course, the men unfortunately dropping a very tough contest to Lamar there in Katy, the women playing at 4 p.m. So you've been bouncing all over the place, but you're here today.
Absolutely. You know, wouldn't miss this one. This is, like I said, not just the biggest game in the Southland Conference all year, but whenever you talk about games that are going to shape conference title races, you can make a case that this might be the most pivotal regular season game in the entire FCS this spring.
Yeah, it's a top game. Everybody's got their eyes on it today. Josh, wanted to ask you real quick. We've seen a very high-powered offense again this season led by Eric Schmid, who was simply lights out, 428 yards versus Southeastern Louisiana. Kind of your thoughts about him going into this game and what he's going to have to do today.
Yeah, you know, I talked to Eric Schmid right before the season opener, and he said the thing that really helped him the most was just being able to take all of the full team reps as the first team quarterback. You know, he always split reps his years coming up with Ty Brock and Mike Dare, but this year they knew all offseason that he was going to be the starting quarterback behind center, and that allowed him to get more chemistry with his teammates. And, you know, we saw it last week, over 500 yards, Southland Conference Player of the Year, and nearly 700 total yards for the offense, 7th best offense performance in school history. So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of great things right there. But I think, in my opinion, the matchup you have to watch in this one is the Bearcats' defense going up against a quarterback in Lindsey Scott for Nicholls, who is a playmaker that they haven't seen. Like, they haven't seen a dual-threat playmaker like Lindsey Scott. You know, not only can he escape tackles, but he can take it downfield like a running back. So it's going to be a very interesting battle to watch, and I think this one's going to come down can the Sam Houston defense return to the elite level that it was at last season.
Hey, Josh, it's Brian. Hey, in the coach's show, Coach Casey Keeler was talking about Nicholls when they came down in 19 and got beat 17-0. It's kind of like them returning to the scene of the crime. How do you feel? What kind of emotions do you think is going to be going through those young men here this afternoon?
Oh, it's a ton of emotion. I mean, and you talked about it. You know, Casey Keeler mentioned the same thing to me. This Nicholls team, they're hungry. They got a lot of new players, but a lot of these coaches and a lot of these guys, they were a part of that loss. And that was a loss that, even though they got their season back on track, they were looking to be a top 5 team in the country if they got that win. Instead, the Bearkats shut them out without a healthy starting quarterback on the roster. So you got to imagine the Colonels are going to want revenge. But at the same time, I mean, this is a Bearcat team that is on the cusp of being in the top 10 in the country for the first time since early in 2018. I mean, this is a program that has been one of the best teams in the entire FCS for the past decade, and they're finally knocking on the door of getting back in that national title discussion. That all begins today with a victory over Nicholls.
Josh, appreciate you down on the field. We'll check in with you throughout the game. Again, Josh Criswell, sports editor with the Huntsville Item. Appreciate all you do, Josh.
Appreciate you guys.
So, Brian, again, as Josh talked about, we're going up against a very quality opponent. This is a team that is poised to make a run this year in the FCS. This isn't the same old Nicholls team. Even last meeting, it wasn't the same old Nicholls team, but they came up against a tough defense against Sam Houston. 7:43 to go. We'll keep things here for just a bit. Brian, again, talking about it being overcast here today, fans starting to trickle in, socially distant crowd. We've got a good crowd here at Bowers today as the clouds are gracing the skies all around us. And if we look across from us, of course, we sit up here on the left side of the north end zone of the 40-yard line up here high in the fourth section of the Bowers press box, all alone in our box here. A little bit of Nicholls crowd across the way, so they had to make a little bit of a journey over here today as well.
Yeah, they did, and Thibodeau's is a pretty good clip away. So yeah, they've got a lot of fans here. You know, when I was rolling into the stadium this morning, Rob, I saw as a matter of fact several of them out there tailgating. So yeah, we're going to have a lot of fans. It's going to be a great game, man.
Let's send it down now for our country's national anthem. We'll keep it right here. Beautiful playing of our country's national anthem. It's almost go time. Kickoff coming up. We'll have starting lineups and more. Stay with us. It's football here in Huntsville, Texas. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
They don't build cars like they used to, and they don't repair them like they used to either. Today's vehicles contain advanced lightweight materials and safety features like crumple zones and sensors that help protect your family. Repairing them properly after a collision requires up-to-date training. Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45 has it. They're among only 15% of shops to meet the industry's highest training standards as a gold-class business. When you pick a collision repair shop, make the smart choice for your family's safety. Choose gold-class trained repair professionals. Choose Amaya's Collision Center, 686 I-45.
It's a new year with new opportunities. Scrap metal prices are the highest in years, and TJ Burdett has money for yours. For over 45 years, TJ Burdett & Sons Recycling has served Walker County with the highest prices and straight deals. Right now, get a multi-year high $7 per 100 pounds of scrap steel and $9 per 100 pounds of short iron. Bring your scrap and get some scratch. The most in years, TJ Burdett & Sons, exit 118 North, I-45, just past the Shell truck stop. Visit TJ Burdett & Sons on Facebook for more info.
All right, friends, welcome back. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams It's Nicholls making their way onto the field now, moving from left to right on the far side. The Nicholls flag. They've got the United States flag flowing behind them. And how about that for Nicholls? They got some really nice, silver helmets out there tonight with the N logo, or this afternoon with the N logo. Those silver helmets really pop. They've got on their white jerseys the numbers in red, and their pants are in black. We'll have Sam Houston coming up. Let's go over that starting lineup so far this afternoon to get things started here for the visiting Nicholls Colonels. As we will cut through here, Nicholls 3-0 overall, 2-0 in the South. They've already had a couple of games under their belt as they have came out here and made, they played Lincoln on back on February the 19th. It's an 87-3 victory. 87-3. Playing some Division II schools.
Right.
Lamar 55-0. They played Northwestern State 31-24. And that 87-3, by the way, it set program records with 13 touchdowns and 87 points. Again, it was a lower-ranked college, but still, you put up those kind of numbers, that's crazy. 55-0, the Colonels held Lamar to 91 yards and 6 first downs. And then 31-24 was when Nicholls won the real NSU trophy for the 5th straight season. Nicholls again, 3-0, 2-0 in the South, and under head coach Tim Rebo, the LSU alum from 1987, his career record 37 wins, 27 losses in his 6th season, all of those at Nicholls State University. They will start things today. On the offensive side, we'll go over it. Starting at wide receiver, it's a 6'4", 200-pound senior, number 5, Dejon Dixon. A 5'9", 175-pound sophomore wide receiver, number 2, KJ Franklin. At left tackle, it is a 6'4", 310-pound junior, number 75, and that is Mark Balthumi. At left guard, it's a 6'3", 330-pound senior, number 64, PJ Burkhalter. A 6'2", 280-pound freshman center, number 71, Evan Russell. A 6'3", 295-pound junior right guard, number 59, Bailey Trusty. A 6'4", 305-pound senior right tackle, number 73, Jar Joseph. 6'2", 260-pound senior tight end, number 88, David Mosley. A 6'1", 180-pound junior wide receiver, number 9, Dantes Costley. At quarterback, the 5'1", 220-pound senior, number 0, Lindsey Scott Jr. This is a young man we'll have to keep an eye on here tonight. And a 5'10", 230-pound junior running back, number 28, Julian Gums. On the defensive side for Nicholls, 6'2", 260-pound sophomore defensive end, number 98, Perry Gonsi. A 6'2", 300-pound senior nose tackle, number 92, Miles Vignier. A 6', 275-pound junior defensive tackle, number 96, Glenn Thurman. 6'2", 200-pound senior, a linebacker, number 34, Tyree Evans. 6', 215-pound freshman linebacker, number 45, Hayden Shaheen. A 6'2", 215-pound sophomore linebacker, number 25, Elijah Reams. At nickel, a 215-pound senior, number 38, Kevin Johnson. At corner, a 6'1", 195-pound sophomore quarterback, number 8, Jarius Monroe. Another corner, 6', 180-pound freshman, number 27, Malik Woodery. And then the two safeties, 6', 185-pound senior, number 16, Jordan Jackson. And a 6', 205-pound senior, number 7, Kevin Moore III. So that is your line, your starting depth chart, your lineups, if you will, for the visiting Nicholls Colonels. For your Sam Houston Bearkats, under head coach Casey Keeler, the Delaware alum, 1981, career records, 234 wins, 95 losses, one tie in his 26th overall collegiate season. His record at Sam Houston, 60 wins and only 22 losses. And really just rocketed rolling here in his 7th season. We'll go over Sam Houston's lineup whenever they have their starters, whenever they have the ball first. The Cats on the toss, it will go to Nicholls to start things. Sam Houston in their white jerseys, the white pants, the numbers in orange. And you talk about uniforms that pop. I love the uniforms this year. They just got a little more orange to them, it seems, Brian.
Yeah, I love them too, Rob. It's kind of a new design, a new logo, and, man, they're bright. Love it. Man, we're going to have a good one, and we're just about ready to kick off.
So the time now at 12:05 p.m., and here is the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff. To get this ball game started, it'll drop at the 5-yard line, and a fair catch is signal. We'll start things at the 25-yard line. We'll keep things right here, Brian. So Decent field position here as Nicholls will start on their own 25. They'll move it from left to right as we're just underway. 15 on the board here in the first.
Yeah, it's going to be important for Sam Houston's defense to contain the best they can Lindsey Scott, number 0, out of Zachary, Louisiana. He is talented, and, man, he is special. And it is important that they don't let him just have his way, or it could be a long afternoon.
So Nicholls, again, will start here as they will have it on their own 25-yard line. They will move this ball from left to right. Scott into quarterback, standing on the gun in between the hash marks at the 20. Got a running back offset to his right. And that may be Julian Gums. We'll get an official, and no, it is not Julian Gums. I'll have that corrected here in a minute. Guts one up the middle here on an opening carry to the 31-yard line. So a nice pickup on first down for Nicholls. Yeah, he's running back there behind him. It is not Gums to start this. That was who was in there, and we'll have to get that here in just a few moments, Brian. Here's the Bearcat. The Orange Storm with an early sack goes back to the 26-yard line, and that is our very first Readers Kung Fu Sansu sack of the afternoon.
Jahari K, number double nickel, 55 in on that, and man alive, what a great penetration there by Sam Houston's defensive front four. And they had Lindsey Scott. He dropped the ball, was able to fortunately pick it back up. Great play by the defense.
It is Julian Gums as the running back. 3rd down and 9 from their own 26. 14 minutes to go as Lindsey will step back, throws in the flat, and it's another tackle this time. Coming up with a big hit there for the Bearcats. Nowhere to go. On the defensive side, how about the linebacker, Trevor Williams, coming alive, and the Bearcats' Orange Storm, a quick 3 and out.
Trevor Williams read that perfectly. It was a screen over to the left side, close to Nicholls' bench, and he read it great. Forced Nicholls into punting situation.
Seen a lot from Trevor Williams making an appearance here in this ball game. Trevor Williams, like seeing him get out there early, Brian. This is a young man that is a linebacker, 5'9" at a College Station, 8 tackles, one of them for a loss in that previous matchup versus Southeastern. Here's a short punt. It will drop around the 45-yard line, but it takes a Nicholls roll down to the 35 on the near side of the left side. So the Bearcats will have it for the first time after the Orange Storm with a 3-0 shutout. We'll step aside and take a break for 30 seconds. Bearcat football continues right here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
This is Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Communication is key when it comes to a successful real estate transaction. Putting my clients first and helping them through the entire process is my passion. I know the neighborhoods in our community and those who live in them. I serve and volunteer with numerous organizations because I value Huntsville. You may have seen the I Heart Huntsville interviews or read my articles in the paper. I'm Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty, and I'd be honored to be your next real estate professional.
All right, back at it. First play quickly from the line of scrimmage. A bit of a false start here for Sam Houston, Brian. Hate to see that as they'll go back 5 yards. That play developed quickly. I wouldn't have taken a break if I would have known they would have hopped out there that fast. I mean, they got out there fast, Brian.
Yeah, they did. And, man, they start the first play from scrimmage with a false start, and that's something you don't want to do this early in the game.
So we'll start things here for Eric Schmid. Started on his own 25, now backed up to the 30 in the gun. A handoff here to the left side, trying to drag through defenders is Ramon Jefferson, the running back, and he'll get back near the original line of scrimmage at the 35. Ramon Jefferson out of Bronx, New York. He had 12 carries, 139 yards, and a touchdown versus Southeastern. This is a young man that is so fast, that can do so much on this football team. Of course, Eric Schmid, he rushed for 88. Here's 2nd down and 10 from the 35. Schmid avoiding a defender. Still going to the left side across the 35. Finally angled his way out of bounds as he was forced out on that play by Kevin Moore III, the defensive back out of Lafayette, Louisiana. And a transfer from Texas Tech. That's going to be tough. They got a lot of good transfers here on this Nicholls State team.
No question about it. And their defensive backs on that play right there did a really good job covering Sam Houston's wideouts. Not giving anything there for Eric Schmid. He just had to take it out of bounds, get back to the original line of scrimmage.
Here's 3rd down and 10 for the Cats, back at the original line of scrimmage on their own 35 as they move from right to left. No score, 12:30 to go here in the opening frame. Schmid calls for it once, steps back, protection breaking down, over center, and he throws an interception. Oh my goodness, it's his first one of the season to Kevin Moore III, and he will run it back to the 20-yard line. Boy, Schmidt just trying to thread a needle, and Kevin Moore, his first interception of the season, able to nab one easily, and they're going to set up in good field position here.
Well, that's unfortunate. He was double covered. Eric Schmidt had plenty of time, and he tried to throw it in the gap, and he stepped in front of it, man. Picked it off on the 47-yard line, ran it all the way back down to the 21. Good play there by the Nicholls defense.
Jaquez Ezzard with a potential touchdown saving pick 6. And Nicholls will start this in excellent field position on the Bearcat 21-yard line. Moving from left to right on the far hash. Stepping back over to the left side, Lindsey Scott as he's angling his way. A powerful run on first down. Well inside the red zone now, and they call that out of bounds, Brian. It looks like around the 11-yard line.
Yeah, Lindsey Scott, kind of a Michael Vick-esque quarterback. I mean, he's like having a running back there who can throw the football. He's very talented, and, man, defense for Sam Houston has to contain that young man.
So it'll bring up second down and 3 after a 7-yard run. Scott Lindsey, 49 of 68 on the season. He's thrown a pick, 684 yards. He'll step back here, looking over to the left side, the corner, raising up into the air, and I believe that's a touchdown at the corner if he was able to hold on to that as Dejon Dixon from New Orleans there ripped it down. Boy, quick turn of events, the interception leading to a quick score for Nicholls. That's not what you want to see as a Bearcat fan.
No, you sure don't. And they talk about it all the time at all levels of football is, winning the turnover battle. And right there, that cost Sam Houston big early here in this ballgame.
So the Cats trailing early here, not even 5 minutes gone in this first quarter of play. The extra point attempt trying to make it a 7-0 lead here for Nicholls. The holder down there is Andrea Dragna. Extra point kick up on its way through the uprights and good, and it's an early 7-0 Nicholls Colonels lead, so the Cats shut them out. At their previous meeting, they've already allowed them to score here, though, in Huntsville. We'll step aside and take a break for 30 seconds. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
This is Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty. Communication is key when it comes to a successful real estate transaction. Putting my clients first and helping them through the entire process is my passion. I know the neighborhoods in our community and those who live in them. I serve and volunteer with numerous organizations because I value Huntsville. You may have seen the I Heart Huntsville interviews or read my articles in the paper. I'm Daiquiri Beebe with Abbey Realty, and I'd be honored to be your next real estate professional.
Welcome back, friends. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. We are live in the here in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. 11:36 to go on that Miller time game clock here in the Daiquiri Beebe Abbey Realty first quarter. Nicholls just moments ago, an interception by Eric Schmidt. Nicholls taking advantage. They started out on their own 21-yard line, and it was a quick pass for an early strike here in the end zone to the left corner as Lejean made the extra point kick. And Lindsey Scott connecting with Dejon Dixon for 14 yards for that opening score, Brian.
Yeah, that's one of the things Coach Casey Keeler talks about all the time is playing a clean football game. You know, no penalties, keep the mistakes down to a minimum. And you don't want to start off a ball game against a really good team like Nicholls with a turnover because, man, it costs you big. And, Nicholls jumps on the board first with 7 points.
Again, thanks for joining us. If you're here, we'd love to hear from you. Send us a message. We're in the booth on social media. You can comment on social media. Let us know where you're listening from tonight, who you're cheering on. If you're on Radio Land, of course, over the FM airwaves on 101.7 FM, also on KSAM Digital through our app. Feel free to text us at 512-522-9105. Again, that number's 512-522-9105. We'd love to hear from you this early afternoon. Again, it is a 7-0 Nicholls Colonels lead with 11:36 to go on that Miller time game clock, as we had a little bit of an extended time here due to TV coverage as the Red Hat was out there, and we'll get things set back into play.
Well, this gives Sam Houston another opportunity on offense, to kind of shake that last play off and move beyond that. And they're good enough. They're going to do that. Eric Schmidt, like we said earlier in the pregame, fantastic quarterback, very smart young man, very athletic. He'll let that one go. I mean, those things happen, and now he's going to bring his team out here shortly, and they'll start their second drive.
Kickoff here by Nicholls. Right toe to leather. Gavin LaChange kicks it off. It's on its way, end over end, fielded at the 3. Bearcats will run this one from the 10 across the 15 and slam down at the 20-yard line. Not much on the return there for Sam Houston. The returnman was D. Bowens, and he got hit hard.
Yes, he did. He got lit up, and boy, Nicholls over there on the far sidelines is fired up to start this ball game off.
May have actually been Chandler Harvin on that one. In any case, just got pounced down there. Sam Houston will start this second possession of the early afternoon on their own 21 as they will move from right to left. Again, Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams here in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Thanks for joining us. Schmid stands in the gun on that far hash mark. A little bit of a late substitution here as Cody Crest will come in. He'll line up as 2-receiver package down to the left. Tight formation, 1 receiver, lone Bearcat to the right. Schmid taking a little bit of time as they'll kind of stand up here. Ramon Jefferson, the running back, offset to his left. And we'll see here. The whistle by the official will come run out. And I'm wondering if we've got an early timeout here or what's going on, Brian.
Well, it looks like the officials are on about the 23-yard line trying to sort it out.
And I think they were just trying to make sure they had the ball in the right spot. So we will resume play here. It's first down and 10. Bearcats trailing 7-0. 11:31 to go here in the Daiquiri BB. Abbey Realty first. 4 up front. The pressure showing by Nicholls on the defensive side. Schmid will stand in the gun on his own 11. He'll send a man in motion. Rotates. Got to watch out here as he's hit as he delivers the ball. And Eric Schmid got trembled down there, Brian, and luckily was able to get rid of that ball. But my goodness, what a body slam down there. Somebody better call Professional Wrestling Association as Pig Cage. Boy, he really put Eric Schmid in the cage on that hit.
Yeah, he did. Cage came in there untouched, and that's, as a quarterback, man, that's kind of the worst one. You see those coming at you as opposed to hitting blindside. Man, that was a big hit.
Luckily, Schmid popped right back up. It's an incomplete pass. Second down and 10. 2 receivers to the right. 1 Bearcat way down to the left as Schmid steps back through defenders, over center, too high. Boy, the rhythm is just not here. He was looking for Savion Arnett and just could not connect with him, and it's already third down. Schmid struggling early here.
Yeah, Schmid, he looks a little rusty out there. I mean, that pass was way high over his wideout. He's just not in rhythm, and he's got to get a little bit more time up front from that great offensive line from Sam Houston.
Eric Schmid still has not completed a pass. He is 0 for 3 this early afternoon. Ramon Jefferson, 1 carry for 5 yards. The Bearcats have not really found much on the ground so far, as it'll bring up third down and 10 from their own 21. Schmid in the gun. Jefferson offset as the back to his right. This time triplets staggered to the left side. Schmid will clap ties, low snap. Another player coming in, and he's sacked. Boy, that offensive line is just not, after not giving up any sacks a week ago or a couple of weeks ago, Schmid has been under pressure almost every play, and the Cats are forced to punt this one away.
No doubt about it. I mean, he's got to get some sort of protection. I mean, you can't hit your drop step and just, be covered up by defenders. You got to have some time to look downfield, and Nicholls is playing with some excitement, enthusiasm, and they're feeling good on that far sidelines.
Matt McRoberts set to punt this one away for Sam Houston, as he will go from left to right. Out of Australia, Barker College, 6'2", 210-pound senior. Always enjoy getting to know Matt over the years. A very outstanding young man. Averaged 40 yards a punt versus Southeastern Louisiana in the previous game. This one on the way, though, and with the wind behind it, it does not sail very far. That is a rare short punt for Matt McRobert. And just nothing here for the Cats so far firing off. In fact, McRobert's going to kind of walk back to the sideline by himself. Normally he's with the team, but he knew that punt just didn't get off of his foot good.
Well, it looks like he's got a little limp going on over there, too. That came off the side of his foot, kind of shanked it short out of bounds. It's got a lot of pressure now on this Sam Houston defense.
Yeah, Nicholls will start this, Brian. As they say, it went out very early. So Nicholls will start for the third time in excellent field position. They will have this. Well, they're going to move it back now. Originally it was on the Bearcat 35. They're going to bring it back to the Sam Houston 40.
McRobert is over here. He is limping heavily on his, looks like, right leg. That's not a good sign.
So Lindsey will have it here from his own, from the Bearcat 40. moving from left to right for Nicholls. Delayed handoff, a pitch goes back to KJ Franklin. Franklin finding life across the 30 and out of bounds at the 25-yard line. Brian, this is a completely different Nicholls team than we saw at this previous meeting in 2019.
No question about it, Rob. They are playing with intensity and everything going their way right now. That was a nice option play to the inside side of the field for a good pickup.
Here's first down and 10 from the 26 on Bearcat territory. Wide open, but well overthrowing Dejon Dixon. That pass is incomplete. You give him another 3 feet with that ball coming to him, and that could have been another touchdown.
Man, that was so close. I mean, Scott just barely overthrew his wide out, and man alive, you talking about that have been a huge play for Nicholls.
So it brings up second down and 10. Remember the Bearcats on that opening possession, they held Nicholls to a quick 3 and out. But the defense here just not finding their rhythm. They'll try to get things back in order. Second down and 10 for the Colonels from the Bearcat 26. 10:07 to go on the Miller time game clock. As Lindsey stands in the gun, has Gums, the running back, to his left. Lindsey will keep it here, trying to go through 2 defenders to the right side, and finally an ankle tackle there as he was not able to cross the 20. Good job on that play on the defensive side by Javon Leon.
Yeah, Javon Leon, number 94, man, he is a great talent, and he's a youngster. Good play on that stopping Lindsey Scott, just kind of a shoestring tackle there. But, man, I tell you, the pressure is on this defense.
So it brings up third down and 6. The Orange Storm trying to hold them. As they run the 4-3 package up front, 3rd and 6 from the Bearcat 22. Lindsey will clap, looking to pass here. Throws one over center. It's incomplete. Oh, man, he was trying to throw an absolute dagger to DeJounte Costley, and Costley cost him the first down on that play. He was incomplete.
My goodness, it looked like linebacker Nick Amingawe just took Scott out, planted him down. What a big hit there by Sam Houston.
It's critical. We'll see what Nicholls decides to do. This high-powered offense, a lot of times they'll just try to go for things here. But they will. Yeah, they're going to line up and go for it. Wow.
Yep, big play.
Yeah, it just shows how tough Nicholls is and where they're at this season. 4th down and 6 on the Bearcat 22. Lindsey in the gun. 2 receivers to the left. Low snap. Fakes the handoff to Gums. And he goes down on a sack, baby. Nowhere to go. Oh, wait a minute. Did he crawl out of that? You've got to be kidding me. As Lindsey was down, you have got to be kidding me.
No way.
He was down. It looked like 4 defender, 4. Wow, I have never seen a call. Brian, I got to slow down.
Man.
I got to slow down because our radio audience is confused right now. Lindsey looked like he was completely down. There was 4 Bearcats over him. Then out of nowhere, we see a ball go flying to the right side of the field, and it was a completion for a first down.
That was one of the most unbelievable plays I've ever witnessed right there. Unreal.
The reason I called it as a sack is there was 4 over him. He looked like he was down.
I'm surprised the whistle wasn't blown on that one.
Well, first down and 10 now, 1 yard shy of the red zone. Handoff to Gums as he's bouncing around. Not much on it, maybe a yard. Brian, I don't ever try to jump the gun on a call, but I have never seen, and give him credit, I have never seen a play like that in my life.
I haven't either, man. Unbelievable. I mean, you couldn't even see Scott. He was buried under a sea of orange. And then you see an arm go up, and then to complete the pass for first on 4th down. Unbelievable.
It's one of those that you almost think you got to go back and see if a knee was down. 2nd down and goal from the 11 of the Bearcats. Gums in the backfield. Lindsey claps for it twice. He'll keep it here, avoiding a sack over center. Incomplete. 2 Bearcats were back there with the pressure brought. One of them was Quaterian Brown. Good defense by him, the linebacker out of Conroe, Texas, just down the road, putting the pressure in his face. So another 3rd down here, Brian.
Wow. Let me tell you, Nicholls is playing with a world of confidence right now. And, man, especially after that completion on 4th down, man alive.
So it's 3rd down and 10, the second time here for Nicholls. And 3rd down territory on this drive. They had a 4th down earlier with that miraculous catch on the Bearcat 11. New running back is Tevin Bush. He'll rotate over to a receiver to the left side, and we've got a timeout here called by Sam Houston. 3rd and 10 coming up, ball on the Bearcat 11. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
TWFG and More Insurance has been proudly serving the Huntsville and Walker County area since 2003. TWFG is ranked number 1 in Texas as an independently owned insurance provider for personal lines. Their independence affords them the freedom to shop insurance carriers and coverages that best suit their clients' specific needs. TWFG and More Insurance offers both personal and commercial lines, as well as life, health, and flood insurance. Call Ann or Waylon at 936-293-8121 or drop by at 1212 10th Street in Huntsville. At TWFG and More Insurance, their policy is caring.
Welcome back, friends. Rob Hipp from the Dos Equis broadcast booth alongside my good friend Brian Adams. 8:12 to go on the Miller time game clock. Nicholls leading 7-0. 3rd down and 10 coming up deep in Bearcat territory on the 11. Brian, a lot of folks helping to make this one possible today.
Yeah, no question about it. We want to thank our sponsors, Daiquiri Beebe, Abbey Realty, Huntsville's real estate expert. Bring home the win with Daiquiri Beebe, Abbey Realty, and Henson Brand Dealerships. Henson Ford, Henson Chevy, Henson Chrysler. Amaya's Collision Center. Let's get you back on the road in Faust Distributing, home of Miller Lite.
Well, number 7 Nicholls State football team facing its biggest test of 2021 spring season so far here this afternoon, and they're looking strong, leading 7-0. The Colonels on their 2nd straight road game, taking on 12th-ranked Sam Houston. It's like last weekend against rival Northwestern State. Wins on the road in the series have been few and far in between, as Nicholls has won only 3 times in Huntsville, with the last one being back in 2002. So they're trying to pick up a win. They haven't done that, Brian, in, 19 years?
That has been a long time. And like you said, in the coaches show earlier, I mean, they're coming back and they have a purpose. You know, they felt humiliated, getting beat 17-0 in 2019. And they come out tonight with abandon, just playing this lights-out football to start this game.
I've already seen a couple of the Nelson Amaya's Collision Center on Sycamore hard hits. One of them was on Eric Schmidt as he was trying to deliver a pass on a previous possession, and he just got troubled out there, and luckily Schmidt hopped right back up. Of course, last year battling injury, and it's always a good sign when you see your guy get hit that hard, able to pop up. We talked about only no sacks were allowed versus Southeastern Louisiana. The pressure, though, here has already been on Eric Schmidt all afternoon. Here's a very big 3rd down for this Orange Storm defense as Lindsey Scott in the gun on the Bearcat 11. 3rd down and 10, 8:12 to go here in this Daiquiri Beebe Abbey Realty first. As we'll whistle back into play, triplets to the left, one lone Colonel to the right is Costley. Snap back. Looking over center up. That's going to be a flag. Maybe not. Oh, thank goodness.
Wow. Incidental contact.
Thank goodness, because KJ Franklin looked like he was tripped down there. Unintentional. No flag. And you can see the Bearcat Quentin Brown down there. He was a little bit relieved.
Yeah, he was. Well, I mean, he was double covered, and it looks like all their feet got tangled up. So the ref let it go as incidental contact, and that brings on Nicholls out on the field to try to score a field goal.
Yeah, they're looking here. Call this one. What are we looking at, Brian? The 11. That's what, about a 28-yard field goal attempt here. 28-yard field goal attempt, trying to go up 10-0. The kick is up on its way, and it is looked wide right. It is no good.
Oh, wow.
No good as that one went right wide to the right. And for Sam Houston, boy, they work out of a little bit of a doozy on that one.
Boy, sure did.
Gavin Lassane missed it wide to the right.
What a big break there for Sam Houston. I mean, Nicholls converted on that miracle 4th down play. And for that Bearcat defense to stand tough in there and deny any points for Nicholls on there was just fantastic.
So that'll quickly bring Sam Houston back onto the field for the 3rd time tonight. They will start. I keep saying tonight. I'm not used to noon football, Brian. For the 3rd time this afternoon, they will start on their own 20, moving from right to left. As Schmidt in the gun will whistle back in play here. Eric Schmidt trying to lead his team and find some rhythm in this ball game. The handoff goes over to the left side. It is Noah Smith. Flags fly as he angled his way out of bounds on the left side to around the 25. We'll wait to see what this flag is, though.
Well, that looks like it's in the area of holding, Rob, and that's probably what it's going to be.
The officials are discussing things. The flag is resting around the 21. Good crowd here in Huntsville at Bowers today.
Very good crowd.
Nicholls leading 7-0, 7:58 to go on the Miller time game clock.
Offense, number 76, 10-yard penalty, Maine's 1st down.
Yeah, that hold was called on the offense. Prince Pines, the offensive lineman out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, transfer from Baylor. So Sam Houston's got a couple of big transfers as well this season.
Yeah, Prince Pines, man, he's a big old boy. He's 6'5", 340-pound sophomore.
First down and 20 after a setback of 10. Schmidt in the gun. The ball on their own 10. He'll take the snap, fakes it now into the back of his own end zone, throws to the left side, and it's incomplete. Just had to throw that one away. Again, the pressure has been there on almost every single play on Eric Schmidt. Not much room for him to wiggle in this ball game at all. And Schmidt is still looking for his first completion. He's now 0 of 4.
They look completely out of sync, this Bearcat offense. I mean, they just can't get anything going for them to start this ball game.
Second down and 20 on the left hash mark. Cats moving from right to left. Schmidt in the gun. Triplets to the left. One lone Bearcat to the right. He'll take the snap. Handoff here to Noah Smith. Noah trying to trace his way through defenders. He runs into a brick wall. Maybe a gain of just a couple on that play to the left side around the 11 or 12.
Bearcats have to figure some way to move these chains, and obviously they haven't done it to start this ball game, but they are deep back in their own end. They've got to figure out how, one, it's third and long, third and a mile. They've got to convert right here.
Brian, that was the first positive yards of this game. 3 rushing yards now. That's it on the offensive side as we're almost halfway through this first. It's Schmidt in the gun, 3rd and 17 here from his own 13. Fakes the handoff, rolls to the right. Pressure coming again, still on his feet. Darts this one over, and it's complete at the 25, but well short of the first down as he threw an absolute strike into the hands there. I believe it was Chandler Harvin. Those 88 and 80 kind of gets mixed up here, Brian.
Man, that was a really good throw there by Eric Schmidt. He was rolling out to his right, and like you said, Rob, he threw a dart.
Cody Crest.
Unfortunately, they were 5 yards short of converting on that third down, so now they got the punt team back out on the field.
Yeah, he threw it to Cody Crest. That was the reception, but as you said, 5 yards short, so Matt McRobert will have to punt this one away. Remember, his last punt was very short. It remained in Bearcat territory all day here. This one much better as it spirals its way, bounces down, takes a roll inside the 20, and the Nicholls are gonna Colonels are gonna try to take this one back, and the Bearcats slam him down around the 13-yard line. I have no clue what KJ Franklin was thinking as he had Bearcats all in his face, and a little negative return there. They'll give him the forward progress to the 15, but he got laid out.
Yes, he did, man. That is dangerous. You know, anytime there's a ball like that, coaches tell your receivers just to get out of the way. Just let the ball come to a rest, and, man, he had Bearcats all over him. That was a dangerous play by that young man.
Much better punt that time around by Matt McRobert. 4th possession of this early afternoon for Nicholls. They will start on their own 15, so this is the worst field position so far. They started on their own 25 on their first possession, and then the previous 2 were on the Sam Houston 21 and the Bearcat 40. So again here they'll start on their own 15. Lindsey in the gun, one back offset to his right. A handoff? No, it's a fake. Airs one to the right side, up and dropped over the right shoulder. Dante's Costly almost had a nice grab there, but a lot of pressure coming from behind him on Zion McCollum.
Yeah, McCollum was on the coverage, and McCollum was beat by a step, and that ball was almost in there, and if that would have dropped in, oh, man, that would have been a big play.
6:07 to go on the Miller time game clock. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams here in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. We may need some Dos Equis on this one, Brian. 7-0, the early score here. Nicholls leading. Second down and 10 from their own 15. Lindsey in the gun, steps back to the 7. Throws over to the right side, and this one is incomplete. So Lindsey's starting to lose a little bit of his rhythm now as Isaiah Downs with great coverage there on the wide receiver and running back Tevin Bush.
Well, got to give credit to the defensive line, Javon Leon. He had a lot of pressure there on Scott.
Wait, who is it? What's his name?
Javon Leon. Yeah, we love saying that, don't we?
Brian always had Javon Leon. Here we go, 3rd down and 10 for Nicholls. The Orange Storm trying to hold him again with 4 up front. Snap goes back. Lindsey looking to pass. Over center has his man. Has the first down at the 35.
Wow, good conversion there. Simple curl route. He's set in the middle of the field, and Scott hit him right in the number 5 there for a completion and a first down.
And Dejon Dixon was wide open and just easily able to pull that one in. Dejon from New Orleans. The nice little grab here. This young man ranks 3rd on the Colonel's top 10 receiving list. Over 2,200 yards, 130 receptions and 20 touchdowns. 1st and 10 from the 35. This one up in the air and it's incomplete. Almost picked off down there as it was incomplete around the Bearcat 45 or so, and in that backfield, Sam Houston almost had a little bit of a, one of those gifts that falls out of the sky. Trying to see who that was back there for Sam Houston. I believe it was Tobias Weaver, the defensive back, and it just bounced through his hands.
That was a big break there for Sam Houston, honestly, because Scott had all day to throw, and, boy, he just lit one up down the field. And Sam Houston almost was able to pick that ball off.
It was actually Braden Clopton. Brian, I got to get my glasses, man. I lost them about 6 months ago, and I need to get some new ones. 2nd down and 10 here for Nicholls from their own 35. High snap, Lindsey looking to pass over the right side. Quick in the action, well overthrew his receiver, Dante's Costly. We've seen several passes go to that right side that are just air balls.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Costly, that's a flag as he was coming back, and that is a costly penalty on Dante's Costly as he just pushed down Jalen Thomas. And he didn't push him down, he just gave him a hard shove, and Jalen Thomas, he backed up immediately, and the official saw it and threw the flag.
Not a smart play at all by that young man from Nicholls. I mean, just stupid play.
No other way to describe it, Brian. I mean, your team is with the
After
lead.
the play, on sportsmanlike conduct, Nicholls, number 9. That penalty being forced from the previous spot. Down counts, 3rd down. That's number 9's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game.
I'm going to tell you something, Brian. It just goes to show the level of maturity from the defensive back, a senior, Jalen Thomas, as Thomas could have easily retaliated, but he didn't. He held his hands up. He backed up. If he retaliates, that's a double foul. But he backs off, and he says, you know what? Hey, I'm going to give my team an opportunity now on a penalty. 3rd down and 25, all the way back to the 20. As Lindsey will throw it in the flats to the right side. His receiver has room across the 30, and he is hit hard down there at the 30. Oh, mama, it was a pop, 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 baby. How about that right there for your Nelson Amaya Collision Center on Sycamore hard hit.
Boy, number 36, Braden Clopton for Sam Houston lit him up. I'm telling you, man, what a big hit. Nice play.
Did you say Braden clonked him?
Clopton.
Well, he clocked him, man.
He clocked him.
4th down and 14. The Orange Storm coming alive here in the first.
Wow, that was a big hit.
Oh, baby, we got a good one going here as Gavin Lassane will kick this one away, or punt this one away, rather. Lassane from his own 20. Good room here. He's a nice punt into the wind as this one will sell and it goes out of bounds. Takes a little generous roll, though, and then finally out of bounds at the 25. We're going to step aside. We will take a 1-minute break. We'll be back in a moment. Bearcats have it, trying to even the score, trailing 7-0 with 4:27 to go here in the first on the Bearcats Sports Network.
March brings warmer weather and even hotter deals right here at Wiesner in Huntsville, just in time for the county fairs and rodeos. We've got great deals on all of our tracks, Equinoxes, Blazers, and Traverses. You can get up to $4,750 in purchase allowance. We even have half tons, 3/4 tons, and the 1-ton heavy-duty Silverados available with up to $4,250 in purchase allowance. So hurry into Wiesner in Huntsville for the best selection, or shop us online at WiesnerHuntsville.com. Chevy, find new roads.
Changes are a part of life. Some are easy and some are hard. Isn't it great to have family and friends to lean on during the difficult times? I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, and we pride ourselves on the commitment we have to caring for your family and your loved one in a way that honors them best. For almost 20 years, families have trusted Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home in their time of need to serve them with sincerity and respect, and we'll do the same for you. We're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home because everyone deserves to be remembered.
Back in action here, 4:27 to go on the Miller Time game clock. Down to the field to Josh Criswell, sports editor with the Huntsville Item. Josh, Bearcats struggling a little bit early, but that Orange Storm defense, as I like to call them, they're really coming alive here in the first.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at this game right now, this could very easily be a 14-0 ball game. The Bearcat defense has been the one thing keeping them in it so far. Sam Houston just really struggling to get anything going on the offensive end, down 1 or 2 guys on that starting offensive line. And it seems like Eric Schmidt has a Nicholls defender or 2 in his face on every single play. He drops back to pass. This is the number 7 team in the country, a strong defense. If the Bearcats are going to have a chance of winning this game, they're going to have to find a way to figure out how to protect Eric Schmidt.
Once again, Josh Criswell down there on the sidelines. Appreciate him. We'll check in with him throughout this game goes. And, yeah, I failed to mention that they are down a couple on that offensive line, and that's been some of the issue here as these guys come in and trying to really find some rhythm here. It's 1st down and 10 for the Bearcats. from their own 30 as they will start this possession, moving from right to left. 4:27 to go on that Miller time game clock here in the first. As Schmid standing in the gun. On that left hash mark, Jefferson is back to the right. Triplets stacked up in a triangle to the right side. One Bearcat to the left. Late handoff to Gums, lowering his shoulder. Not too much there. Maybe a gain of 2 on that play.
Yeah, Gums tried to come off the guard, left guard, center spot. Just nothing really there. I mean,
I said Gums. It's Ramon Jefferson. I'm sorry.
Jefferson.
Yeah, I'm calling Nicholls plays, man. Brian, I got to settle down.
Well, he was able to pick up 3 yards on that, which is good. But, man, they've got to pick up some more yards and get something going here.
So one back to either side now for Schmid. One of those backs is Noah Smith. He will retreat as a receiver now to the right. 2nd down and 7 from their own 33. Schmid quickly goes to Noah Smith. Smith takes one hard hit, still on his feet, and maybe got to the 35 on the forward progress. That was a hard hit there, and Smith was able to stand up tall and fight through it and get an extra yard.
Yeah, he did, man. But I'll tell you, that Nicholls defense is just super aggressive and flying all over the place.
Got an injured Bearcat down on the field. That's one of the ones up front there for Sam Houston, the offensive lineman Colby Thomas. And we've already talked about Sam Houston having 2 of their guys out or so up front here this afternoon, according to Josh, and now we've got another one injured.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Man, you can't afford to lose those big guys up front. I mean, Eric Schmidt's already having a hard enough time getting protection, and to lose another one, it's not good.
He's getting attended to over at the 35. We're going to step aside. We'll take a 30-second break. We'll be back in a moment. 7-0. Sam Houston trailing, and 3rd and 5 coming up for the Cats when we come back in 30 seconds on the Bearcat Sports Network.
AB Squares Self-Storage is your local go-to self-storage facility that can help give you the extra space you need. From non-climate and climate-controlled storage to parking spaces for your car, boat, trailer, and RV, they've got it all. AB Squares Self-Storage has 24-hour computerized gate access, around-the-clock security camera monitoring, no long-term lease commitment, and convenient payment options. Give them a call today at 936-755-5000 or reserve your space online at www.ab2selfstorage.com. AB Squares Self-Storage is a proud supporter of SHSU football. Eat 'em up, Cats.
Back in action here, 3:38 remaining in the Zachary Beebe Abbey Realty first quarter. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Luckily there, Colby Thomas coming up, but he is getting some assistance from both trainers to either side. And you hate to see that. He is walking, but a little bit gingerly there, but it is good to see him come off the field there, Brian.
Yeah, it is. It's, he is walking a little gingerly, but the thing about that is, man, that's just going to give Nicholls just more encouragement to fly downfield and make it more difficult on the O-line for Sam Houston.
So Schmid will line up in the gun here as he has one back. It is Smith to his right and Ramon Jefferson to the left. On 3rd down and 5, critical 3rd down. Pressure coming up front. Schmid looking, the protection's there. Throws, has his man, has the first down at the 45-yard line as he threw an absolute strike to Brennan Tibbs.
Nice play there by Brennan Tibbs to hang on to that football. And a good job for the O-line for Sam Houston, giving Eric Schmid enough time to throw it. And Eric Schmid threw a dart, good completion, 1st down.
We haven't seen much action tonight out of Ife Adeyi, the sophomore. He'll line up as a 1 receiver to the right, 2 receivers down to the left. That is the very First Financial Bank first down of this ball game for Sam Houston. Schmid takes the snap from his own 46, handoff goes to his back, and maybe back to the original line of scrimmage on the right side, just in front of the 46-yard line. We'll see who that was coming up from the pile. I didn't see the initial snap there.
Well, it's Ramon Jefferson there on the carry. And I think it's about time Sam Houston do a little bit of play action. I mean, they've been running their running backs up the middle, not getting a whole lot of yards out of them. Now maybe a little play action to open it up a little bit.
They'll say that Jefferson ran it back to the original line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 10 on the right hash mark. Cats on their own 46, trailing 7-0. In motion is Ife Adeyi to the right side. Schmid, though, going to throw over to the right. Has a man open, has the reception inside down to the 25-yard line. Leaping up and making the grab to Waylon Ingram, and he's showing some pressure here in this ball game early.
What a great catch there by Ingram. I mean, unbelievable. Schmid threw an absolute rope, and Ingram was able to hang on to that football.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Decent. Number 34. 15-yard penalty enforcement in the run. Automatic 1st down.
Boy, that's going to move it up even closer for Sam Houston. Tyree Evans, the linebacker out of Mississippi, with a little rough in the passer. I was so busy keeping
half the distance to goal.
I was so busy keeping my vision down there on Brennan Tibbs that I didn't see Schmid get knocked back.
Yeah, Schmid got lit up, but what great concentration there to hang on to that football there by Ingram.
So we're inside the Moak and Moak Attorney at Law red zone for the first time this afternoon. Bearkats trailing 7-0, 2 minutes to go here in the first. From the Nicholls 13 on the right hash mark. Schmid, the handoff to Noah Smith, and he is stopped for a loss of 1 in the backfield. Got to give him credit. It was good defense back there on that play by Nicholls, and I believe it was Zach McKeehan coming up. Well, it couldn't have been him. Brian, again, I'm telling you, man, in any case, it was a good stop.
Well, it's crucial Sam Houston put points on the board in the touchdown right here.
It's a loss of 1. Schmid stands in the gun from the 14. Airs one left side up. Touchdown, baby! Touchdown to Jaquez Ezzard, and the Bearkats pull to within 1.
What a catch and throw. Unbelievable. Ezzard in the corner. A high pass, was able to go up and bring it down. Huge play there by Sam Houston.
We're going to see so much out of Jaquez Ezzard this season. And how about that for Ezzard as he hauled one in. And the first Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point attempt coming up here by Sam Houston.
Man, that was a big play there for Sam Houston.
So here for the Cats, it is Seth Morgan, the kicker, to tie the game on its way, and we are tied, baby! 7 apiece here at Bowers with 1:26 to go in the first. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. Bearkats football returns in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Nelson Amaya's Collision Center is proudly serving Huntsville from his new location at 2011 Sycamore Avenue near the Bearkats baseball field. Nelson Amaya's Collision Center proudly serves the Walker County area with integrity and honesty. Accepting all insurances, be sure to ask about referral discounts. Experienced since 1999. That's Nelson Amaya's Collision Center at 2011 Sycamore Avenue and online at NelsonAmayasCollision.com. Nelson Amaya's Collision Center, a proud supporter of the Huntsville Hornets.
Welcome back, friends. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. We are tied at 7 apiece as the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff about to happen here. And a fun one so far as Nicholls jumped out to an early lead. Things looked pretty rough there for a while, but Sam Houston finally found a little bit of rhythm. Cameron Hearn set to kick this one away for Sam Houston from right to left. Right toe to leather on its way. And a return here, weaving through defenders and finally upended around the 27-yard line. Good return on that play, though, by Tevin Bush.
What a turn of events we've had. I mean, what a huge touchdown there by Sam Houston to stop the bleeding and to finally get some offense going. Eric Schmidt finally able to settle down a little bit, hit some of his wideouts in stride, and get points on the board for the Cats.
The trophy case touchdown earlier, your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more. Trophy case. It was a drive for Sam Houston. Started on their own 30, capped off by a 14-yard touchdown pass from Schmid to Ezzard. That is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap. Nicholls will have it here for the 5th time this afternoon. They will start this possession from their own 27, moving from left to right. And a whistle and a flag here as we had a false start. May have been the first penalty for Nicholls on the offensive side.
Offense, number 71, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Well, move them on back as Evan Russell flinched a little bit down there, and that'll set him back 5 yards. So the penalties are really hurting Nicholls right now.
Yeah, they really are. Kind of a chink in their armor after that very first initial drive after the interception. But they're starting to have some penalties, and that personal foul penalty earlier cost them huge.
Nicholls with 77 total yards as Lindsey Scott 5 of 13 for 51 after he started the game perfect. Handoff here up the middle, not much on it, up to around the 25, so a 4-yard gain or so brings up 2nd down and long for the Colonels.
Yeah, that Bearcat defense, the Orange Storm, as you commonly refer them to, man, they stepped up big time on that last series of downs, playing some really good football here.
John Carrington III is the back, offset to the right here on Lindsey Scott Jr. In motion, KJ Franklin. A handoff, though, goes here to that man in motion. A few yards up to the 30-yard line in between the hash marks. Actually, it was a keeper there by Lindsey Scott. Brings up third down and a long 7. Nicholls from their own 30, right in between the hash marks.
Well, it's important at the front 4 for Sam Houston to get pressure on Scott because you know he's going to be airing the ball downfield.
Scott looking, claps once, gets the snap in the gun, rotates to the right, punt fakes. Oh, baby, he's going down, and he went down for the sack. The Orange Storm bringing the pressure as we saw 4 or 5 of them down there for Sam Houston. Trevor Williams was one of them, and we'll see who gets officially credited there with that Reader's Kung Fu San Su sack. Bring him back, baby.
What a play.
Please set the game clock for 3 seconds. Prior to that, Sam Houston, he was the first charge time of the half. 30 seconds.
Well, we just talked about that, Rob. The front 4 for Sam Houston had to put pressure on Scott.
Thank you.
And they did, and they ended up getting a huge sack out of that. Great play.
Trevor Williams and Quentin Brown both getting credited with the half of a sack each to bring it to the full sack. How about that for the Bearcats? Tied up 7 apiece. The Orange Storm is really coming alive here under cloudy skies. Looks a little ominous out here. That's the Orange Storm on the field. They're making those clouds kind of flare up, baby.
Yeah, they are. We got the lights on out here. Man, we're playing a noon ball game. I mean, it couldn't be any better than this.
So 4th down and 13. The Colonels are forced to punt this one away. Sam Houston with an opportunity here. 3 seconds remaining in the Daiquiri BB Abbey Realty first quarter of play. Gavin Lassane set to punt this one away. It's up on its way. Another beautiful punt.
What a
spiraling punt all the way down to the 20. It is fielded by Sam Houston's Kashawn Murray, but he fair catches it at the 20-yard line. That'll do it for the first quarter. We'll step aside for...
That is the end of the first quarter.
Now the official helping us out. We'll step aside for a minute. We'll be back in a moment. Second quarter coming up. Brought to you by Henson Brand Dealerships here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
It's a new year with new opportunities. Scrap metal prices are the highest in years, and TJ Burdett has money for yours. For over 45 years, TJ Burdett & Sons Recycling has served Walker County with the highest prices and straight deals. Right now, get a multi-year high $7 per 100 pounds of scrap steel and $9 per 100 pounds of short iron. Bring your scrap and get some scratch. The most in years, TJ Burdett & Sons, exit 118 North, I-45, just past the Shell truck stop. Visit TJ Burdett & Sons on Facebook for more info.
Fat Boys Pizza. Fresh hand-tossed pizza. Daily lunch and dinner specials. The Meat Buster. Supreme Special. The famous baked potato pizza. Chicken bacon ranch. Buffalo chicken. Cauliflower pizza and more. Fat Boys Pizza. How about the best wings in the world? Baked, not fried. At Fat Boys Pizza in Riverside. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Check them out on Facebook at Fat Boys Pizza Riverside. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. A proud supporter of Hornet football. Sting 'em.
Welcome back, friends. 15 minutes to go here in the Henson Brand Dealership second quarter. I'm Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams live from the Dos Equis broadcast booth. We said earlier we may have to get Dos Equis at halftime. I don't think we're going to have to do that now, Brian.
No, I don't think so either. I think we can kind of breathe a little bit of sigh of relief for the moment. But what a big turn of events after what an amazing, again, 4th down conversion Nicholls did to help them get along. But Sam Houston's defense, Rob, the Orange Storm has come through and help this Bearcat offense put points on the board.
You know, Eric Schmidt started out this ball game, I believe, 0 for 4 or so. He is now 5 of 9, 68 yards, 1 touchdown. He did have that early interception, but he has redeemed himself here in this game. Bearcats with 73 total yards, 68 through the air. They've only rushed for 5. Nicholls with 80 total yards, 51 of those coming through the air, 29 on the ground. And most of those rushing yards coming from KJ Franklin, who had that long 14-yard rush. So really, I think today is going to end up being a passing game. Which quarterback is going to be able to be protected the best, and how much can they air it out through this ball game? And that's what it's going to come down to from what we're seeing early.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, in this offensive line for Sam Houston, this last drive, They were able to pick up all the stunts and all the blitzes that Nicholls was throwing on them and protecting Eric Schmidt, giving him the time to hit those wide receivers downfield, which he did a great job of. And now we're tied up 7-7, start the second quarter.
Want to remind our friends, the Bearcat fan text line is open. Send us a text. Let us know you're listening. We'd love to hear from you. That number is 512-522-9105. Again, the number 512-522-9105. Our good friend Harvey Vanacek joining us already today, saying hello. Rob and Brian, appreciate you, Harvey. He always chimes in.
Yes, he does. Harvey's a good guy.
We also have some messages coming in on our social media in the booth. Special coverage from Joshua Harris over at the Oak Ridge Disciple House saying, football in March, and I love it. Have a blessed call. Ken Holland saying, go Cats. He's headed to Katy. Also, our good friend Bradley Franklin is listening from Bay City, Texas, going for Sam Houston. And my wonderful mother, Shirley, and my grandmother, who's 93, is listening in back north of Georgetown.
Very cool.
We'll get to more of those in a minute. Back in action here. Bearcats have it. They'll start first down and 10 from their own 20, moving from left to right as we've changed quarters here. And it is a pass, immediately goes into the hands, and still on his feet, crossing through defenders, it is Jacaz Ezard to the left side, across the 30, down to the 20, and finally out of bounds at the 10-yard lines. How about that for Ezard as he is coming alive here early in this ball game?
What a great run after the catch there by Ezard on first down to put the Bearcats deep in Nicholls territory. Unbelievable. That's the way to start the second quarter right there.
Already down to that Mocha turning it law red zone. Ezard looked like he initially got stopped up around his own 40, but bounced through it and then found daylight. So it's first down and 10, or first down and goal for the Bearcats on their own 10, or on the Nicholls 10. Schmidt in the gun. He'll send Harvin in motion over to the right side. It's Noah Smith. Noah has room. He's trying to go back inside across the 5, lowers his left shoulder, and he's down at the 4. Good run there by Noah Smith. I thought for a moment, Brian, he had a lane at that right corner, but it was broken down quickly. Had to go back to the left side and finally brought down at the 4.
Well, let's also talk about the great blocking there by number 19, Brennan Tibbs, to help Noah get a couple of more yards. Just a great play there.
So we're second down and goal from the 4. Schmidt in the gun, Ramon Jefferson the back to the left, triplets to the left, and one receiver. Here's the handoff to Jefferson as he's trying to gut his way forward, and he may only have a yard to the 3-yard line. It's going to bring up a very critical third down here for this offense. Heading off the field, Brennan Tibbs, and heading back onto the field, Cody Crest.
Well, I venture to guess they're going to let Eric Schmidt probably throw the football and give him a chance as a run-pass option here. They got to punch it in.
DeWaylen Ingram and D. Bowens, 2 receivers to the left. One lone Bearcat down to the right is Cody Crest. On a third and goal from the 3. Ramon Jefferson behind Schmidt. Delayed handoff. Boy, that one could have been costly. Wow. Jefferson had it, and he was hit immediately.
Yes, he was. Man, great penetration there by the Colonel's defense to get in that on that penetration and stuff Jefferson maybe for a yard loss.
It's a 23-yard field goal attempt coming up here for Sam Houston. Ryan Humphreys to hold this one. And for that 23-yarder, we'll see if they get set. Here we go. Fourth down and goal from the 6. 23 yards on the way through the uprights, and this one is good. And the Bearcats take the lead on a Seth Morgan field goal. 10-7 our score. We'll keep it right here. 12:32 to go on the Miller Time game clock, and the Cats have the first lead of the afternoon, Brian.
Yeah, Rob, we want to thank some more of our great sponsors. Readers, Kung Fu, Sun Tzu. Stay safe, be kind, train with them. And First Financial Bank, you first. And our good friend, Kerry Murray over at Murray Insurance and Financial Services, an agency you can trust. And Moak & Moak Attorneys at Law. Sam Moak, for your estate planning, real estate, business law needs, ask for Moak & Moak Attorneys at Law, serving Huntsville since 1971. And Fat Boys Pizza, hand-tossed dough made fresh daily, pizza, wings, and more. Nelson Amaya's Collision Center on Sycamore, honest work and quality service. And Adams Furniture, we beat big city prices.
Appreciate all of our generous support helping to make this coverage possible. Our good friend Brian Carroll joining us, saying eat 'em up, Cats. I won't say the rest of what he said. He brought something in here. He said he made, well, it wasn't Brian. It was someone else. Said a a formerly banned bell may or may not be in attendance at today's game. Well, all right, sorry, but that was from Tim Smith there with that bell. Tim Smith. Tony Kulak joining us as well, saying eat 'em up, Cats. Appreciate everybody joining us. If you got a message, send them to us in the booth. We'd love to hear from you on our social media in the booth feed. You can also text us on that Bearcat fan text line at 512-522-9105. So again, Brian, the Bearcats take the lead after struggling a little bit early. They have really started to find some life here in this ball game. It took them a minute to get going, and this is a very tough Nicholls Colonels team.
Well, you think about it, Rob. So Sam Houston has only played one game this season already against Southeastern Louisiana, and that was 2 weeks ago. Prior to that, it had been 400-plus days since they played a football game. So they came out a little bit rusty. The offensive line was just a little bit rusty on some of their blocks, some of their schemes, things like that. Everybody seems to have settled down. Eric Schmidt seems like he's gotten in a groove, and Sam Houston is now taking the lead to really start this second quarter.
Go down to Josh Criswell on the sideline. Eric Schmidt now 7 of 11, 144 yards. Josh, the Bearcats starting to settle in here.
Yeah, starting to settle in. Really wish they could have got that touchdown there to finish it off, but a lead at this point in the game, you got to take it. The thing that's really impressed me and the thing that really stood out the most so far this game as far as the Bearcat offense goes is Jaquez Ezard, the Howard transfer, former All-American. Casey Keeler's told me that this guy reminds him of Bearcat greats Davion Davis, Jedediah Lewis, and Nathan Stewart, and he's showing us why right now. Had a snag in the end zone to tie the game up, and then had a 70-yard catch and run where he just burned the Nicholls defense just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, just on that kickoff here just a few moments ago as Tevin Bush was upended around his own 20-yard line or so.
Yeah, that was number 30, Taylon Blaylock there for Sam Houston, who upended that Nicholls return man. Great play there, and looks like Nicholls is going to have the ball starting out on the 17-yard line.
Nicholls will move from right to left on the left hash mark. 12:28 to go on that Miller time game clock. Earlier for Sam Houston, a drive that started on their own 20, capped off by a 24-yard field goal by Seth Morgan. That is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap. Here's a handoff on the end around over to the right side. Dante's costly, and he is upended, but a healthy run past the 20. They'll mark him down at the 22-yard line on the right hash mark.
Yeah, that was a great run there on the right side, to pick up, looks like 6 yards on the carry to start that their initial drive here.
Second down and 5 after the 5-yard gain for Nicholls, trailing on their own 22. Here's Lindsey on the keeper, Lindsey Scott, and only a yard there. Great defense by Sam Houston, able to read that on the right side. And coming up there with a little bit of a hit and an early stop for Sam Houston. I believe that may have been Markel Perry.
That number 94, Javon Leon, in on that tackle. And Sam Houston so far this afternoon has done a really good job of containing Lindsey Scott from any kind of breakaway rushes that he may do.
Joseph Wallace down there now as he came into the game. It is 3rd down and 4 for Nicholls on their own 23 on the right hash mark, trailing 10-7. Scott claps for it, steps back, throws over left side. This one well overthrew his receiver. KJ Franklin had nowhere to go. Great coverage on the play by Isaiah Downs.
Well, you just talked about him. Joseph Wallace came in, and on that play right there, got in Lindsey Scott's face, made him overthrow the football, and looks like Sam Houston's fixing to get the ball back, Rob, in really good field position.
Yeah, Nicholls here. They have had to punt now, Brian, their last 3 possessions. The one before that was a field goal that was no good. So they'll punt this one here from their own 23 all the way back to their 10, right toe to leather. Another booming punt here. This one sells deep down. Boy, I think Matt McRobert may have switched teams in this game as that one rolls into the end zone and out of bounds. Punter over there kind of grabs his head as we saw Craig Walker, the punter. He put one hand to each side, and he was kind of frustrated. That one took a really healthy roll into the end zone.
Man, he shot that ball. Look like it came out of a cannon coming off his foot. Wow, what a kick.
So the Bearcats will have it here for the 6th time this afternoon. They are leading 10-7, 11:07 to go here in this Henson Brand Dealerships second quarter of action as Sam Houston will quickly hop onto the field. Early on, we used to take a quick 30-second break from punts. We don't do that anymore because we know how fast they get to the field. Appreciate Nathan Williams back at KSAM Studios producing for us today. Schmid will have it here to start for the Cats. First down and 10 from his own 20. In the gun as Schmid will send a man in motion. High snap, passing over to the right side, has his receiver. It is into the hands of Cody Crest, and Crest goes out of bounds as he angled his way to the 25-yard line. So a quick little 5 or 6 yard pickup. They do mark it officially on the 25. So a quick little 5-yard pass there to the right side. Cody Crest getting some receptions in this game. Brings up second down and 5 for Sam Houston on the right hash from their own 25. As Schmid swinging his arms, claps once, gets the snap in the gun. Handoff here goes to Noah Smith, and Noah Smith a few more yards up to the 28-yard line.
Nice little run there by Noah Smith up the middle. I mean, he picked up a couple more yards. So it's 3rd and short. They need 2 yards to convert the first down here. A big 3rd down. They need to convert it to continue this drive.
Yeah, Bearkats only with just a few yards officially now make it 6 on the afternoon. Noah Smith 3 attempts for 5 yards. So here's another critical 3rd down for this Bearcat offense. 3rd down and 2 from their own 28. Ramon Jefferson will line up into the back to the left. The handoff is to Jefferson. Lowers his shoulder. Jefferson able to work through one. Guts his way. Oh, baby, he's got room across the 40 now to the 50. And finally brought down in Nicholls territory. I'm telling you, Ramon Jefferson had an opportunity to go down. He kept his feet chugging and has that first down to the 48-yard line of Nicholls.
I tell you, Rob, Jefferson is the real deal. I mean, he does not go down on initial contact. I mean, he is an exciting runner and a great first down pickup there by the Bearkats.
How about that? It's a First Financial Bank first down to the Nicholls 48-yard line. Schmid in the gun, steps back, protection's there, right side, and his receiver falls down and incomplete at the 40. He was looking over there to the right side to Cody Crest, and Crest is going to come off limping here. The Turf Monster got him.
That's just what I was going to say. Turf Monster got Crest there on that play.
He lowered his head, and then he runs right back out there. This is an athlete. Cody Crest will now line up as a triplet package to the left side. One receiver down to the right. Empty backfield here for Schmid in the gun. 2nd down and 10 from the Nicholls 48. Brennan Tibbs goes in motion. Now 4 receivers to the left. Pass in the flats. A little trickeration play. Back over to Eric Schmid, and it's incomplete. But we have a flag down there.
Here we go.
Boy, there may have been a play there as Christian Gray who was that out there? It was either Christian Graves or
it looks like Trapper Pinnell.
Trapper Pinnell? Yeah, Trapper Pinnell. He's the other 19 out or 18 out there. And there may have been a rushing the quarterback on him. We'll see what the call is.
Yeah, I believe that's what it's going to be.
Personal foul, roughing the passer.
Yep.
Defense, number 98. 15-yard penalty and automatic. First down.
Another giant mistake by Nicholls Colonel's defense right there. Personal foul, roughing the passer call, automatic first down, Sam Houston.
It was designed as a flea flicker. It happened quickly, and I'm sorry I didn't relay that as it happened, but Schmid went back, found Pinnell, and then Pinnell tried to go back to Schmid, but hey, you know what? Roughing the passer gives the Cats the first down all the way up to the Nicholls 33. Sam Houston leading 10-7, 9:35 to go here in the second. Handoff goes into the backfield to the running back, Kyron Jackson. Good to see Jackson getting a touch here in this ball game. Called his name quite a bit last year.
Yes, we did.
Jackson up to the 28-yard line. So a nice little 5-yard rush there by Kyron Jackson. It's Action Jackson.
Yeah, they got some talent at running back with Jackson and Jefferson, and man, those guys are just fun to watch.
Jaquez Ezard, part of a triplet package down to the right alongside DeWaylen Ingram. One other receiver down there is Ife Adeyi. Adeyi will go in motion as he'll show protection on the right side of the line. And now here Schmid rolls to the left, looks for Adeyi, but now goes over the right, wide open. This one caught, and it's a touchdown to Noah Smith. Oh, mama, what a play. 28-yard delivery as Smith was wide open in the end zone, and the Bearkats extending their lead here in the second.
What a great play, and it started out with Eric Schmid. He made a masterful fake to draw the defense with him, left the wide out all by himself. Great play there by Sam Houston.
Boy, Bearcats impressive here as we'll have the Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point. On its way through the uprights, and Seth Morgan connects. And the Cats have a 10-point advantage, 17-7, with 8:53 to go on the Miller Time game clock. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. Bearcat football continues in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Eric Barbosa, General Manager at Henson Ford, and we're letting our good deals roll during our Parade of Savings.
We'll match your tax refund up to $2,500 on any new Ford truck like a 2021 F-150 Super Crew. That's up to $5,000 to use as a down payment.
Plus, get a warranty for life with no deductibles and unlimited miles at no cost to you. We'll even deliver your vehicle for free. Rolling out big savings today only at Henson Ford, your dealer for life.
Henson Ford, HensonFord.com.
Back at it here from Bowers Stadium. Ron Hipp alongside Brian Adams in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. 8:53 to go on that Miller Time game clock here in the Henson brand dealership second quarter. Moments ago, it was a sixth drive of the afternoon for Sam Houston. Started out on their own 20 after a Nicholls punt. Capped off by a 28-yard touchdown pass to Noah Smith. A beautiful play by Eric Schmidt as he rolled to the left, looking in the direction of Day. It was a design fake play, and it left Noah Smith wide open on the right side. Ran it down 28 yards. That is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap.
Rob, two critical plays, mistakes there by Nicholls. They've had two personal foul calls that have resulted in Bearcat points. Disciplined football wins ball games, and right now Nicholls is creating some mistakes that's costing them dearly.
Things started out a little slow for Sam Houston, but now they are really finding their life. Eric Schmidt, 9 of 14, 178 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. That pick came early. 212 total yards of offense now for Sam Houston. About really the only thing that's the blemish, of course, is that interception by Schmidt, but even the rushing is starting to pick up now. Ramon Jefferson finally finding some daylight on the field, 6 carries for 30 yards. He had that long 24-yarder earlier that helped set up the Bearcats.
Again, it's going to be important, though, for this Orange Storm defense to contain Lindsey Scott. I mean, that kid from Nicholls is super talented, and they've got to keep him contained because, man, he can light you up in just in a split second.
Cameron Hearn set to kick this one off for the Cats. Again, leading 17-7, 8:53 to go here in the second. We've got a lot of football left here on a Saturday afternoon. As Hearn will look to the left, to the right, steps up from the 35, right toe to leather, booming kick, sails into the end zone, and this time wisely taking a knee is Tevin Bush. We'll keep things right here as Nicholls will have it, trailing by 10. They'll start this possession, their 7th of the afternoon, moving from right to left on their own 25. They'll make their way back out. Of course, Nicholls in their white jerseys, black pants, talked about it earlier. The numbers in black, outlined in red. They got those silver Nicholls helmets. I do like those helmets. They pop, but you know what? Our Bearcat orange helmets with that new SH logo, they really pop, especially when the sunshine is on.
Oh, I know it. Those new uniforms of Sam Houston and everything else, man, is just awesome.
Lindsey Scott has work to do on a 1st and 25. Oh my goodness! What a pop! It's an interception by the Bearcats. Down in for a touchdown. How about that for the defense? It was one play, one hit, and the Cats come in and score.
Folks, I'm telling you what, if you like big hits, you are seeing it this afternoon at Bowers Stadium. Unbelievable.
Jahari K coming in and scoring on the defensive side. Brian, did that fall on the field? I think it was an interception. He ran it back.
That was an interception. Jahari K caught that ball in the air, takes it in for a pick 6. Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness, it happened so fast. How about that for a Nelson Amaya's Collision Center on Sycamore hard hit?
Boy, that was a collision. Make no mistake about it.
Lindsey Scott's pass was intercepted by Jahari K. Ran it back 21 yards. And here's the Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point. And just like that, the Cats leading 24-7. Bearcats putting on a show here early at Bowers. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
TWFG and More Insurance has been proudly serving the Huntsville and Walker County area since 2003. TWFG is ranked #1 in Texas as an independently owned insurance provider for personal lines. Their independence affords them the freedom to shop insurance carriers and coverages that best suit their clients' specific needs. TWFG and More Insurance offers both personal and commercial lines, as well as life, health, and flood insurance. Call Ann or Waylon at 936-293-8121 or drop by at 1212 10th Street in Huntsville. At TWFG and More Insurance, their policy is caring.
Welcome back, friends. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. 8:44 to go on the Miller Time game clock. Hardly any time gone at all. A drive there for Sam Houston on the defensive side. His interception by Jahari K. 21 yards on the pick six. That's your Dos Equis scoring drive recap. Here's the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff. This one fumbled around at the 15. And the Bearkats almost making a play on that one. Brian's up here about to jump out of his seat. Tevin Bush almost lost it at the 15.
Unbelievable. Man, that would have been a backbreaker for Nicholls. Short kickoff, fumbles the catch. Sam Houston almost gets on top of it. Man, that would have been a huge play.
Well, I got to watch out. Brian's hopping around up here to my right side.
My goodness.
I may have felt like a foot kicked me there in the thigh.
I think I hit you in the knee.
We're having fun up here tonight. Bearkats in the driver's seat. 24. A lot of football left, though. Don't count out Nicholls.
No way. Can't do it. They're too talented. Lindsey Scott, again, I mean, you've got to contain that young man because he can put points on the board just so fast.
He'll start here, 1st and 10 from his own 15. Running back offset to his left, trips to the right. Scott rotating to the left, trying to weave through defenders. The push is there, and he'll be shot short of the 20, around the 19. He's angling his way to the left side, and a nice push up front there by Sam Houston's Trevor Williams and company.
Nice little pickup, though. I mean, from the first play from the line of scrimmage. I mean, he picks up 4 yards. Not a bad play there.
So the Cats getting a defensive touchdown. We've talked so much over the years, and Brian, of course, just a couple of years with you, but this defense, this Orange Storm as we came to call him. 2nd down and 7. Scott looking, pressure building, now rotating to the left as he'll tuck and run, and he falls down. He maybe picks up a half of a yard on the play. Good pressure there brought up front by Zion McCollum as he goes down. Maybe a yard gain brings up another 3rd down and long 5.
Yeah, this is a big play here for Sam Houston right here to hold them on this 3rd down. But even more crucial, if Nicholls is going to have any life in this first half, man, they've got to convert here on this 3rd down.
Defensive coordinator, of course, Clayton Carlin, Coach Carlin, he has done such a fantastic job. You know, when you're that good, you kind of get worried about, man, I hope we don't lose this guy. 3rd down and 5 here for Nicholls, trailing 24-7. They've got it on their own 20. Scott will step back, looking over, has his man, ankle tackle. He may have been short, Brian. Oh, nope, they gave him the forward progress. I'd like to see that one on a replay. The pass was caught there by K.J. Franklin. It was a good ankle tackle by Sam Houston. And, Brian, they give him the forward progress. It's a 1st down at the 25.
Well, that was a good tackle there by Tristan McCollum, number 23 for Sam Houston. Yep, they gave him just enough to move the chains.
So it brings up 1st down and 10. Nicholls moving the ball here on their own 25, trailing 24-7. 7 minutes to go on that Miller Time game clock. Here in the 2nd. In motion goes Franklin. Handoff, though, here, and a little gut up the middle of the 30. Nice little 5-yard pickup here for the Colonels as that was handed off to Julian Gums. I talked about K.J. Franklin going into motion to try to throw the defense off, and Julian Gums had a nice lane for 5.
Yeah, he did. Gums kind of followed his blockers, let the play develop. He picked up, looks like 4 yards on the carry. Nice play there by Nicholls.
Yeah, gave him 4. Devonta Jason will line up as 2 receivers to the right. Dante's Costley down to the left. 2nd down and 6 here for Nicholls from their own 29. As Costley goes in motion, handoff is to Costley, who went into motion to the right side. He has daylight across the 40, down to the 50, and finally out of bounds in Bearcat territory, just shy of the 45. They'll mark him down at the 47 on the right side.
What a great block there by Gums, the running back there for Nicholls. I mean, he just waylaid the defensive back there for Sam Houston, allowed the runner to cut upfield to pick up big yards on that play.
A little over 100 yards now of offense by Nicholls as they're starting to find some life. Their 2nd 1st down of this possession. 1st down and 10 from the Bearcat 46 on the right hash mark. 2 receivers to the left, trips to the right. Handoff, no, it's a fake over to Gums, and Gums nowhere to go there as he bounced into 2 defenders. One of them down there was Quentin Brown. We've called his name several times so far already today.
Looks like Nicholls lost a yard on that carry, maybe 2. Yard.
Yeah, I mentioned Quentin Brown just a few moments ago. He's already got 3 or 4 tackles in this ball game. How about Trevor Williams, though? 6 in this game, 3 of them solos.
He's having an amazing game, isn't he?
2nd down and 11 after the 1-yard loss for Nicholls on their own 47. Empty backfield here. Scott slips. The turf monster got him, and he slides right back to the original line of scrimmage. Boy, he slid quick.
Yeah, he did. He was trying to cut back to his left, and, man, his feet just came out from underneath him. He's having a hard time out there, seems like, on that AstroTurf.
Heading off the field here for Sam Houston is Trey Fields. It's a powerful 4 up front for this Orange Storm defense. 3rd and 11, empty backfield here from the 47. Over to the right, it's incomplete, nowhere to go, and the Orange Storm has done it yet again on 3rd down. But a high five's coming down there as Jay Phillips was giving his teammate a high five, and set back to receive for the Cats is Keyshawn Murray.
You know, it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny to see Nicholls. They look all out of sorts on offense. Kind of how Sam Houston started out the ball game. Nicholls can't seem to put anything together to move these chains.
Craig Walker will punt this one away. Keyshawn Murray stands at his own 10. The punt is on its way. This one a little bit shorter, but a nice punt, and it will take a bounce into the end zone. Nicholls trying to save it, and there was no opportunity. So the Cats will have it. We're going to keep things right here because we know how fast they move unless a red hat comes out. Brian, and he does. So we will take a minute break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Bearkats have the ball with the lead, 24-7. 4:36 to go in the second on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Eric Barbosa, General Manager at Henson Chevy Buick GMC, and we're letting the good deals roll during our Parade of Savings.
We're rolling out 10 models with payments under $300 a month. We'll even throw in a big screen TV.
Plus, get a warranty for life with no deductible and unlimited miles at no cost to you, and we even deliver for free. Get rolling with big savings today at Henson Chevy, your dealer for life.
Henson Chevy, HensonChevy.com.
Hi folks, this is Jack at Adams Furniture. Listen, if you need any kind of lazy boy, we have it in our store. We are the largest dealer between Dallas and Houston on lazy boy. We're talking about big man's chairs, little chairs, designer chairs. If you want lazy boy, nobody, and I said nobody, sells lazy boy cheaper than I do. That's a guarantee, folks. Lazy boy at Adams Furniture has never been better, never been better priced. Come see us in stock, ready for immediate delivery. Adams Furniture, 75 North and 10th Street, and shop online at shopatadams.com.
Spring football in Huntsville, Texas at Bowers Stadium. Welcome back. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams in that Dos Equis broadcast booth. The Cats with a 24-7 lead. As we'll get back into rhythm here, Sam Houston will have it for the 7th time this afternoon. Been a commanding afternoon. Things started out really, I'll be honest, Brian. I was looking, I said, man, the Cats are in a slump.
Yeah.
Very nervous to start things. But Sam Houston, the defense played well to start. The offense sputtered. But then things started to light up as we saw, of course, Eric Schmidt and his leadership. He started out struggling, but now Schmidt in this ball game, 9 of 14, 178 yards. Ramon Jefferson, he has 30 on the ground. Noah Smith receiving 37 yards, but how about Jaquez Ezzard? 2 receptions, 84 yards. The long 70, had a touchdown, averaging 42. This is a young man that I'm so impressed and glad that he's in a Bearcat uniform.
Yeah, me too. Eric Schmidt's been able to stretch the field, quite a bit. And that's taken a little bit of pressure off of that offensive line from Sam Houston. So things are starting to look really good for Sam.
So the Cats will start here, 1st down and 10 from their own 20 near the left hash mark. Schmidt in the gun behind him as is running back Ramon Jefferson. The handoff is to Jefferson, bounces to the left, now to the right. Finding a little bit of daylight on the right side. Jefferson wiggles across the 30. How about that for 12 yards on 1st down by Ramon Jefferson as he misdirected his way from the left back to the right. That's a First Financial Bank 1st down.
Ramon Jefferson, he is so much fun to watch. I mean, just completely changes directions on the field, picks up a 1st down. Big play. 1st and 10 for the Cats on their own 32 on the right hash mark. 4:13 to go here in the second, leading 24-7. Schmid calls for it once. It may have been a false start. Flags flying. It is a false start, as may have been the center down there that flinched. Colby Thomas from Manville, Texas. We'll see if that's who it's on.
Offsides with contact. Defense, number 92.
Oh, wow.
5-yard penalty. Remains 1st down.
Well, I thought maybe the flinch was there. I think Thomas did flinch a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong, but the penalty will go against Sean Mustin. We always called him Mustin down there, and got a little too jumpy.
You know, you got to wonder, you got the nose guard jumping off sides and hitting the center, and he's right over the football. You would think he would move until the ball moved.
Wait a minute. It's on the defense, Brian.
Yep, that was offside.
I thought it was on the off. Yeah, here we go. It's a pass over, 1st and 5. On his feet still here is Cody Crest, and Crest wiggles his way for a first down after the initial hit to the left side to the 43-yard line. It was not Sean Mushin moving. I beg your pardon, Brian. I'm still kind of frozen from February.
That's all right. What a Crest right there. What a great run after the catch to pick up the first down. He's had quite a few catches here this afternoon.
First down and 10, and it's another First Financial Bank first down for the Cats on their own 43 left hash mark. 1st and 10. As D. Bowens goes in motion. Schmid will throw to him in the flat on the right side. D. Bowens looking for life across the 45 and up to the, well, they mark it right at the 45. So a 2-yard reception there in the flat by D. Bowens on the right side.
D. Bowens had a really good game 2 weeks ago against Southeastern Louisiana. It's good to see him getting some action here today.
I'm still waiting on Ife Adeyi to get into the motion. He hasn't had anything thrown his way yet. He'll line up as a receiver there to the left side alongside Cody Crest. One receiver to the right. Second down and a long 8 here for the Cats from their own 45. Schmid in the sunshine now, his face. In motion, Jaquez Ezzard. Smith will pull back, looking over center. This one, it's Adeyi, and it's incomplete. Adeyi was tripped up. Brian wants the flag. They're not going to get it.
Wow.
Adeyi was even, when he hopped up, Brian, he was looking for the flag.
Well, you could hear the Bearcat fans down here booing, wanting the flag as well. He had beat his coverage, and, man, it looked like there was pass interference, but no call.
Third down and a very long 8 here for Sam Houston. Noah Smith will come back into the game. Heading over to the side is Kyron Jackson. So Noah Smith, the lone back, will line up right behind Schmid in the gun, standing on the 40. Scrimmage at 45 on their own side. Schmid claps once, steps back, looking, throws over left side. Has a man. It is caught. Oh, baby, it's caught. He's going to have a touchdown down to the left side. It's Jaquez Ezzard. How about it for the receiver, making a big impact here as a Bearcat, baby.
Boy, Ezzard is just unreal. 2 weeks ago, he just lit it up. He's doing it again here today.
Offside. Defense, number 90. That penalty decline. Touchdown. Sam Houston State.
All right, for the Bearcats, Jaquez Ezzard, a 45-yard pass to the left side. Boy, he has rockets on his cleats.
Boy, he had great concentration, too. He went up, got that football at the highest point, and was able to bring it in with a defender all over him to take it into the end zone. Man, Ezzard is something else.
Enjoying watching this young man. As I said earlier, I said I'm so glad that he's in a Bearcat uniform. And here is the Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point kick. Humphreys with the hold. Oh, botched it here. Humphreys looking as he'll run to the right side. He's a quarterback too, so watch out. Throws it, and it was maybe picked off on the extra point attempt. We saw Humphreys come in a lot last year as a third quarterback. We had some injuries, and he is a quarterback and he can throw, but wasn't able to make a play there on a botched snap.
Yeah, anytime you have a botch snap there on an extra point or a field goal or anything like that, the holder typically yells out a cadence, which indicates for the wide receivers on the line to go out for a pass, and that's what they tried to do there. Unfortunately, it did not work. But again, Sam Houston put 6 points on the board with a great catch by Ezzard, and Sam Houston, Rob, is up 30-7.
We'll step aside for 1 minute on a media timeout. We'll be back in a moment. Bearcats leading 30-7 here on the Bearcat Sports Network.
COVID-19 rapid testing is now available at TexPress Urgent Care in Huntsville. No symptoms are needed. Now you can get tested even faster and get your results back faster too. Not sure which test is right for you? TexPress Urgent Care is happy to help. For more details, call 936-570-2626. No appointments are needed. Walk-ins only. TexPress Urgent Care Clinic, located at 193 I-45 South. Check their website at TexPressUrgentCare.com and visit them on Facebook. That's TexPress Urgent Care next to Sports Clips in Huntsville.
This is Tim Rushing with Charlie's Used Cars. As most of you have seen or know, we are being affected by the I-45 freeway expansion. I assure you we are open and ready to serve you with your next vehicle purchase. We have driveway access off the I-45 feeder road as well as easy access off of Normal Park Drive. Charlie's Used Cars has been serving the area for 48 years and offers quality pre-owned vehicles and superior customer service. I encourage you to stop by and see us at 230 I-45 South here in Huntsville or visit us online at charliesusedcars.com.
Back in action here from the Del Secchi's broadcast booth. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. 30-7, Bearcats leading with 2:34 remaining on that Miller time game clock here in the Hinson Brand Dealership second quarter. Moments ago, a drive for the Cats started on their own 20, capped off by a 45-yard touchdown pass. And we've said his name a lot tonight, Jaquez Ezzard, with another one here, and the Cats leading 30-7 down to Josh Criswell on the sideline. This is a young man that is poised for a lot of success here as a Bearcat.
Yeah, it's been all Bearcats early on in this one. I mean, they fell behind 7-0 early on, 30 points in a row since then. And I mean, this is a top 15 matchup. We said this might be one of the best matchups in the FCS all season long, but the Bearcats are turning it into a blowout. Jaquez Ezzard just looks like he's just a matchup problem for every single person on the defense for Nicholls. And I mean, this Nicholls defense is one of the best ones that the Bearcats are going to see all season long. I've been here covering Sam Houston for 3 years. Watching this game right now, this might be the first time where I truly think this is a national title caliber team.
Well, Josh, appreciate Josh down there on the sidelines. We'll check in with him as this game goes along. Again, Bearcats 37. That's big words coming out, Josh. You know, he keeps up. He knows what's going on. And you and I were talking about that a little bit. I don't want to jump ahead of ourselves, but I'm telling you, this Bearcat team is looking very strong this season. Kickoff up on its way on the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff. And this one will drop around the 5-yard line. This time it is fielded by Tevin. And he goes down. Tevin Bush at the 10-yard line as he was drilled back there on another Nelson Amaya Collision Center on Sycamore hard hit.
Daryl Hawkins Williams just planted him for an amazing stop there on that kickoff return. All the way back to the 12-yard line. Wow.
So Nicholls will have it here for the 9th time this afternoon. 2:30 remaining on that Miller time game clock here in the second, trailing 30-7. They'll start this possession, Brian, on their own 12. Their previous possession, their own 15. The one before that was that interception, and it was returned on the pick 6 after the big hit, Jahari K. The offense and the defense getting on. The Orange Storm back onto the field here for Sam Houston. It's first down and 10. In motion is the back here. Handoff goes to that back, and not much on it there as Lindsey Scott handed off, I believe, to KJ Franklin. We'll see who hops up from that pile. It happened quickly.
Look like number 8, Quentin Brown there for Sam Houston in on that stop. Comes out of that pile, just bouncing up and down. Boy, the defense is, Rob, this Orange Storm defense is just playing amazing football.
Second and 10 from the 12. Empty backfield. Airs one over the left side. There's some contact down there. I'm surprised if we don't see a flag, and they're letting them play. There was a lot of contact down there on Dejon Dixon. And again, I'm not going to complain about it. Zion McCollum had a hand on him. And they're letting them play, though. I've seen it on both sides so far today. So if you're not going to do it, not do it consistently.
Correct. Yeah, let them play football. You know, and some of those little small, plays where they're grabbing, let them play. I mean, that's the game.
Third down and 10 yet again for Nicholls. They were able to move the chains a couple of times on their previous and then stalled. From their own 12, Lindsey Scott in the gun. Tight formation here. Nobody outside the hash marks. Scott looking. Scott! He delivers it. It's intercepted again at the ankles. How about that, baby? Oh, man! At the ankles as pressure was in his face, and Cameron Alexander with an ankle grab around the 10-yard line. This Bearcat Orange Storm is taking care of him here today.
Alexander picks that ball up. Unbelievable pick. Picks it up almost off the turf. Tumbles forward. Sam Houston offense, Rob, is coming back out on the field.
It's the defensive back from Manville, Texas, saying hello back at home. It's a sophomore, this young man. Saw a lot of action in the win over Southeastern Louisiana. Cornerback finished with 3 tackles and a pass breakup. Active in the kick return game, 2 returns, 38 yards. How about add an interception to your stat line, young man?
What an amazing concentration he had to be able to pick that ball up. I mean, we are seeing some fantastic plays here this afternoon.
I'm telling you, Lindsey Scott Jr. was pressure in his face. He delivered it, and just seemingly out of nowhere, Alexander hauled that in from his ankles and went down at the 12-yard line.
See, that's what happens when you put pressure on a quarterback. I mean, things like that happen, and that's what the Bearcat defense is doing here to Scott. so far this afternoon. They are putting some unbelievable pressure on that QB, and he is they're just making mistakes. I mean, that's 2 picks back-to-back that, have been a huge benefit for Sam Houston.
And Brian, they may go back and they may be reviewing this one right now.
Boy, listen to that crowd. Fired up over here.
There's a little bit of a discussion going down. I didn't hear him on.
I believe they waved off the. Yeah, we're going to get a.
You know what? We had the microphone muted. They did say what happened down there, and I apologize for that, Brian. And it does not appear to be an interception. I think it was incomplete.
Yep, he waved it off. So now it's 4th down. Sam Houston's going to get take advantage of some good field position here on the punt. But this young man from Nicholls has a cannon for a leg. Punting with the wind.
So the punt happening here for Nicholls. So it was an incomplete pass. Got excited there. Thought Alexander had one. If it was a miraculous one at that. Nicholls will punt from their own end zone. This one is up on its way. Another booming punt dropping at the 30, rolling back. The Cats better just let this one roll. And they do, down to the 16-yard line. But how about that, Brian? That punt goes all the way from the end zone to the Bearkats 16.
Wow.
We'll keep it right here. 30-7 your score, 1:38 to go in this second quarter on the Miller Time Game Clock. Brian, wonderful sponsors again helping to make this one happen.
No question about it. Wiesner Huntsville, home of the bottom line. Wiesner Hyundai Conroe, where you buy for less. And Huntsville Family Dental, just smile. Techexpress Urgent Care, quality health care, and unmatched customer service. The Woodlands Financial Group, and More Insurance. Our policy is caring. And our good friends over at Charlie's Used Cars, customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
Dwaylen Ingram, Ife Ade, lineup as 2 receivers to the left. Cody Crest down to the right on a 1st and 10 for the Cats on their own 17. The handoff, Ramon Jefferson spinning around like a top in the forward progress to the 21. But he is slammed all the way back to the 11, but they're going to give him the forward progress 10 yards ahead of the 21.
You know, Jefferson is so fun to watch. I mean, he can change directions on a dime and doesn't ever go down on first contact. And he's always typically picking up positive yardage. Great running back.
Out of the Bronx, New York. This is a young man making an impact as a junior here this season. Rushed for 12 times, 139 yards, and a touchdown over Southeastern just a few weeks ago. It's 2nd down and 6 for the Cats on their own 21. Handoff here back to Jefferson, trying to ping-pong his way forward, but an ankle tackle on the play will stop him short. Good job there on the defensive side by Nicholls. I believe that was Glenn Thurmond with the tackle. Bearcats, are they going
to take the second charge time of the half? 30 seconds.
So Nicholls going to take a timeout here because the Bearcats are at 3rd and 5. They've wisely ran the ball a couple of times.
To 53 seconds.
They've wisely ran the ball a couple of times, of course, Brian, to try to run this clock down. Nicholls recognizes that, and they want to get another possession here.
Yeah, they sure do. They'd like another opportunity to get their offense back on the field. Lindsey Scott, you know, it's important. You know, Sam, we talk about 3rd down conversions and how important they are. This one's a big one. You know, they converted here on 3rd down and then go into the locker room without Nicholls' offense coming back on the field.
So it is 3rd down and 5 for Sam Houston. The sunshine all over the field now as it broke through the clouds. That wind is really whipping now, blowing from the south with those gusts to 25. I love the sunshine on those helmets, though. It makes them pop. And you got to keep in mind, though, the sun is in the face of Eric Schmid and that offense. So here we go, 3rd down and 5 for this high-powered offense, leading 30-7, 53 seconds to go here in the first half of play. Schmid standing in the gun. 2 receivers to either side, now in motion. Ife Ade from left to right. Ade looking in the flat. Schmid throws this one, and it's incomplete as he just threw a little dart there at the hips of Cody Crest, who's had a few receptions in this game. That'll bring up 4th down and long. 48 seconds remaining, so Nicholls will get the ball back here. And they also have a 1 timeout remaining, trailing 30-7.
Well, Matt McRobert, there must be something wrong with that young man.
He's not punting.
He is not punting. Because after that first punt at the beginning of the ball game, he came off the field limping.
Yeah, it is now your kickoff. Kicker 37, Cameron Hearn. Speaking of McRobert, his wonderful mother, Nikki, joining us earlier. We'll get to that in a minute. Here's the punt on the way. Good punt here as it'll take a drop, rolls across the 40, down to the 35, and inside to the 34. So a good punt there by Hearn. And Nicholls will have it with 36 seconds remaining in this second quarter, trailing 30-7.
Well, it's going to be important right now for the Sam Houston defensive backs to not let the receivers get behind them, because I can promise you Lindsey Scott is going to air that ball downfield and try to hit a big play going into halftime.
Speaking of Miss McRobert, 5 a.m. Sunday morning in Sydney, Australia. She's joining us in the booth. Appreciate you.
Good morning, Miss McRobert.
Chad Willie saying you're a Southern California Cats fan here. Eat 'em up, Cats. And yeah, we think McRobert's okay. He just had a little tweak earlier. We saw him kind of walk off. Here's a pass on first down to the left side. It goes into the hands for a first down to KJ Franklin. That was a good pass on first down. So a drive here for Nicholls that started on their own 33. 10th one of the afternoon. They're now in Bearcat territory on the 48-yard line. Scott stepping back, sunshine to his back. Left side, pass caught, out of bounds, left side. Quick delivery, and a strike goes there to Devonta Jason. And Nicholls here, 2 plays. They are moving the ball quickly.
Yep, 2 plays, and they're already in field goal position with a first down with 25 seconds to go in the first half. Sam Houston's defense needs to tighten up.
They're threatening the red zone, now the 25-yard line. First down and 10. Scott stepping back. Protection breaking down, and he is slammed. Oh, mama, he goes down on the sack. How about that, as he had nowhere to go? That is a Reader's Kung Fu Sansu sack, baby.
Looked like Markel Perry. And
the third and final time of the half. 30 seconds.
Markel Perry, Jahari K in on that sack for Sam Houston. Big play there.
Nicholls going to take a timeout. Of course, 19 seconds remaining. That is their final timeout, so they'll have a couple of strikes here. We'll see how they go to handle this one. Brian, in this situation, of course, former quarterback Nicholls, 19 seconds, trailing 30-7. They're deep down in Bearcat territory on the 31. What do you look for here?
Well, what you got to do is you got to get points. I mean, first and foremost, you want 14, you want a touchdown from Nicholls, but you'll settle for 3, would have put you down by 20. They've got to put points on the board going in. What I would think they would do is probably take a shot into the end zone. If not, they're going to try to get the ball up towards the center of the field, kick it, try to take 3 into the half.
A few whistles here as they'll break out of this. Second down and a long 16 here for Nicholls. From the Bearcat 31, 19 seconds to go here in the second. Scott stands in the gun. Back to his left is Gums. Looking to pass. Left side up, caught, out of bounds again. And another quick strike to Devonta Jason. We've seen that twice on this drive. Brian, that one will go all the way down to the 12-yard line, well inside the red zone.
Yeah, well inside with 15 seconds left. That's going to give him 2 solid opportunities to go into the end zone with a pass before they'd have to bring a kicker out.
And Devonta Jason, after that reception, he's slow to get up here. He walked back over, and he's got some pain, maybe just cramping up down there. So we'll go ahead and step aside for 30 seconds on an injury timeout. 30-7. Bearcats with the lead. 15 seconds to go. Nicholls, though, threatening here at the end of the first half. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Fat Boys Pizza. Fresh hand-tossed pizza. Daily lunch and dinner specials. The Meat Buster. Supreme Special. The famous baked potato pizza. Chicken bacon ranch. Buffalo chicken. Cauliflower pizza and more. Fat Boys Pizza. How about the best wings in the world? Baked, not fried. At Fat Boys Pizza in Riverside. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Check them out on Facebook at Fat Boys Pizza Riverside. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. A proud supporter of Hornet football. Sting 'em.
Welcome back. Devonta Jason getting up there on his own power, just a little slow. Now he's kind of jogging off. Probably just a cramp down there. Brian, again, some more folks helping to make this possible today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. AB Squared Self-Storage, your local go-to self-storage facility. And Fat Boys Pizza, hand-tossed dough made fresh daily. Pizza, wings, and more in the trophy case. Your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more.
Back in action we are as Nicholls trailing 30-7, 15 seconds to go here in this Henson Brand dealership second quarter. Again, 15 seconds on the Miller Time game clock. Sunshine painting the backs of the Nicholls Colonels. Lindsey Scott Jr. in the gun. Gums is back to the right. Two receivers to the right. Gums looking. Pressure on him. Throws, delivers, upended. The catch is made by Gums. Oh, it's fumbled, and the Bearkats have it. We'll see if it was down by contact. Flags fly at the end of this one.
Oh, man.
But it was a fumble recovery for now. Return to the 20 or 15-yard line as time expires.
Well, credit number 33, Markel Perry, linebacker for Sam Houston, cut that kid in half, causing an interception at this point.
Or a fumble. Was it a fumble, or did he strip it out of him?
I think it was, I think it was a fumble. an interception.
I thought maybe it popped out here. The officials are going to sort this one out.
I thought that ball got jarred loose and was in the air and picked up by a Sam Houston defender for an interception, but looks like the referees are out in the field out there discussing it.
Yeah, they're discussing a few things down there as they're trying to sort this one out. Still in a long discussion here, trying to figure out what happened. Josh, what did you see down there on the field?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bang-bang play, a collision between the Nicholls receivers and the Sam Houston defenders, but not really sure what happened. Don't know if he made the catch and then it bounced up because he hit the ground, or if the Bearcat players popped the ball loose. So I think that's what they're trying to figure out. If the ball hit the ground, then it'd probably be an incompletion or down by contact. If not, if the Bearcats pop that out before his body hit the ground, then that's a huge play for the Sam Houston defense.
Ruling on the field is an interception. During the return, illegal blocking the back. Return team, number 95.
There you go.
That penalty enforcement spot the foul. The previous play is going to further review.
Well, so as it stood, they called it an interception, then an illegal block on the back, so they're going to go and review this one. Wow.
Well, that's what it looked like initially. It looked like Markel Perry put just a big hit on the Nicholls wide receiver, jarred the ball loose. Looked like to me the ball was in the air, picked up by a Sam Houston defender. Then apparently after that, there was a block in the back. So they're still out there on about the 15-yard line. The officials trying to figure it out.
It's more of our wonderful sponsors, Markham Realty. Markham Realty, selling quality Texas properties since 1970.
And TJ Burnett and Sons Recycling, proud serving East Texas since 1976. We offer competitive prices for all of your ferrous and non-ferrous metals.
Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams here in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Been a fun one so far. Sam Houston, 23 unanswered points here in the second quarter. We were tied at 7 apiece after one with the Bearkats and Eric Schmid. And Eric, I gotta go back and look at this. He's 11 of 18 now. I wonder how many in a row he has. 3 touchdowns, only 1 pick. 239 yards for that young man. The Cats now with 292 total yards. The rushing game was almost non-existent to start in that first quarter, but most of it coming in the second. Now 53 yards on the ground for Sam Houston.
No doubt about it, Rob. Sam Houston's playing total team football in this first half. And, both sides of it. The defense, this Orange Storm defense is playing lights-out football, and they're getting some pick sixes, some turnovers, all kinds of things. And then again, Eric Schmidt was able to finally settle down after the first couple of plays from the line of scrimmage in the beginning of the game. This O-line for Sam Houston, man, I can't say how great a job they're doing. They're doing everything they need to do to give Eric Schmidt enough time to hit his wide receivers downfield for some big plays. And, man, what a great first half we've had so far.
Well, they're still reviewing that previous interception. The officials discussing things over with both head coaches on either side. As it stands right now, Coach Keeler is way out there near the right hash mark. He's wanting an explanation. Always enjoy catching up with Coach Keeler. He's done such a wonderful job with these Cats over the years, and I know we're early, but this may be one of the best that we've seen yet, Brian.
I agree. You know what? It's, again, it is early in the season, but after the game 2 weeks ago against Southeastern, the Bearkats just came out. You would think they'd been a little bit rusty for not playing football in so many days, but they came out, just played a whale of a game against Southeastern, and then here, 2 weeks later, the second game of this spring season, coming out and playing as well as they played this first half against Nicholls. Man, I mean, you got to say arguably that this may be one of the best, if not the best, Sam Houston football team to come out in a long time.
Shirley Hipp joining us, my mother, saying Bearkats keep pawing and clawing through, keep eating them up, Cats.
The ball hit the ground. Pass is incomplete. It'll be Nicholls' ball at the 12-yard line. Second down. The legal blocking the back penalty is now declined.
All right. We get a little free block in the back there, a little hit in the back.
Well, that was a turn of events there.
Yeah. So no interception for Sam Houston. Second down.
The game clock to 8.
So 8 seconds remaining here. No timeouts for Nicholls. They're trailing 30-7 here in the second quarter. 8 seconds on the clock. So really, Brian, right here, they could get one quick pass. And if that's incomplete, I think they would try to kick this one away. See if they can go for a field goal. But here they're going to go for it. First down and 10 from the 12-yard line. Scott will step back over to the right corner, airing this one up, and it is incomplete. And the officials continuing to let him play through it. I like that.
Yeah, I do too, man. I was just going to say that. Great coverage there by Sam Houston. Jalen Thomas, the defensive back, 5'9", 170-pound senior on the defense there for Sam Houston. Great play there. Now it's up to Nicholls. What are they going to do? They're contemplating whether they go for one more opportunity into the end zone, or are they going to bring on the kicker?
There's 4 seconds on the Miller time game clock. Wouldn't be surprised if Nicholls tries to punch this one in here. They do line up to go for it, Brian, so this is really it for Nicholls in this first half. Incomplete pass here will surely end the quarter. Now the side judge is going to come out, and Sam Houston's going to call a quick timeout. We'll take it with them for 30 seconds. We'll be right back on the Bearcats Sports Network.
AB Squares Self-Storage is your local go-to self-storage facility that can help give you the extra space you need. From non-climate and climate-controlled storage to parking spaces for your car, boat, trailer, and RV, they've got it all. AB Squares Self-Storage has 24-hour computerized gate access, around-the-clock security camera monitoring, no long-term lease commitment, and convenient payment options. Give them a call today at 936-755-5000 or reserve your space online at www.ab2selfstorage.com. AB Squares Self-Storage is the proud supporter of SHSU football. Eat 'em up, Cats.
We come out of the quick timeout here by Sam Houston. 4 seconds remain on the clock, on that Miller time game clock, and they will go for a field goal here, 29 yards here for Nicholls. Is this one up on its way through the uprights and good as time expires. So Nicholls gets the field goal, trailing 30-10 at the break.
In the first half.
We'll step aside. We'll take a few minutes. When we come back, we'll start talking about this first half of play. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got a great halftime coming up here in just a few minutes. Brought to you by our good friends at Henson Brand Dealerships. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Nelson Amaya's Collision Center is proudly serving Huntsville from his new location at 2011 Sycamore Avenue near the Bearkats baseball field. Nelson Amaya's Collision Center proudly serves the Walker County area with integrity and honesty. Accepting all insurances, be sure to ask about referral discounts. Experience since 1999. That's Nelson Amaya's Collision Center at 2011 Sycamore Avenue and online at NelsonAmayasCollision.com. Nelson Amaya's Collision Center, a proud supporter of the Huntsville Hornets.
Hi, I'm Kathy Markham, here to let you know that Legacy Estates has just hit the market. Legacy Estates is Walker County's only private gated community specifically developed for higher-end homes. Just north of Huntsville and only 45 minutes from the Woodlands, this development offers rolling terrain, private asphalt roads, underground electrical service, and fiber optic internet. Don't wait, homes are already being built. Take advantage of this prime opportunity to build the home of your dreams. Give us a call at 936-295-5989 or find us online at markhamrealty.com. HyundaiUSA.com.
Why are people driving from all over Texas to Weaver Hyundai to get a real deal? And during Hyundai Spring Upgrade Sales Event, save even more. Get a 2020 Hyundai Sonata SEL or a 2021 Tucson SE, your choice, $19,888, or 0% for 72 months plus $1,000 plus no payments for 90 days. Or a 2020 Hyundai Santa Fe SEL, only $24,888, or 0% for 72 months plus $1,000 plus no payments for 90 days. Exit 87B Wilson Road in Conroe or WeezerHyundai.com.
Check out America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, and the Hyundai Assurance Program today.
AB Squares Self-Storage is your local go-to self-storage facility that can help give you the extra space you need. From non-climate and climate-controlled storage to parking spaces for your car, boat, trailer, and RV, they've got it all. AB Squares Self-Storage has 24-hour computerized gate access, around-the-clock security camera monitoring, no long-term lease commitment, and convenient payment options. Give them a call today at 936-755-5000 or reserve your space online at www.ab2selfstorage.com. AB Squares Self-Storage is the proud supporter of SHSU football. Eat 'em up, Cats.
This is the Bearkats Sports Network on 101.7 KSAM, and it's time for the Henson Motors Halftime Show. Rob and Brian break down the first half of the game. Now let's head back down to the guys in the Dos Equis Broadcast Center.
Welcome back. We are here live from the Henson Brand Dealerships Halftime Show in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams, Sam Houston taking care of business 30-10 at the half. Brian, things started out really low for the Cats, or really slow for the Cats. I guess you could say low. Eric Schmidt struggling very early, but then the defense starting to find. The defense actually has played pretty well throughout the entire game. It was the offense that started sputtering early, but they really started to find their life in the second quarter, and the Cats head into the locker room leading by 20, 30-10.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It took the Cats offensively a little bit of time to get going. It looked like they were out of sync. Eric Schmidt looked like he was having kind of a rough start. You know, the O-line there for Sam Houston was having a tough time catching on to those stunts and the blitzes by Nicholls' defense. But as the game progressed, those things changed. And some big plays started having some big hits. And the defense for Sam Houston, man, has played lights out, Rob, and has given the offense for Sam Houston lots of good field position to start out some drives. And even the defense has scored some, a pick six, some other interceptions, things like that. Man, we've got a great ball game against a very strong and top-ranked Nicholls team.
Yeah, Nicholls 10 total drives in that first half. Their average field position starting out on their own 31 or so. They've only scored 7 points off of turnovers. That's 7 on the board besides their field goal that they hit earlier. 4 3-and-outs in that first half of play for Nicholls. And really, Brian, you go back and look, they have punted this ball away 6 times already. They punted it on the first. It was a quick 3-and-out for the Bearcat defense as they stopped Nicholls, -4 yards on that opening drive that took 1 minute and 43 seconds. But then it was an interception, and Nicholls able to score a touchdown after that interception there early on. From there, it was a field goal attempt that was missed. We saw that one go wide right. 3 punts in a row, an interception, 2 punts, and then to close out that first half of play, a field goal made, a drive there that started out for the Nicholls Colonels. They drove it down, and then again, a couple of plays, we saw some passes go down. That was really a good last drive for Nicholls. They just couldn't punch it in.
One of the things that we talked about prior to the game starting was keys to victory for Sam Houston. And one of them, and the main one, I think, was containing Lindsey Scott, quarterback for Nicholls. I mean, the kid is super talented. I mean, he's got a great arm. He's got great legs to get him out of trouble. He's almost like having a running back in the backfield who can also throw a very good football. And Sam Houston's defense in this first half so far has done a good job of containing him. Offensively for Sam Houston, man, they finally found their groove. They've hit Azard downfield several times for some big plays, touchdowns. And Sam Houston's offense has really, found their groove in this first half.
Yeah, there was a good run for Sam Houston. As you talk about to end that first quarter, they had a touchdown. That was their first score of the game. But then going on, 5 possessions in a row resulting in a score. As we look into the second quarter, a drive that started from a Nicholls punt on the Nicholls 6-yard line. The Bearcats took 12 minutes off or at the 12-minute mark. They took 3 minutes off. That was a touchdown. They had a field goal and then 3 more touchdowns in a row. One thing that we've talked a lot about in this ball game so far, and especially in this first half, is just how impressed you and I have both been. And we mentioned this when we go to the commercial breaks by Jaquez. Ezzard, this young man is putting up a show here tonight at Sam Houston. We saw him a lot, of course, in the first game versus Southeastern Louisiana. But how about Ezzard in this game? 3 receptions, 139 yards, 2 touchdowns, had that long catch of 70. And he's been thrown to, he's caught it every time he's been thrown to. So keep throwing the ball his way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's a tall receiver. And the good thing about him is coaches teach these kids from, Pee Wee football on up to catch the ball at its highest point. And Ezzard has done that. He's done that over defenders multiple times here in this first half. I mean, keep throwing to that kid. I mean, keep throwing. But, Sam Houston, Jefferson, let's talk about him for a minute. 2 weeks ago against Southeastern Louisiana, we were like, man alive, this kid can play. And he started out a little bit slow. Of course, the whole offense started a little slow at the beginning of this ballgame. But, man, as the game progressed in the first half, Jefferson is you can't take him down with one hit. It takes multiple people to bring that young man down, and he can change fields on a dime, and he has got lights-out speed.
Yeah, 9 rushing attempts, 47 yards. His longest rush was 27. Noah Smith getting a little bit of action, 3 carries for 5. Eric Schmidt has been shut down after he had 88 yards on the ground versus Southeastern Louisiana so far here in this ball game. Schmidt 2 carries for -5 yards. So they've found a way. That's in the film. They see it. They know he can run.
Right.
They found a way to stop Schmidt, but guess what? Jefferson just picking up the slack saying, and I guarantee Eric Schmidt will say, I'll take -5 yards any day with a 30-10 lead heading into halftime against a top 12 ranked team in the nation.
No question about it. And I think Sam Houston is fortunate because we were so close to being down by 14 points, 14-0. But with a big break, Sam Houston got the ball back. We were able to tie it up. And since that point, Sam Houston's taken a pretty good lead. But you're right. It's been an exciting first half against a very top-ranked, very good team in Nicholls. And, man, this game's not over by any means.
Well, we'll continue the Henson Brand Dealerships halftime show. We'll step aside, take a break. We'll hear in our halftime segment, Outside the Huddle. Stay with us. This is the Bearkats Sports Network. Sam Houston leading 30-10.
Eric Barbosa, operating partner for Henson CDJR, and we're letting the good deals roll during the President's Day event.
We're rolling out Zero's store-wide with 0 down, 0% financing, and 0 payments for 3 months on all new 2020 Jeeps and Ram trucks.
Plus, get a warranty for life with no deductible and unlimited miles at no cost to you. We even deliver for free. Get rolling with big savings today at Henson CDJR, your dealer for life.
HensonCDJR.com.
Fat Boys Pizza. Fresh, hand-tossed pizza. Daily lunch and dinner specials. The Meat Buster. Supreme Special. The famous baked potato pizza. Chicken bacon ranch. Buffalo chicken. Cauliflower pizza, and more. Fat Boys Pizza. How about the best wings in the world? Baked, not fried. At Fat Boys Pizza in Riverside. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Check them out on Facebook at Fat Boys Pizza Riverside. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. A proud supporter of Hornet football. Sting 'em.
Joined right now by Sam Houston head coach Casey Keeler on Outside the Huddle. Coach, been a crazy past year for your program, I can imagine, but especially on the recruiting trail. I know that whenever it comes to recruiting, such a huge aspect of what y'all do is getting in recruits' homes, having them on your campus, and establishing that person-to-person communication. How has your staff handled this challenge during the pandemic?
Yeah. One of the things, Josh, I enjoy most is going into a home and sitting in the living room or having dinner and just talking a little bit about what is Sam Houston all about and who are we and what are my, sensibilities and why do I run the program a certain way. And so now you lose that in-person opportunity. So you have to really be creative. And, it's all about Zooms now. And then you need to be able to show, all the people that they might meet on a visit, your dietitian, your strength coach, your academic advisor. Oh, by the way, here are the facilities that you're going to, be living in and working in. So you really have to be very thorough in terms of kind of giving them a broad view of this is Sam Houston State football. It's just not you one-on-one with the parents and the recruit, because that's not the main part of the visit. The main part of recruiting is getting to know all the people that you're going to be in contact with. And I'm always so proud because I think if I do anything really well, it's I encircle myself with really talented people. And so that's something that we've really worked hard at, is we've worked hard at making sure that, they, before they ever get on campus, they get a chance to touch all the people that are going to be part of their world when they get to Sam Houston. And we've done a great job. The other thing that's helped us kind of in unison with this has been the fact that, the transfer portal has put some of those mid-major teams in a situation where they're taking a lot more transfers and not high school players. There's a mid-major in our state that didn't take a single high school kid this year. All of a sudden, there's another 20, 30, maybe 40 high school players that we would be typically battling for that now we got. And so we thought recruiting went tremendous. I think we did a good job of the interaction with the families on Zoom and all the people we, got in contact with them. But also we were dealing with a pretty high level player that all of a sudden doesn't have some of those mid-major offers in our state because some of the schools have decided to go more the transfer route.
Right. Well, you mentioned those changes, whether it be related to COVID or the introduction of the transfer portal in recent years. And I guess kind of the last question for you, Coach, is do you notice, a difference in what kids are looking for from a program as well as what you as a program may be looking for in a prospective student athlete?
Well, I think it's changed a lot because of COVID. I think a lot of players, now with their parents are saying, you know what, being 200 miles away from home isn't as important. I mean, going to a higher level, like going to an FBS program that's 200 miles away, is that really better than being, an hour away and going to Sam Houston State? I mean, look at their record, look at the number of guys they put in the NFL, look at the education you can get. And oh, by the way, you can see me play. Oh, by the way, it's not going to be a hardship to, for me to be that far away and you getting to a game because of the work. So I think COVID actually kept a lot of Texas kids in Texas. All of a sudden there was a reevaluation of priorities where you saw, hey, Friday Night Lights and I want my family to see me play. That also got reinforced with the issues of traveling too far away when you're in the middle of a pandemic. So I think all those things worked in our favor. And, I think our staff did a good job of, highlighting those things when we talk to the players we were recruiting.
Well, that does it for Outside the Huddle. We'll be back right after this on KSAM 101.7 and the Bearcat Sports Network.
Eric Barbosa, General Manager at Henson Ford, and we're letting our good deals roll during our Parade of Savings.
We'll match your tax refund up to $2,500 on any new Ford truck like a 2021 F-150 Super Crew. That's up to $5,000 to use as a down payment.
Plus, get a warranty for life with no deductibles and unlimited miles at no cost to you. We'll even deliver your vehicle for free. Rolling out big savings today only at Henson Ford, your dealer for life.
Henson Ford, HensonFord.com.
It's a new year with new opportunities. Scrap metal prices are the highest in years, and TJ Burdett has money for yours. For over 45 years, TJ Burdett & Sons Recycling has served Walker County with the highest prices and straight deals. Right now, get a multi-year high $7 per 100 pounds of scrap steel and $9 per 100 pounds of short iron. Bring your scrap and get some scratch. The most in years, TJ Burdett & Sons, exit 118 North, I-45, just past the Shell truck stop. Visit TJ Burdett & Sons on Facebook for more info.
All right, friends, welcome back here as we are live from the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. 5 minutes to go on that Miller Time game clock here at halftime. We talked a lot earlier about Jaquez Hazard, and man, he has just been lights out in this ball game. And I know I keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying I love seeing him in a Bearcat uniform, Brian.
Yeah, I do too, Rob. He's a very talented wide receiver, and he's made some big plays here today. I'm looking forward to some more big plays from him in the second half. Sam Houston is doing what they need to do. Again, this is a very good, and I can't stress more than that. They're a very good Nicholls team, and to come in here, they want to come back and they want to beat Sam Houston so bad because 2 years ago, or 19 rather, they got shut out here 17-0. But Sam Houston is doing what they need to do today, Rob, so far. to have a commanding lead here in this ballgame.
Bearcats 292 yards of total offense, 239 through the air, 53 on the ground, 2 penalties, 15 yards. They had 11 of those First Financial Bank first downs, 3 of 8 on third downs so far this afternoon. 34 total plays in that first half of play. They averaged over 8.5 per play, 21 yards of completion. That'll get it done.
Yep.
Only 3.3 yards per rush. And been in the red zone twice, and guess what? They've scored both times as well. I believe they were 4 for 4 against Southeastern. So that red zone domination continuing here for Sam Houston. They had the ball for 14 minutes, 49 seconds, 1 turnover, no fumbles in this game, 3 sacks there. We like to say it about how hard this hitting team is. Those Readers Kung Fu Sansu sacks, boy, 3 of them there for Sam Houston. 5 tackles for losses in the first half. For the Colonels of Nicholls, 180 total yards, 117 through the air, 63 rushing yards, 5 penalties, 52 yards, 9 first downs, 2 of 10 only on third downs. They did have that 1 fourth down conversion on a miraculous play where we thought for sure that Lindsey Scott went down. I can't wait to go back and see that on a video. And remember, he aired that one out as he was going down. We saw an arm pop up out of a pile and somehow the completion.
One of the best plays I think I've ever seen.
43 total plays, 4.2 yards a play. So Bearcats are doubling what they're doing as far as yards per play on the average side. 13 yards of completion. Again, 21 for Sam Houston, as I mentioned earlier. The Nicholls Colonels have been in the red zone twice. They've scored on 3 of those. They've actually had the ball a little bit longer than Sam Houston as well, 15 minutes, 11 seconds. They turned it over once as well. They also fumbled the ball but did not lose it. 1 sack only. So Schmidt getting sacked 1 time by Nicholls and 3 tackles for 9 yards lost. 2:26 to go. We're going to step aside. We'll take our final break. When we come back, we'll have the start of the third quarter. Stay with us, friends. Bearcats leading 30-10 here in the Southland matchup, live from Bowers in Huntsville. This is the Bearcat Sports Network.
Eric Barbosa, General Manager at Henson Chevy Buick GMC, and we're letting the good deals roll during our Parade of Savings.
We're rolling out 10 models with payments under $300 a month. We'll even throw in a big screen TV.
Plus, get a warranty for life with no deductible and unlimited miles at no cost to you, and we even deliver for free. Get rolling with big savings today at Henson Chevy, your dealer for life.
Henson Chevy, HensonChevy.com.
This has been the Hinson Motors Halftime Show on the Bearcat Sports Network. The second half of today's game is coming up shortly on 101.7 KSAM.
Changes are part of life. Some are easy and some are hard. We'll all experience a time in life when we say goodbye to a loved one. I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, and we understand how difficult this time can be, and we're committed to caring for your family and your loved one. For almost 20 years at Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, we've been committed to serving your needs with sincerity and respect. Here to help you navigate one of life's most difficult changes, we're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, because everyone deserves to be remembered.
Wraps up our Henson Brand Dealerships halftime show. Rob Hipp back in the booth with Brian Adams up here in this Dos Equis broadcast booth. We talked earlier about Jaquez Izard, 3 receptions, 139 yards, 2 touchdowns. Noah Smith had 3 grabs for 37. Cody Crest, how about him tonight? A little 3 receptions, 23 yards. DeWaylen Ingram had 1 catch for 29. This Bearcat offense firing it on all cylinders. They started out slow. The defense, though, I like to call them the Orange Storm. They have simply been unstoppable in this game. They've allowed 10 points, but I'm going to tell you, to me, that's unstoppable. This defense is looking stronger than ever under head defensive coach Carlin. He has done such a great job. In fact, he was one of the first coaches that I met a season ago whenever we started here broadcasting for Sam Houston. And just such an outgoing man. He does a wonderful job. And as I said earlier, when you're that good, I worry about, the big timers calling him saying, hey, you want to come to the NFL or something, because he's definitely that type of caliber of coach.
Yeah, he's a very good coach, and he's got a good defensive squad that he's been able to coach and mentor and everything else. These teams both come out of half. They're both going to regroup. They're going to look at some film. They're going to do some studying of some plays, some tendencies and things like that. I'm expecting to see a little bit different half out of Nicholls. Well, they better, because if not, it's going to be a blowout. But I expect Nicholls went in, is going to do some adjustments to come out and try to put some more points on the board. Because, again, Lindsey Scott, man, he is just way too talented to be kept down for long.
Bearcats will receive it to start things here in this Henson Brand Dealerships third quarter. Right toe to letter. The kick is off on its way by Craig Walker. And this one goes back into the end zone. You're kicking with the wind, so they sail from right to left. And Sam Houston will get it here to start things in this third quarter, leading 30-10.
You know, one thing we haven't seen, and you said it a little bit earlier in the halftime show, Rob, is we haven't seen a whole lot of Eric Schmidt run on the ground. He can scramble. I mean, he is very agile. He's very quick. He doesn't have a whole lot of lights-out speed, but he's very quick. And I expect we'll probably see a little bit more of that out of him in the second half.
Noah Smith will come out of here as the running back. Eric Schmidt starting this drive. First down and 10 from his own 25 on the left hash, moving from left to right. In motion, Ife Adeyi from left to right. Two receivers down to the bottom. Schmidt all alone now in the backfield. Throws as he's hit, and this one is caught. Oh, it's dropped. It was caught around the 32. Schmidt took a licking down there. Oh, they did say it was a catch, Brian. How about that for a first down to the 36?
Yeah, that was a little curl route on the outside, and as soon as Eric Schmidt released that football, man, he took a lick. But great first down conversion, and Cats are off and running.
Yeah, for a moment I thought it was incomplete, but it is a catch there to the left side. First down and 10. That's a First Financial Bank first down from the 36. Flip goes over to Noah Smith on the right side, trying to zigzag through a couple of defenders, angling his way just outside of the number 40 on the right sideline. He'll move it up to the 42-yard line. That's a nice carry on first down. Second down and short coming up.
Yep, quick little option play. They picked up 6 yards on that carry. Good play.
Cody Crest had that first down moments ago. Second down and a short 4 here. Clap once by Schmidt. He's hit again. Boy, he is upended. And this one is incomplete. Eric Schmidt is just getting pummeled here this afternoon and upended on that one by Pig Cage for the second time today.
Yeah, safety blitz just comes in unstopped. And, boy, I tell you, it's fortunate Eric Schmidt got up from that one.
Yeah, it's a quarterback hurry there. Of course, it was not a sack by any means. It was thrown incomplete. So third down and 4 here for the Cats, trying to move the ball, facing the sunshine from left to right on the right hash mark. 14-13 to go here in the third. Cody Crest, the receiver up top. Schmidt will roll to the left. As he's looking, he'll throw this one. Ife Adeyi, he has his first grab. He has a touchdown at the 30-yard line in Nicholls territory.
Well, we finally call his name. Ife Adeyi. Good catch there by Adeyi. Great pass by Schmidt. He's rolling to his left, so he's throwing the ball across his body, which is a very difficult throw for a quarterback, but, man, he was right on the money.
Adeyi, you'll get a quick breather on the sideline, lining up as a receiver to the right side to Waylon Ingram. We've seen him. Cody Crest up top on the left. It's first down and 10 from the Nicholls 28. In motion is Noah Smith. He'll line up now as a back to either side. Jefferson to the left. High snap goes to Smith, and he's knocked out of bounds, maybe at the original line of scrimmage. We'll see where the official mark is. Could have even been a loss of 1 on the play.
Yeah, Nicholls, they read that perfectly. The direct snap to Smith there.
Yeah, but 1 yard loss brings up second down and 11. The ball backed up to the Nicholls 29-yard line. DeWaylon Ingram, part of 2 receivers up top to the left alongside Crest. 1 lone Bearcat down to the right as Adeyi comes back into the game. In the I formation, Jefferson will line up right behind Schmidt in the gun. Second and 11 from the 29. Adeyi in motion. Flip and dip over to Adeyi to the left side. It's Adeyi. He finds daylight. Ife Adeyi has another first down inside the 20, angling his way to the 15-yard line. How about that on a First Financial Bank first down for Ife Adeyi?
Well, we're starting to call Adeyi's name. He's an electric wide receiver. And that little pitch and dip you call, man, I'm not a big fan of that, but it seemed to have worked there.
It worked there, but Brian, I thought he had the first down, but they took it back. He was 1 yard short, so it is not a first down. Third down and a short 1. Here's that swinging gate offense. We saw it a couple of times against Southeastern Louisiana. Schmidt in the gun. 1 lone Bearcat to the right. Schmidt will keep it here, zigzagging his way across the 10-yard line. That is a first down. Inside that Moke Attorney at Law red zone and a First Financial Bank first down to the 10-yard line.
Well, there you go, folks. Eric Schmidt, he can do it on the ground as well, and we just saw it there. The swinging gate, that gives him an option to run the football, or he had one-on-one coverage down here at the bottom. He took it himself, picks up the first down.
So Ramon Jefferson will head over for a breather, checking back in as the running back Noah Smith. Adeyi out there on the right side. They've got to hurry here, only 12 seconds on the play clock. It's first down and 10, first and goal from the 10. DeWaylon Ingram to the left side. Schmidt stepping back, looking to pass. Protection's there. The strike goes right to Ife Adey at the 5-yard line. Adey getting a little bit of action now, Brian. We've been wanting his name to be heard, and here it is in the second half.
Yeah, no question about it. Adey kind of does a little 2 to 3 yard crossing pattern, wide open, good pass by Eric Schmidt. Credit that offensive line, giving Schmidt plenty of time to throw.
Bring up second and goal from the 5. Schmidt in the gun. Noah Smith, the back to the right. 2 receivers down bottom to the right. One of them down there is Jaquez Azard. We've talked about him. Here's the pass left side. Yes, touchdown. Oh, it was a touchdown to DeWaylon Ingram as he found separation on the left corner, and the Bearkats picking up right where they left off here in the third.
Nice route run by Ingram. My goodness, he runs it inside. Eric Smith throws it to the outside. He gets separation from the defender. Touchdown Bearkats.
Made it look easy as he had a little bit of separation, rotated over there in that left corner. And the Bearkats commanding now 36-10. Here is the Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point after the trophy case touchdown. Kick up on its way through the uprights. No, it was wide right. We've seen a couple of those now go to the right for both teams. That is a trophy case touchdown, your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more. We'll step aside and take a break. Bearkats leading 36-10, 11:37 to go on the Miller Time game clock here in the third. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Eric Barbosa, operating partner for Henson CDJR, and we're letting the good deals roll during the President's Day event.
We're rolling out Zero's store-wide with 0 down, 0% financing, and 0 payments for 3 months on all new 2020 Jeeps and Ram trucks.
Plus, get a warranty for life with no deductible and unlimited miles at no cost to you. We even deliver for free. Get rolling with big savings today at Henson CDJR, your dealer for life.
HensonCDJR.com. COVID-19 rapid testing is now available at TexPress Urgent Care in Huntsville. No symptoms are needed. Now you can get tested even faster and get your results back faster too. Not sure which test is right for you? TexPress Urgent Care is happy to help. For more details, call 936-570-2626. No appointments are needed. Walk-ins only. TexPress Urgent Care Clinic, located at 193 I-45 South. Check their website at TexPressUrgentCare.com and visit them on Facebook. That's TexPress Urgent Care next to Sports Clips in Huntsville.
All right, friends, back at it from the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Rob Hipp alongside the former Bearcat quarterback Brian Adams. 36-10, Sam Houston up front. 11:37 to go on that Miller Time game clock here in the Henson brand dealership third quarter. Sam Houston looking strong here, Brian.
No question about it. They're picking up where they left off in the first half, and that offense looks like they're playing with nothing but confidence, and they march the ball down the field. Ife Adey, we started calling his name, and he was in on 3 big plays there for Sam Houston, and they punch it in. Extra point was missed, but Sam Houston 36-10 with 11:37 in the third quarter.
A drive moments ago, the 10th of the afternoon for Sam Houston, started out on their own 25 to get things going here in the third. They remain perfect in the red zone. 5-yard touchdown pass from Eric Schmidt to DeWaylon Ingram. Bearcats leading 36-10. That is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap.
Ingram, Rob, has had a heck of an afternoon. He has made some great catches here today.
Cameron Hearn set to kick this one away as he'll face the sunlight from the 35. They're actually going to have a hold down here because that wind is blowing. So a ball holder down there. I'm not sure if that's Rance McKinnis or not. Here is the kick. The Fat Boys Pizza kickoff on its way. This one a short kick. Oh, it's dropped down there. The Bearcats sliding. Did Ryan Humphreys get it? Oh, mama, the Bearcats have it, baby! Ha-ha! All right.
How about that? How about that? Ryan Humphreys comes down, recovers
rolling in the field,
the kick.
Recovered by Sam Houston State. First down.
Oh, it was a muff kick, and Ryan Humphreys was there to slide down. He's the holder on the team. Playing a little bit on the kickoff there and came down with it.
Well, Cameron Hearn, who is typically the punter, is kicking off this afternoon, and he's kicking against a very strong wind, and that ball went up and just got knocked down, and it fooled the return man for Nicholls. He muffs the ball. Ryan Humphreys pounces on it, and Sam Houston is, Rob, they're in the red zone already.
Already in that Moke and Moke Attorney at Law red zone. It's first down and 10 from the 18. Schmidt on the right hash mark. 2 receivers to the left, 1 down to the right. It's a reverse handoff, goes over to Jaquez Azard. He's finding daylight down to the 6-yard line. This young man's coming alive. Here is a Bearcat. Love what I'm seeing this afternoon, Brian.
Yeah, me too, man. They are just, it's been all Sam Houston since about the 3rd set of downs in the beginning of this ball game. And Sam Houston's offense, folks, is lighting it up.
Well, about the only thing missing was the special teams unit, and now getting that recovery. It's first down and goal from the 6. It's a First Financial Bank first down. Schmidt claps once on the left hash mark, throwing, airing one. This one well out of the reach of D. Bowens. It's incomplete on the right corner. Boy, I keep going back to Jaquez Azard. He has simply been a force in this ball game, and versus Southeastern as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He has just come on strong this year. You know, with the beginning of this ball game, those first couple of drives, Nicholls sidelines and those players were jumping with joy and just had all the enthusiasm, and they look completely dead over there.
Noah Smith comes in as the back in the I formation. Ramon Jefferson over. 2nd down and goal from the 6 on the left hash mark. 2 receivers down to the right. Schmidt stepping back, looking over in Smith's directions. Now over center. It's at the ankles of D. Bowens and incomplete. Pressure was coming again on Eric Schmidt and had nowhere to go on that one. A big hand in his face there by the linebacker Tyree Evans. So 3rd down and goal from the 6. Cody Crest will line up as a receiver to the left alongside Noah Smith, who moves out of running back. Empty backfield here, 3rd and goal from the 6. Now he'll step up to the left side. Flips it over into the hands of Smith. He's got the touchdown, baby.
Wow.
How about that?
Oh, man. What a play.
6 yards to Noah Smith. He initially lined up as a receiver on that left side, then came in close to Schmidt. Schmidt flipped it over to him, and he ran it in for the touchdown.
Unbelievable. Schmidt in motion. Schmidt throws the ball up the middle. I mean, oh my goodness. What a great play. Bearcats on the board once again.
4-yard touchdown run. And here is another Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point. It's up, this one on a way and good. Boy, the Bearcats are firing out of the gate here, 43-10 in the second half. That touchdown brought to you by Trophy Case, your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more. We'll keep it right here as we thank some more of our generous sponsors.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Daiquiri Beebe, Abbey Realty. Huntsville's real estate expert. Bring home the win with Daiquiri Beebe, Abbey Realty, and Henson Brand Dealerships. Henson Ford and Henson Chevy and Henson Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram. And Amaya's Collision Center. Let's get you back on the road. And Faust Distributing, home of Miller Lite, Readers, Kung Fu, San Tzu. Stay safe, be kind, train with them. And First Financial Bank, you first.
Again, 10:50 to go here on that Miller Time game clock in this Henson Brand Dealerships third quarter. We go back for Sam Houston. It was a muffed kick on the kickoff. The Cats able to recover. Ryan Humphreys, a drive that started on the Nicholls 18, already inside that Moke and Moke Attorney at Law red zone. Capped off by a 4-yard touchdown, little shovel pass as it went to Noah Smith. 43-10, that is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap.
You know, when he did that shovel pass, Eric Schmidt had guys, it seemed like all in his face, and I said, man, there's no way he'll get that shovel pass off. And, of course, Noah Smith coming in motion. Man, they hit him perfectly in stride. He just goes in almost untouched. That was a really good play there by Sam Houston.
Well, in the middle of a TV timeout here, we'll go down to Josh Criswell on the sidelines. Josh, Bearcats coming out strong. I was talking to Brian earlier saying just about everything except the special teams has got into it. Well, now the special teams, they've got into it as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that's, one of the leaders of this team, Ryan Humphreys, coming up really big on special teams right there. I mean, Nicholls needed to come out of the gates in the second half, and they needed to come out storming. They needed at least, we would think a 7-0 start out of the break for them. Instead, it's been all Bearcats, back-to-back touchdowns. And, I mean, we're looking at a 33-point lead right now. You have to ask yourselves, I know we got a lot of football left to play, but at the end of this one, you're looking at the Bearcats like they might have to be one of the top 5 teams in the country at this point.
They have just simply played a phenomenal game here so far. We'll keep checking in with you, Josh. Appreciate you down on the sidelines.
Appreciate you guys.
And, you could hear down there, we're having to call him, and, you can hear down there the wind as it is really whipped up. We saw earlier on that Bearcat Fat Boys Pizza kickoff, they had to hold it. This time they're not going to do that. So we'll see as Cameron Hearn set to kick this one away again.
Well, you can see the Nicholls receivers have stepped up. They're lined up on the 15-yard line this time, inspecting a short kick.
Here's the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff. A line drive. It'll take a hop at the 10. It's muffed again, but picked up this time. And around the 20, the turf monster getting under the feet of the returnman there at the 20-yard line. On the left hash mark, it was Tevin Bush. He's had a tough go of it here this afternoon.
Boy, you can hear the Bearcat fans down there when there's a big play, man. What a good crowd we have here today. And Sam Houston Special Teams has really done a good job here today.
10:45 to go on that Miller time game clock as we're in the third quarter. Bearcats 43, Nicholls 10. Colonels will start this drive on their own 21-yard line on the left hash mark, moving from right to left. Lindsey Scott came out hot and not so much after that. He did have a good drive, though, to close the first half. 9 of 24, 117 yards, a pass, interception, and a touchdown. A little bit of motion going on here. Tevin Bush over to the right side. Scott stepping back. Left side has his man wide open at the 35-yard line. Through defenders is Dejon Dixon. Broke through 2 or 3 tackles and finally gutted his way forward on the left side up to around the 45-yard line on his own side of the field.
That was a nice run after the catch. I mean, it was a simple curl route, and they hit him right in the number. And then he picked up probably 5 more yards after the catch. So Nicholls is trying to do something here before this game is just completely out of hand.
And Brian, keep in mind this is the first time the offense has touched the ball here in this second half. They had a nice drive to close the first. Scott here will take the snap. Keeper leaping forward to the 50, and that left arm may have extended enough for the 5-yard gain just in between the hash marks on the center of the SH logo, and he does for a 5-yard keeper.
Well, that Sam Houston front four, man, they have done such a great job this afternoon so far containing Lindsey Scott. It just completely thrown them off of their game plan here today.
Trevor Williams with the tackle moments ago. 2nd down and 5. Empty backfield here for Scott. Claps for it twice over to the left side. They're going to use him on the running attack, and he will find his way forward to a first down up to the 41-yard line. So Lindsey Scott now starting to find some life on the rushing side of things, as he's got 12 carries for 14 yards, and big chunks of them coming here on this drive alone. First down and 10 inside Bearcat territory now on the 41. On the left hash mark, Scott still empty in the backfield, throws over to the right side, well overthrowing his receiver down there, Devonta Jason. It's incomplete. Brian, you were waiting on me to make a basketball reference, and there it was. I said backcourt.
I knew it'd come.
I knew it.
You know, one thing about Lindsey Scott, what he's doing when he runs the football, it draws the defense, the secondary up, obviously try to make a play, which in turn opens up things a little bit downfield. As you saw right there, he's trying to hit his wide receivers on a big play, but, he's going with the wind. He's got to take a little bit off that football.
2nd down and a long 10 here for Nicholls on the left hash mark. Resting on the 41-yard line. Scott empty backfield again. Claps twice. Gets the direct snap. Pushes forward. Now goes back. He's chased. Scott airs this one up. And this is incomplete there on the left side. Boy, if the Bearcat defenders would have saw the pressure that he was under, they could have came back and possibly got a pick there. But great defense by that Orange Storm, bringing the pressure and forcing an incomplete pass.
Yeah, number 97 there, Chris Scott, 6'1", 275 sophomore in there from Madisonville, actually in on that play. Good play there by Sam Houston's defense.
And Sean Mustin credited with the official quarterback hurry as well. Here we go, 3rd down and 10 for the Orange Storm. Nicholls trying to get another first down. Scott will step back over to the left side, turn around, has the first down as he threw a strike again to Dejon Dixon. That has been his go-to man in this ball game. Dixon in this one already. Another big play there as he had 4, now make it 5 receptions and 83 yards. He's closing in on 100.
Yeah, Dixon, he's a big target there for Nicholls, and he runs a good route. He gets himself open quite a bit, and Scott, just playing pitch and catch with him.
KJ Franklin, Dejon Dixon, 2 receivers to the left, 1 up top to the right here for Nicholls. 1st and 10 from the Cat 37. Pass over right side. This one, it was almost a one-handed Jerry Weiss grab out there by Dante's Costly, but he dropped it. That would have been a touchdown.
Yeah, the one thing you talked about earlier, Rob, is the referees are letting these guys play, and they are. And defensive backs for Sam Houston, I don't think have had a penalty all day for interference, and I like that. I like to see these teams just getting to play football.
Joseph Wallace back out onto the field for Sam Houston, one of those big 4 up front. We don't talk about those guys enough. Markel Perry, we've called his name several times. Perry and Wallace making up 2 of those big 4 up front. 2nd down and 10 from the Bearcat 27. It's a slip in the backfield, and Scott will go down on a sack here as that turf monster got his foot. And that sack, of course, brought to you by our good friends at Reader's Kung Fu Sansu. It's another 3rd down on this drive. 3rd down and a long 14. Brian got some friends joining us in the booth. BJ McMichael saying that he's watching on ESPN but listening to the audio synced up. Appreciate you, BJ. Thanks for all that you do. I'll be calling some high school baseball with BJ McMichael, hopefully starting, well, I want to say hopefully next week, but I'm hoping that the Bearcat women's basketball program goes down to San Antonio. We may have to delay that start for a couple of weeks. 3rd down and 14. Nicholls looking over center. The pass is caught, and it is enough for a first down by about a yard. Had to get to the 17 and got up to the 16-yard line.
Well, that's a good pass there. Keyshawn Murray for Sam Houston was all over the wideout for Nicholls, and they were able to get that ball in there for a completion.
It's another 3rd down completion. That one to Devonta Jason, 15 yards to the Sam Houston 16. Keyshawn Murray making the tackle. Chris Scott makes his way back to the front defensive line as Joseph Wallace will head over and get a breather. Zion McCollum, the cornerback on defense, up top to the left. 1st down and 10 here for Nicholls in the red zone now. From the 16-yard line, delayed pass over to the left side. Boy, that one was almost intercepted. Sam Houston hopped up, almost had a step on that one, was Keyshawn Murray.
Boy, he had an opportunity, it looked like. I mean, what a rocket thrown there.
Again, it's number 7 Nicholls versus 12th ranked Sam Houston. Sam Houston does not look like a 12th ranked team. They look like a top 3 team in the FCS today.
Yeah, they do.
2nd down and a long 10 for Nicholls on the Bearcat 16-yard line inside the red zone. 2 receivers to either side. Scott calls for it. Shoulder fakes to the right. Chase down. He's brought down. Oh, it's a fumble on the play, and the Cats come up with it. Nowhere in front. Bearcats may have an opportunity to run this one back. He is going down to the 10, 5, and a touchdown on a fumble recovery by Trevor Williams. The defense dominating. Bring on the Orange Storm, baby.
Oh, man. What a play. That was started by Jahari K. Knocked that ball loose.
It was a fumble by the offense, covered by the defense for a touchdown.
We got multiple players down on the field, Lindsey Scott being one of them.
Yeah, there's a Bearcat and a Nicholls player almost head-to-head down there getting attended to, but how about it for Sam Houston? A fumble recovery for a touchdown. And if I had that right, it was Trevor Williams, the linebacker, as he went, Brian, my goodness, 80 yards or so.
Well, that play again started with Jahari K just putting a massive hit on the Nicholls State running back, and Trevor Williams, right place, right time, takes it to the distance.
Wow. I mean, this is just a different Bearcat. We saw a great team a season ago that we thought had a lot of potential. But, Brian, I know, look, through 2 games, but you're going against 2 top 20 teams to start the season in the FCS. Southeastern, it was a close one, but the Bearcats held on and were victorious here. You go up against a higher-ranked Nicholls team who has been dominant this season, and the Cats are just handing it to them 49-10.
Well, that's number 94 for Sam Houston. Javon Leon, injured Bearcat on the play, getting some assistance over here on the sidelines. And here's kind of an interesting side note. The Bearcats, under Coach Casey Keeler, when they score 40 points or more, they are 38-2 in those ball games.
You can't discredit that. That's a trophy case defensive touchdown, your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more. And here's the Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point kick, and it is through the uprights and good. The Bearcats dominating here at Bowers, 50-10. My goodness. We're going to step aside, take a much-needed 30-second break. We'll be back in a moment. Bearcats football continues in a moment on the Bearcats Sports Network.
Eric Barbosa, General Manager at Henson Ford, and we're letting our good deals roll during our Parade of Savings.
We'll match your tax refund up to $2,500 on any new Ford truck like a 2021 F-150 Super Crew. That's up to $5,000 to use as a down payment.
Plus, get a warranty for life with no deductibles and unlimited miles at no cost to you. We'll even deliver your vehicle for free. Rolling out big savings today only at Henson Ford, your dealer for life.
Henson Ford, HensonFord.com.
Back-to-back fumbles by Nicholls, and the Bearcats have been able to respond with touchdowns on both of them. That was a 79-yard touchdown fumble recovery by Trevor Williams. That is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap. Here's the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff, and a fair catch is called inside the 10. We'll keep things right here. Bearcats dominating, leading by 40, Brian, 50-10 with 7 minutes to go here in the Henson Brand Dealership's third quarter.
Unbelievable. We got some sponsors we still want to thank. My longtime friend, Kerry Murray, Murray Insurance and Financial Services, an agency you can trust, and Moak & Moak Attorneys at Law. Sam Moak for your estate planning, real estate, business law needs. As for Moak & Moak Attorneys at Law, serving Huntsville since 1971.
Back at it we are. Nicholls trying to respond here to this orange storm. Every facet of this football game has been dominated by Sam Houston this afternoon. It's first down and 10 on the 12th possession for Nicholls, starting from their own 25, and another hard hit down there at the 29-yard line.
Man.
Just an upending hit there on that play by Rance McInnes. And also Tristan McCollum. How about that for another Nelson Amaya's Collision Center on Sycamore hard hit? That's a collision.
Yeah, Tristan McCollum, he's been in on a couple of these huge hits today by Sam Houston. Folks, I'm telling you, man, there are some big-time hitting going on this afternoon.
Second down and 6 after a 4-yard pickup on the play by Quincy Cage, who rushed moments ago, now to the right side. And another rush here. This one on the play was Lee Negrato. Negrato there for only a 2-yard gain. Another third down here for the Orange Storm defense of the Bearcats. 3rd and 2. The 33-yard line. Nicholls backed up on their own side on the right hash mark. 6 minutes to go on the Miller Time game clock. It was actually a pass earlier to Negrato. 2 receivers down to the left, nobody up top to the right. Scott Jr. will call in his receivers, and that clock ran down. Did they get a timeout in time? They did. So Nicholls will take a timeout. We'll take 30 seconds with them. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcats Sports Network.
Hi folks, this is Jack at Adams Furniture. Listen, if you need any kind of lazy boy, we have it in our store. We are the largest dealer between Dallas and Houston on lazy boy. We're talking about big man's chairs, little chairs, designer chairs. If you want lazy boy, nobody, and I said nobody, sells lazy boy cheaper than I do. That's a guarantee, folks. Lazy boy at Adams Furniture has never been better, never been better priced. Come see us in stock, ready for immediate delivery. Adams Furniture, 75 North and 10th Street, and shop online at shop@adams.com.
Welcome back, friends. Coming out of the timeout, 5:41 remaining on that Miller Time game clock here in the Henson Brand Dealership's third quarter. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. Nicholls, 3rd down and 2. The Orange Storm going to try to get another stop here. They have been dominant here so far this afternoon. Nicholls from their own 33. Fake the handoff to the left. Has John Carrington. Carrington has the first down as he dove and angled his way across the 45 to the left sideline.
Yeah, Lindsey Scott kind of throwing a little pass out in the flats for a first down. You know, they have to do something to spark some kind of an offense.
Trying to find something here, and a couple of other scores in the South, and McNeese and Lamar all tied up at the end of 3, 13 apiece. Lamar is on the road in Louisiana. Back here at this one, it is now 50-10. Bearkats up front. 1st and 10 from their own 45 for Nicholls. Late handoff goes over to the right side. Not much there on that play. This time the ball carrier for Nicholls just really had nowhere to go, Brian.
No, Cameron Alexander for Sam Houston. Great open field tackle, just flying around the football field.
They switched things out a little bit here now to John Carrington. He's came in as the back, so yeah, the Nicholls Colonels just trying to find something. And you can tell they look just really detested out there. They've got their hands on their hips. This Orange Storm defense has just been unbelievable.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
2nd down and 11 for Nicholls from their own 44. Scott takes the shotgun snap, handoff to Carrington. And he's to the right side near the 50-yard line, well short of a first down. It'll bring up 3rd down and long here for the Colonels.
Yeah, looks like 3rd and 6. This is a big 3rd down for Nicholls right here.
Always like 3rd down here from our public address announcer, Mr. Quentin Baylor. He gets excited. Got to know him, especially over the past year. Does a wonderful job as the PA voice of the Bears. Come on out and support them, friends. You can always get your tickets. GoBearcats.com. Here it is, 3rd down and 6 for Nicholls on their own 49. On the right hash mark, Scott in the backfield, nobody with him. Looking, scanning, over to the right side. Has a man, airs this one up, and it is well overthrown. Nowhere for Tevin Bush. And boy, Scott went down hard back there, Brian.
Boy, guess who? Javon Leon, man, just makes Lindsey Scott disappear as soon as he threw that football. And Nicholls just can't figure it out. They cannot put any offense together whatsoever.
Forced to punt this one away as they're backed up deep in their own territory. The punt will come off the foot of Craig Walker. One back to receive for Sam Houston. Look who it is back there, by the way. Jaquez Izard set back to receive. Why not? That young man has been all over the place tonight. Let's see if he can get a return here. Here's the punt. It's on the way. Izard may have an opportunity. He will at the 4 or at the 6. Izard trying to go through defenders. Oh, the turf monster got him as he dove across the 20. That turf monster got him about the 18-yard line.
Izard had a hole, too, and I think he saw it. And I think if he wouldn't have gotten tripped up, man, he may have been off to the races.
Sam Houston will start here with 3:40 to go on the Miller Time game clock in this Henson Brand Dealerships 3rd quarter, leading 50-10. Who would have thought 50-10 against a number 7 Nicholls Colonels team?
Well, you know, the defense for Sam Houston has really done a great job containing Lindsey Scott. And I thought prior to this ball game, Lindsey Scott would have a lot better offensive numbers than he's had so far this afternoon. But, man, that defense has just stuffed him all day.
Got a timeout on the field. We'll take one as well for 30 seconds. We'll be back in a moment. Bearcats have it when we come back, leading 50-10, 3:40 to go in the 3rd. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Changes are a part of life. Some are easy and some are hard. Isn't it great to have family and friends to lean on during the difficult times? I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, and we pride ourselves on the commitment we have to caring for your family and your loved one in a way that honors them best. For almost 20 years, families have trusted Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home in their time of need to serve them with sincerity and respect, and we'll do the same for you. We're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home because everyone deserves to be remembered.
Welcome back, friends. 50-10 your score. 3:40 to go on the Miller Time game clock here in the 3rd. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams in the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Brian, we were just talking earlier, seeing Mike Dare down there. He is 2nd behind Eric Schmidt. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mike Dare. We didn't get to see him at all last year because of injury, but you never know. We may see him in the 4th.
Yeah, Mike Dare, he's a transfer out of Rutgers University. I mean, he's a big, tall kid. I mean, I think he's 6'7", and he's got a cannon of an arm. And I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, Rob, if we don't see him a little bit in the fourth quarter.
Well, hey, if you're out there listening, we'd love to hear from you. Send us a text message. We've only had a few come in on our Bearcat fan text line. It is open at 512-522-9105. Again, that Bearcat fan text line open this afternoon. Send us a text message. Let us know where you're listening from at 512-522-9105. If you're in the booth with us on social media, you can also send us a comment there. Make sure to follow us at KSAM Sports on Facebook. Tight formation here for the Cats as Ife Adeyi goes into motion. Handoff on the around to Adeyi to the left side. Adeyi turning on the juice as he gets the first down across the 30 and more. How about it for Ife Adeyi on the First Financial Bank first down to the 34-yard line on the left side.
Man, Adeyi, when he turned that ball upfield, it looked like he went into another gear altogether. That kid is lights out fast.
Adeyi is going to rush to get off the field here and get a much-deserved breather. It's first down and 10 for Sam Houston at the 34. On their own side, moving in the sun on the left hash mark. Schmidt stands in the gun, two receivers down to the right. Calls for it twice, swings his hands. Now the handoff goes here to his running back and pushed backwards is Ramon Jefferson. It's one of the few times we've seen him go back, but he does get forward progress to the 35.
Well, there wasn't a whole lot of room there to run for Jefferson. I mean, he tries to go up the guard tackle gap, and there, Nicholls' defense was there and ready, and looks like he got back to the original line of scrimmage, maybe.
Brennan Tibbs will line up as a lone Bearcat way down to the right on second down and 10. Bearcats from their own 34, leading 50-10, 2:20 to go here in the third quarter. Not the game yet. In motion, D. Bowens. Schmid rotates to the right and throws an interception. Boy just threw it right into the chest for his second interception as he threw that one right there to Pig Cage. Pig Cage has been all over the place, and I don't know what Schmid was thinking. He just threw that one right into his chest.
Yeah, I'm not so sure Schmid even saw Cage because I think Schmid was looking at his wideout coming across from the left side and never saw Cage sitting in there in the middle and just, like I said, threw it right to him.
Dennis Griffin joining us on Facebook in the booth saying, listening in Somerville. Appreciate you joining us. Again, if you've got those messages, who you're cheering on, what team you're cheering for, send us a message. We'd love to hear from you, either in the booth or by text message at 512-522-9105. Of course, every time you hear us on the air, that is the Bearcat fan text line. So after the interception, the turnover, good field position here on the 13th possession of this afternoon for Nicholls. They will start on the Sam Houston 32. Maybe this is a little bit of the life that they needed to get back into this somewhat. Scott Jr., empty backfield, over to the right, has his man, and once again, it's Dejon Dixon, and it is knocked away at the end, but they say no, it was down by contact. Bearcats were on their way.
Incomplete pass.
Incomplete is the call.
Yeah, looked like he never had possession of it when he went down.
Sam Houston thought they were on their way to another interception run for a touchdown.
Man alive.
Another run back, rather, on a fumble. And thanks for joining us here. Second down and 10. Nicholls on the left hash mark on the Bearcat 32 after the interception just moments ago. What a matchup coming into this game, but the Bearcats have been dominant. Scott Jr. in the gun, takes the snap, hands off on the around to Dantes Costley. He finds some life as he goes out of bounds near the 20 on the left side. Little stand-up tackle made there by Isidro Mascaro. And you know what's really cool? How about that? Isidro Mascaro is out there. That is Trace's brother. I ran into those two guys at the gas station earlier this year. And Isidro drives, I think it's a, I forget, I think it's a Camaro, and Trace drives a big truck. So they're pretty tough guys, man.
Yeah, fun to have brothers on the same team.
But very respectful and very nice young men. Here's a handoff on 1st and 10 from the 21. Nice run here by Tevin Bush as he lines his way forward up to the 12-yard line. Inside the red zone now. This has been a little bit where Nicholls has struggled.
Well, they're yards shy of the first down marker.
Only 2 of 4 from the red zone this afternoon. Bearcats a perfect 4 for 4. And to think they have 50 points and 4 for 4 from the red zone, that ought to tell you how they're playing. Handoff here and upended after a couple of yards on the carry there by Carrington III, the running back, up to the 7-yard line on the left side. The clock will continue to run here. 1 minute to go in this third quarter, as we'll see another back run onto the field here. It is Ronnie Jackson. So Ronnie Jackson now the running back. He's only a freshman out of New Orleans. Standing to the right of his quarterback, Scott Jr. Trips in a tight formation to the right. Now a man in motion. Handoff does go to that back who just checked in, Jackson. And he pushes his way forward across the 5. They'll officially mark him at the 5-yard line. So second down and goal from the 5. Clock continuing to run, as there is about a 4-second separation from the game clock and the down clock here. Or the play clock, rather. Jackson will remain the running back on second and goal from the 5. Scott. Delayed handoff, goes to his man. It's a touchdown there for Dejon Dixon.
Not a bad series of downs there for Nicholls. I mean, finally we're able to put some points, on the board and get some offense going. And they did that by rushing the ball. And finally we're able to punch it in with 3 seconds left in the third quarter.
Got another injured Bearcat again, cramping up. Looks like on the left leg, maybe the left knee down there for Sam Houston. That is Jahari K. You hate to see that. Hopefully he'll hop back up here in just a few moments Yep, there he goes. He hopped up. And that is not Jahari K. That is actually Joseph Wallace. So both of those are critical players. Joseph Wallace, he's walking off under his own pressure, just a little bit sore.
Yeah, big Joseph Wallace, 6'1", 300 pounds. Big senior defensive lineman there for Sam Houston. Yeah, you don't want to see him come out of the game.
Here's the extra point kick for Nicholls. It is Gavin Lassane. Surprised they don't go for 2 here, Brian. Trailing 50-16, 3 seconds remaining here in the third. Lassane, the son to his back for the extra point kick. The hold is down, right toe to leather, up through the uprights, and it is good. So 50-17 your score. Bearcats leading, in control. We'll see what the offense does when we come back here in just a few moments on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Fat Boys Pizza. Fresh hand-tossed pizza. Daily lunch and dinner specials. The Meat Buster. Supreme Special. The famous baked potato pizza. Chicken bacon ranch. Buffalo chicken. Cauliflower pizza and more. Fat Boys Pizza. How about the best wings in the world? Baked, not fried. At Fat Boys Pizza in Riverside. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Check them out on Facebook at Fat Boys Pizza Riverside. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. A proud supporter of Hornet football. Sting 'em.
TWFG and More Insurance has been proudly serving the Huntsville and Walker County area since 2003. TWFG is ranked #1 in Texas as an independently owned insurance provider for personal lines. Their independence affords them the freedom to shop insurance carriers and coverages that best suit their clients' specific needs. TWFG and More Insurance offers both personal and commercial lines, as well as life, health, and flood insurance. Call Ann or Waylon at 936-293-8121 or drop by at 1212 10th Street in Huntsville. At TWFG and More Insurance, their policy is caring.
Welcome back, friends, as Craig Walker kicks this one into the end zone for Nicholls. Bearcats will start their next possession. It is the 14th of the afternoon from their own 25-yard line. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. We're here in the Dos Equis broadcast booth, about to wind down this Henson brand dealership's third quarter, as we'll move into the Amias Collision Center fourth quarter coming up here in just a few moments.
Yeah, it's important the Bearcat offense, Eric Schmidt and company, chew some time off this clock, get some first downs, and just put this game away.
1st and 10 from the 25 to start in between the hash marks. A little slow delayed handoff goes to Ramon Jefferson, and he almost goes down, stays on his feet. You've talked about that tonight. And finally, though, a 2-yard loss on the play. It could have been more than that back behind the 20, and a flag flies at the end of this one. We'll see if it's a personal foul against Nicholls. Seen a couple of those so far today. And
well, Prince Pines in on the extracurricular activities along with the Nicholls defender.
It looks like it's going to be against Nicholls. Saw one of the players there, Kevin Moore III, the defensive back, kind of shook his head at the official. We'll see who it's on. The referee going to talk things over, standing down near that 30-yard line.
That Prince Pines is one big dude. He is 6'5", 340 pounds.
Referee Chris Watson. Now he'll talk over. Pretty good crew here. 5, Chris Watson, the umpire, Rick Orsott, linesman Brett Basque, line judge Kat Conti, Nolan Dumas, John Teague, the back judge and the field judge, the side judge, Travis
After the
Castleberry.
play, unsportsmanlike conduct, contact to an official, Nicholls State, number 7. That player is ejected from the game.
Wow.
That 15-yard penalty enforced from the end of the run. That is the end of the third quarter.
Well, you know, Brian, I was just saying, I saw Kevin Moore shake his head at the official, and I guess he bumped into him. And then he had a chat with him afterwards, and that'll get you ejected. You do not touch an official.
Well, you know, we've talked about discipline, and, man, there's been a couple of incidents this afternoon with Nicholls. The lack of discipline have cost them big time. And, again, right there, I mean, you just don't do that, man. You don't engage the official, or you certainly don't bump into him. Because the result is going to be an ejection, and that's certainly what happened.
That'll end the Hinson Brand Dealerships third quarter. The Amias Collision Center fourth quarter coming up. Bearkats leading 50-17. They've got the ball on a 2nd down and 12 when we come back in 30 seconds.
It's a new year with new opportunities. Scrap metal prices are the highest in years, and TJ Burdett has money for yours. For over 45 years, TJ Burdett & Sons Recycling has served Walker County with the highest prices and straight deals. Right now, get a multi-year high $7 per 100 pounds of scrap steel and $9 per 100 pounds of short iron. Bring your scrap and get some scratch. The most in years, TJ Burdett & Sons, exit 118 North, I-45, just past the Shell truck stop. Visit TJ Burdett & Sons on Facebook for more info.
Welcome back, friends. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams for the Dos Equis broadcast booth. Little Southland Conference football action, 50-17. Bearkats up front. Brian, you were pointing at something a moment before we came back on.
Well, I was just talking about the player in question who just got ejected for bumping into the official. You know, it's just it's unfortunate that kind of thing happened, and he's been ejected, but you know he's supposed to leave the field, and I don't know what he's doing. You know, just take your walk of shame and just.
He's clearly just angry.
Yeah.
And one of the Nicholls staff is helping him off. And the thing is, Brian, we didn't talk about this, just to kind of give you a visual setup. As the field house is, of course, under construction. And so the Bearcat players, they have to walk all the way up the visiting stands and head over to the Ron Randleman Strength and Conditioning, Strength and Fitness Center, which is on the opposite side of us, of course, on the visitor side, way out there on the corner. It takes them a good 3 to 4 minutes. And remember, you only have 20 minutes at halftime, so they spend about 6 minutes walking of that 20 minutes at halftime. So you see the Bearkats go up there. And then for the visiting teams, they're in tents on the north end zone, back behind the Bauer Stadium sign there where the parking lot would normally be.
Yeah, well, you know, they're doing what they have to do while they're doing this reconstruction. And you talk about the Bearkats having to go up the stands over to Ron Randleman's Strength and Fitness Center. I mean, I don't care who you are, and these guys are in absolute great physical condition, but you walk up those steps, and you're going to be winded a little bit the time you get to the top of them. And but, you know, that's what they have to do in order to go in at halftime.
Have a friend listening out of Tomball, Texas, the class of 2009, saying, eat 'em up.
Eat 'em up.
Let us know your name, by the way. Appreciate you joining us. And hope things are going good down in Tomball, Texas. Always enjoy driving through that area. If you've got a text message, we'd love to hear from you. 512-522-9105. As we switch gears here, directions weather. First down and 10 for Sam Houston on their own 38. Now with the sunshine to his back is Schmid. Throws at the feet here of Noah Smith to the left side, and finally an ankle tackle as he goes out of bounds by Giovanni LaFrance. Good tackle there. It's a loss of 1 on the play.
Yeah, it is. You know, Sam Houston is still not shy. They're going to be aggressive and still throw the ball downfield and do what they need to do to move the football, move the chains, and put points on the board.
Thought possibly we'd see Mike Dare. We don't see him out there. Schmid will remain in this contest. Bearcats leading 50-17. Of course, they're just going to run a lot of clock as much as they can. And that's fine by me, Brian, because we got to go back on the air in less than an hour to cover the girls' basketball game. 2nd and 11. Bearcats from their own 37. Handoff, Ramon Jefferson. Jefferson finding a little bit of daylight as he angled his way across the 40 on the right side in between the hash marks and the sidelines, just shy of the 0 of the 40. And a little pickup there for Jefferson of 4 or 5. I believe it is 5. It'll bring her 6. It'll bring up 3rd down and 5.
Number 4, Ramon Jefferson. Man, he's fun to watch run the football. I mean, he can stop on a dime, wait for blocks to happen, and he can cut back across the field, and he's got just such good speed. Man, what a great addition to this Bearcat football team.
Matt Hunts Vegas joining us saying, let's finish them, Cats. Appreciate you, Matt. I love the last name, by the way, Hunts Vegas.
Hey, man, Hunts Vegas, the Ville.
3rd down and 5 for Sam Houston on their own 43. Low snap, Schmid has it, throws over Ife Adey at the center at 40, still on his feet to the left side. Here's Adey to the 30, down to the 20. Oh, it's Adey tight roping, and he's finally out of bounds at the 5. Ife Adey, wow, what a run.
What a run after the catch. Ife Adey made his presence known in the second half of this game today. What a great run after the catch.
We were waiting for Adey to find life. He's found it here in the second half.
Sam Houston has so many weapons. I mean, offensive. They got wideouts. They got running backs. Eric Schmidt under center and a great offensive line. Folks, let me tell you, man, this team is the real deal.
How about 44 yards for Ife Adey on the First Financial Bank first down? That puts him in the Mocha Attorney at Law red zone. From the 13, 1st down and 10. Handoff here goes to Ramon Jefferson. And Ramon trying to find his juice to the left side, only a gain of 1. And Ramon a little slow to get up here as he is. Well, no, his shoe came off, his right shoe, so he's going to have to come off for 1.
Looks like Kyron Jackson checked back in.
Kyron Action Jackson. You got to say it like Sean Connery. It's Action Jackson onto the field for the Bearcats. You have to say that. All right, here we go. 2nd down and 9 for Sam Houston on the 12-yard line of the Colonels. 2 receivers to the right. In motion is Bowens. Schmid rolling, looking, has a man at the knees, and it is caught on that play at the 5-yard line by Cody Crest. He's had a good game.
Boy, he has had a good game, man. He's got, what is that, his 5th catch in the afternoon?
Yeah, Crest with 5 catches. Adey with 4 grabs and 89 yards. Cody Crest has 5 grabs for 41.
Yeah, I like how Eric Schmidt, he kind of passes the wealth, around the field, keeps everybody involved, and man, that makes it so tough on a defense.
D. Bowens off the field. 3rd down and a short 2 here for the Cats on the 5-yard line of the Colonels. 1 receiver split to either side, and Schmidt will run it all the way down and take a false start.
Offense, number 85.
I thought it was almost all the way down for a safety, but it was a false start.
Yeah, big tight end there.
It's tough on a 3rd and 2 because you could get the 1st down deep at the 3-yard line.
Yep, Rowdy Godwin, big tight end, 6'6", 250, moving on that play before the ball was snapped.
D. Bowens back onto the field alongside Jaquez Izard. They're the 2 receivers to the left side. 2 receivers all alone up top, are actually stacked up now to the right. 3rd down and a long 7 for Sam Houston on the 10-yard line. Threatening inside that Mocha Attorney at Law red zone. Schmid, he just clapping. He's having fun. Low snap, looking left side. Heaves this one up in the air. Has it a touchdown. A strike to D. Bowens. And the Bearcats offense dominating here at Bowers.
What a perfect pass by Eric Schmidt. I mean, he's under pressure, launches it over to the left side at the pylon in the corner. D. Bowens comes down with it all by himself. Touchdown Bearcats.
Well, that false start helped because D. Bowens was off the field. The false start, he comes back on. And what did the Bearcats do? Why don't they just put another 7 on the board? Here is the Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point. The hold is down. The kick is up on its way, and this one is good. The Bearcats leading 57, Brian, to 17. It's back. Is that correct? 57-17 or 56? It should be 57. Yeah, because it was 56. 57-17. Bearcats back up front by 40. That touchdown, a trophy case touchdown, your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more. We'll step aside for 30 seconds. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcats Sports Network.
If you needed major surgery, you probably wouldn't choose a doctor who's never been to medical school. So when your car needs major repairs after a collision, why would you take your car to a body shop that's never been trained? Amaya's Collision Center is among only 15% of collision repair businesses to meet the industry's highest training standards. As a gold class shop, they know the latest repair techniques, how to find hidden damage, and how to repair your car's critical safety features so they work properly again. With the safety of your vehicle and your family at stake, choose trained repair professionals. Choose Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45.
Welcome back, friends. 57-17 your score. We are live here from Bowers Stadium. Rob Hipp alongside good friend Brian Adams. Thanks for joining us. As Bearcats have simply been dominating here in this ball game, Brian. I still had you on. You were going, yeah. That's what we were talking about earlier. But 57-17, how about the Cats?
Yeah, unbelievable, man. They just they're out there having fun and just lighting it up on the offensive side. But again, with the help of this defense is just nasty. And they've done everything they've had to do today with pick sixes, turnovers, interceptions. I mean, you name it, big hits to, turn the ball over. Man, what an exciting game for Sam Houston. And let me tell you what, after this ball game is all said and done, Sam Houston, man, they are going to bounce in these rankings, and we're looking at one heck of a football team.
Well, it could be possibly. We'll see how things play out. It could possibly be another Offensive Player of the Week award for Eric Schmid. 21 of 32, 366 yards. Brian, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Eric Schmid is having a dominating performance.
You know what? In 6 starts, half of those starts have been for 400 yards or more in passing.
Unbelievable.
Can you believe that? And not to mention the fact he's a young kid. He's not a senior. I mean, he is he is something else. He is a talent.
Got a chance to talk to Eric a little bit last year in the non-COVID year when we traveled with the team. He's out of the Woodlands, 6'1" junior. This young man played in 8 games, 6 starts at quarterback, missed 4 of them due to injury versus McNeese, but he has really rebounded since that time, and the wind blew this one off the stand. They're going to have to reset here. Boy, the Bearcats were going up to kick, and the wind just blew it at the last minute, so they all just kind of waltzed back.
Well, those wind gusts you were talking about prior to us starting this ball game, you can see those flags in the north end zone whipping. I mean, that wind gust got to be up to 20, 25 miles per hour.
And, Brian, not only are the flags whipping, but the poles are bending.
Yeah.
That ought to tell you something. We're looking at some of the beautiful pine trees that are offset to us. They are also bending. So the hold this time is down. Kick on its way. Nice spiraling kick. Drops at the 4, and a fair catch is called. So Nicholls will have it here and start from their own 25. We'll keep things right here.
Well, one of the things we talked about, depending on the lead and everything else, we are obviously in the fourth quarter. We see Mike Dare, the 6'7" backup quarterback, starting to loosen up down here below us. We may see us a new quarterback the next time the Bearcat offense takes the field.
Is he down in the bullpen?
He's in the bullpen.
Well, I might throw that in there, too. We're in the middle of doing baseball as well, man. Why don't we just mix all 3 sports together?
See,
Mike Dare's down in the bullpen, throwing the ball there on the hardwood. Getting the warm-up pitches. First down and 10 we are for Nicholls, trailing 57-17 from their own 25. It's a handoff over to the left side, trying to find some daylight is Ronnie Jackson, and Jackson may have fumbled it. That ball popped out at the last minute. I think Nicholls fell back on it, though.
Sam Houston's football.
Wow.
Oh, man.
First down.
The Bearcats Orange Storm defense doing it again, baby. Wow.
I mean, everything is going the Bearcats' way this afternoon. Ball's on the ground. Bearcat defender pounces on it, and they're going to have the ball deep in Nicholls territory.
Yeah, they'll mark it. Let's see where the official mark is. It's on the Nicholls 24.
Oh, man.
This is unbelievable. So the Cats will head back out, and there he is. We thought we would see him, and we do. The quarterback, Mike Dare, getting an appearance here. The 6'7", 240-pounder out of New Jersey. After missing the season last year due to injury. And we had a chance. We got to talk to Mike Dare. He rode on the bus with us.
Yep, nice guy.
First down and 10 for the Cats on the Nicholls 24. High snap. Dare rolls to the left. Now dancing right side. Airs this one, and it's incomplete as he had a defender trying to haul in on him down there was Tyree Evans.
Well, if he didn't have to cut that ball loose so fast to get it out away from that defender, he may have thrown a touchdown just then.
Mike Dare, graduate student out of Elmwood Park Memorial High School, transfer from Rutgers. He was sidelined due to injury, suffered prior to the season, didn't see any action. In 2018, he played in 7 games on the season, started the first 3 for the Bearkats.
Did a great job as the starter.
Yeah, 748 yards and 5 touchdowns. Second down and 10 for Dare and the Cats on the 24 of Nicholls. Dare will keep it here. Look at that big frame. Oh, baby. He's a monster truck down there.
Run them over, Mike Dare.
Oh, baby. Big truck, keep on trucking. I think 45 lost some of their big rigs. Mike Dare is a big quarterback as he leapt forward across the 20 down to the 19, call it the 18-yard line. Love seeing it.
Yeah, man. You know, folks, a lot of quarterbacks nowadays, they'll slide in there to keep from getting crushed. Not Mike Dare.
No, 6'7", 240. Get out of the way, baby. Love it. And you know what? That's exciting for Mike Dare to get some action here. Very tall, young. This is a young man. I mean, he could be on the basketball court, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know, and he's a very smart kid. He's, like I said, he's a graduate student here at Sam. Just a good kid.
Little flip and dip we go. It goes into the hands of the Bearkats on the right side. This one is Tony Williams, the wide receiver. So we're seeing a lot of second-team players coming in here, getting some action now. Tony Williams, the junior out of College Station, Trinity Valley Community College. And he has a financial first down to the right side. He got it all the way up to the 13. I love seeing this, Brian.
Yeah, I am too. And I'm just I'm very happy for Eric Schmidt. He had a heck of an afternoon in all his wide receivers. I was glad to see Ife Day get involved and have a great second half. But Eric Schmidt gets to take a break and gets to rest and watch Mike Dare take over the offense.
Tony Williams, the receiver down to the left, another one alongside of him, and one receiver up top to the right. Dare calls for it, handoff into backfield to his running back. Shaking a defender on his way here, angling his way out of bounds, and a nice run across the 5. The ball carrier on that play, Kyron Action Jackson.
Wait a minute. You got to say it like in the Sean Connery.
Oh, it's Kyron Action Jackson.
There you go.
I am the last one. Second down and 4 from the 7. Oh, baby,
man.
Having fun here this afternoon. Thanks for joining us, by the way, on the Bearcats Sports Network. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams. Bearcats leading 57-17. 9:04 remaining here in the Amaya's Collision Center fourth quarter. Dare claps once. Handoff. Jackson leaps over a defender. And he is reliving some acrobatic gymnastic days. I bet he was in there as he flipped over defender, got the first down. It's first down and goal down to the 3-yard line.
Man, it's like he was running the 100 high hurdles right there. Good run there by Kyron Action Jackson.
It's first down and goal from the 2. Cody Stark listening from Katy, where the Southland basketball tournament's happening. Women will play at 4 o'clock. They'll face Southeastern Louisiana. We'll have that call coming up. It doesn't seem like, boy, we're going to keep rocking and rolling. Here we go, first and goal. Dare flips it back. Jackson, touchdown, baby! Action Jackson for 2 yards, and it's a Bearcat touchdown.
Man, the Bearcats are just, nothing can stop them this afternoon. They are just rolling.
Kyron Jackson getting in on the action. To the right side, and the Bearcats cross the 60-point mark at 63.
You know, coming into this ball game, Nicholls ranked number 7 in the country in FCS football, and they are getting absolutely smoked.
I don't think anyone, including us for sure, saw this coming. And we were nervous at the beginning whenever. Here's the extra point kick from Murray Insurance and Financial Services. It's good, and that is a trophy case touchdown, your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more. It was a drive for Sam Houston after a fumble recovery. Started on the Nicholls 24, capped off by a 3-yard touchdown run by Action Jackson. That is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap. The Bearcats dominating 64-17 with 8:22 to go here in the Amaya's Collision Center. Fourth quarter, we'll keep it right here, Brian.
Wow. Well, we got some more sponsors. We want to say thanks to Shane Christian with Fat Boys Pizza, hand-tossed dough, made fresh daily, pizza, wings, and more. In Nelson Amaya's Collision Center on Sycamore, honest work and quality service. And Adams Furniture, we beat big city prices. And Wiesner Huntsville, home of the bottom line. And Wiesner Hyundai Conroe, where you buy for less. And Huntsville Family Dental, just smile. Techspress Urgent Care, quality health care and unmatched customer service.
Trying to look here as far as any type of records in the record book. And I would just like to know the last time that the Bearcats scored over 60. I mean, we saw some games last year. Brian, 64 yards or 64 points. That is a incredible afternoon.
A ton of points. Again, we just said it. I mean, you're talking against the number 7th ranked team in FCS football. And Sam Houston, of course, is ranked number 12, which is certainly going to change, but just laying it on them. I mean, Nicholls has not had an answer to this Bearcat offense, and of course, they hadn't been able to do anything against the Bearcat defense, for that matter.
Yeah, I was just kind of glancing through the record book here, and there's so much information to digest. But I tell you what, Bearcats have just been lights out. This is absolutely a top 3 FCS team. North Dakota lost a game. That doesn't happen. Sam Houston is just making a name for themselves.
Lots of good things going on with these Bearcats. I mean, the future is bright for the Sam Houston Bearcats.
So the Cats will kick it off here on the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff. Cameron Hearn from right to left, right toe. This one with the wind will drop in the end zone, and Nicholls is going to take this one out across the 10, now the 15 to the 20. Room across the 30, and finally an ankle tackle and brought down. A good return, though, there by Dantes Costley. He's had a fair game here for the Colonels.
Yeah, well, you just talked about him a little bit ago. Isidro Mascaro brought him down on that tackle. I mean, just a shoestring tackle to bring that Nicholls runner down. And they're going to get the ball on their own 35 to start their drive with 8:15 left in this ballgame.
Last time the Cats had 64. Well, they had 63 a home game versus Houston Baptist, 63-14. That was in 2015. 2017, it was a 66-17 victory versus Nicholls here. So that's pretty close to what we are right now, Brian. This is like a 2017 all over again.
Unbelievable.
It's a first down and 10 for Nicholls. Ball carry on a run. Not much of a gain, maybe 2 on that play to the right side. Nicholls starting this drive on their own 35. 7:57 to go here in the game. Cats leading 64-17. A new running back out there for the Colonels, or a new quarterback rather. Handoff over here goes to the left side. We're going to see that through this game. John Carrington, he's been out there, but the new quarterback out there is Cohen Grenier, the quarterback.
Sam Houston, just everything went well for them this afternoon. Got off to a rocky start, Rob. Couldn't find their rhythm in the beginning, but ever since those first series or two, man, it has been all Sam Houston.
Cohen Grenier is the quarterback here for Nicholls. And we got a timeout. We'll take it with them for 30 seconds.
30-second timeout.
So we'll take it with them for 30 seconds. We'll be right back here in a moment. Bearcats leading 64-17 on the Bearcat Sports Network.
AB Squares Self-Storage is your local go-to self-storage facility that can help give you the extra space you need. From non-climate and climate-controlled storage to parking spaces for your car, boat, trailer, and RV, they've got it all. AB Squares Self-Storage has 24-hour computerized gate access, around-the-clock security camera monitoring, no long-term lease commitment, and convenient payment options. Give them a call today at 936-755-5000 or reserve your space online at www.ab2selfstorage.com. AB Squares Self-Storage is a proud supporter of SHSU football. Eat 'em up, Cats!
Cohen Grenier, the quarterback here for Nicholls. The team trailing 64-17. So that'll do it for Lindsey Scott, who was touted, coming in. This was going to be a tough quarterback, but the Bearkats were able to hold him. Grenier, a junior. And this is a young man, a redshirt sophomore in 2019. The backup quarterback saw the field in 5 games, made his debut in the opener at Kansas State. And for that season, completed 3 of 6 passes, 18 yards. So redshirt freshman in 2018, missed all of that year after suffering an injury in the preseason. He was a member of the practice squad as a true freshman in 2017, received a redshirt. It's a young man here, just coming in, getting some minutes, of course, because Nicholls tonight has not been their day, Brian.
Not at all. I mean, they weren't able to put anything together on either side of the ball. Sam Houston has certainly taken advantage of every opportunity, but I will say this, one thing that's hurt Nicholls, if probably the main thing that hurt them most, was discipline today. I mean, they've had some personal foul calls that was at crucial times that gave Sam Houston a big break, and Sam Houston took advantage of that, put points on the board from that, and it's been all Sam Houston.
Grenier has seen action in 2 games this season, 7 completions, 10 attempts. Thrown for 90 yards, 2 touchdowns. His longest reception was 18. And of course, that was probably in some of those games on the opposite end where your team is up really big and he got to come in, just like we're seeing Mike Dare with the Bearkats. 7:08 to go here on the Miller Time game clock in this Amaya's Collision Center 4th quarter. Grenier will step back, throws over, has a receiver there at the center at the SH logo into Bearcat territory at the 45. It's a nice grab and catch on that play down there by Nicholls.
Yep, nice pass there by Grenier. Step back, he hit his drop step, had his wide out going across the middle. Good pass, good first down for Nicholls.
The grab was made by Quincy Cage Jr. Another pass here from the 45. This one knocked away. Good defense out there as David Robinson Jr. trying to pull that one in, and Sam Houston defender able to leap up. It was Cameron Alexander, the defensive back.
Yeah, Cameron Alexander's had a great afternoon today. Man, he has played very tough defense on those wideouts for Nicholls, and, man, he has knocked down lots of passes today.
So brings up 2nd down and 10 for Nicholls. Bearcat 45 with 6:38 remaining here. Grenier looking, protection breaking down, gets rid of this one. It's almost picked off at the 25.
Yeah,
a little dive down there was Alexander, or actually was that Everett Hawkins? Let's take a look back there. Is he in the ball game? Yeah, that is Everett Hawkins. He almost had a little interception back there.
Yeah, Grenier and his wideout, obviously a big miscommunication. There was nobody home where Grenier was trying to throw the football.
3rd down and 10 here for Nicholls, trailing 64-17, 6:32 to go here in the 4th. Grenier stepping back, good protection, over, has a man, and he is leveled, but not before a 1st down. And leveled he is by Isidro Mascaro. He said, "Get it out of here, man."
Yeah, he did.
I'm going to show you what a Camaro really runs like. Smacked him down.
But you're right. You talk about those uniforms and the new look by Sam Houston, man. When that sun is hitting it, Rob, man, it is beautiful, man. It pops.
1st down and 10 on the Bearcat 33. Grenier. And he'll slam. Oh, man, he got sandwiched in between three players there on that Nelson Amaya's Collision Center on Sycamore hard hit.
Boy, it looked like Trey Fields, linebacker for Sam Houston, just stuck Grenier. Ouch.
That'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Again, the ball on the 33-yard line. of the Bearcats. Time running down here, 5:29. Cats on their way to a victory. They won this game pretty much in the second quarter. Not in the first quarter, though. It was tied 7 apiece. Grenier claps 3 times, gets the snap, fakes the handoff, right side as he's hit, and that was almost caught. He was hit as he delivered it, and almost coming up with the grab down there was Aaron McKinney, the wide receiver senior out of St. James, Louisiana, and he dropped it. But
wow.
You heard Brian with the oomph because Grenier got smacked.
Boy, that was Sean Mustin that just smacked Grenier. I'm surprised Grenier got up from that, Rob. I mean, unbelievable.
There's your mutton bustin' Mustin. We've seen it. It's 3rd down and 10 for Nicholls. 5:10 remaining here in this fourth quarter. Grenier in the gun, a back to his left, 2 receivers to the right. Pressure coming from Sam Houston. Grenier delivers, and it's another incomplete pass too high upstairs. Good defense on that play again by Sam Houston's Daniel North as he almost sent that receiver back north.
Yeah, it's fun to get to see some of these guys come in and play. I mean, you got several freshmen out there that are playing and playing well, and that's what I meant earlier by the future is very bright for this Sam Houston football team.
Pass was intended for Lee Negrato. So it brings up 4th down. Nicholls going to go for it here. Trailing 64-17 on the Cat 33. Grenier stepping back over to the right side and incomplete, and another almost interception in the area of Everett Hawkins. A turnover on downs will give it back to the Bearcats, and they'll probably just run a lot here.
Well, 5 minutes left in this ball game. Mike Dare and company will come back out, and like you said, they're going to probably do a lot of clock burning here, do some running on the ground. But, you know, it's exciting to see the potential and what, Sam Houston has when they put those guys on the field. This is a very good football team.
So the Cats here from their own 33. In between the hash marks, moving from right to left, commanding 64-17 lead with 5 minutes to go. Here in this Amaya Collision Center fourth quarter, Mike Dare claps a couple of times. Little slow handoff goes to the left side. Bouncing around, still finding light. Over to the right side, it is into the hands of Darion Trichet. He's on his way to the 20-15 and finally out of bounds. How about that? On a nice run there as he bounced to the left. And then Darion Trichet found some life to the right side.
Darion Trichet, what a good run. He bounces it. He goes one way, bounces it back the other. And that young man is a freshman also. Telling you folks, Bearcats, they have got a bright future. Big run there by Trichet.
It's actually pronounced Trish. I beg your pardon, Darion Trish. Wow, how about that for the freshman, Darion Trish. With the First Financial Bank first down inside that Moke Attorney at Law red zone, Dare will hand off to Trish, now to the left side. Trish gutting his way, angling to the near the 10-yard line. He is down at the 12.
Good block there by number 15, Tony Williams, to spring Trish for another couple of yards. Total team effort this afternoon by Sam Houston.
2 receivers down to the left, 1 up top to the right here for Sam Houston. Tony Williams, that receiver. Dare in the gun. It's 2nd down and 4 from the 12. Trish gets the handoff, and he stopped immediately this time. Not going to trick him 3 times in a row. Zane McCrary, the defensive back, he's also a freshman for Nicholls, getting the stop. Boy, if the Cats punch in one more here, Brian.
Can you imagine?
70.
Woo.
Yikes.
Well, they are knocking on the door to doing that.
That is just unbelievable.
Again, you try to wrap your head around the fact that this is the number 7 team, and they're just dominating.
541 yards of total offense for the Bearcats on a 3rd down and 7. 2 receivers to the right. Trish the running back. Dare's going to flip it over to Trish. Trish trying to wiggle his way through defenders, and he is maybe a yard short of the first down. Go for it here. Why not?
Why not? Absolutely go for it. I mean, big 6'7" Mike Dare. Put him under center, do a quarterback sneak, and
You know what I wanted to mention as well, don't want to forget about this, is Ryan Humphreys will come in as a receiver to the right side. Good to see him out there. Kyron Jackson is in at running back. So Trish not out there. Now it's Kyron Jackson. Action Jackson. On a 4th down and 1 for the Cats. They're going to go for it here, leading 64-17. The 9-yard line inside that Moke and Moke Attorney at Law red zone. Here's Dare. High snap. Jackson to the right side. Jackson lowers his shoulder, and he's got the first down at the 6.
How about that?
Action Jackson. First down and goal from the 6. Under 2 minutes to go. As Trish will check back into the ball game as the running back. Ariane Trish out of Cedar Hill, Texas, a Naval Academy prep. How about that for that young man?
How about that?
So here we go, friends. First and goal for Sam Houston, 64-17. They've got the lead, 1:40 to go here in the game. Dare, nobody behind him. Trish in motion now. As Dare will just politely wiggle him over there to his right side. Handoff goes to Trish. He'll try to find some daylight, and he spins his way forward. Maybe a gain of a couple to the 4-yard line. I'd like to see the freshman get one in.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, what a confidence booster that'd be for that young man.
Humphreys, the receiver now to the left side, part of a triplet package. One lone Bearcat up to the right. Sam Houston, of course, just going to continue to run time here. Let's see if Trish can punch it in. Get to that 70-point mark. Dare in the gun, standing on the 9. Trish has backed the freshman to the right. They're going to run this clock all the way as low as they can. 55 seconds on the game clock, 7 on the play clock. Dare, he'll keep it. Dare, he's diving in. He's got the touchdown, baby. Mike Dare, how about it for Dare?
How about that? Run the option play. Mike Dare keeps the football. All 6'7" of him dives in to the end zone for another Bearcat touchdown.
It's a 4-yard keeper by Mike Dare on the option. He kept it, and the Bearcats hit the big 7-0, baby.
Wow.
70-17.
Man. If that's not a statement, I don't know what is.
Well, I'm glad to see Mike Dare getting in there. He missed all of last season due to an injury. Here's that Murray Insurance and Financial Services extra point. It's on its way, and it's good. That's a trophy case touchdown, your destination for custom awards, apparel, and much more. Bearcats dominating 71-17. 48 seconds remaining. We'll step aside and take a break. This is the Bearcat Sports Network.
They don't build cars like they used to, and they don't repair them like they used to either. Today's vehicles contain advanced lightweight materials and safety features like crumple zones and sensors that help protect your family. Repairing them properly after a collision requires up-to-date training. Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45 has it. They're among only 15% of shops to meet the industry's highest training standards as a gold class business. When you pick a collision repair shop, make the smart choice for your family's safety. Choose gold class trained repair professionals. Choose Amaya's Collision Center, 686 I-45.
Hi, I'm Kathy Markham, here to let you know that Legacy Estates has just hit the market. Legacy Estates is Walker County's only private gated community specifically developed for higher-end homes. Just north of Huntsville and only 45 minutes from the Woodlands, this development offers rolling terrain, private asphalt roads, underground electrical service, and fiber optic internet. Don't wait, homes are already being built. Take advantage of this prime opportunity to build the home of your dreams. Give us a call at 936-295-5989 or find us online at markhamrealty.com.
Welcome back, friends. Sam Houston Bearcat football. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams from the Dos Equis broadcast booth. 71-17. They have don't they have like a word, and Cats leading, by the way. They have a word like where you reverse. You know, there's like a word and you reverse the letters and it's like flipped. Do you know where I'm going? Because like 71 Cats, 17 Nicholls. 71, 17. I don't know.
Yeah, well, the only thing I know is when this game started, I'd have never guessed in a million years that Sam Houston would have racked up 71 points against the number 7th ranked team in FCS football. You couldn't have told me that.
It's the first time since 2012 that the Cats have scored over 70. They had a 70-0 shutout at home versus Southeastern Louisiana, 70-0 back in 2012. 71 here. This is almost deja vu for Nicholls, as the Bearcats did it to him in In 1999, a 69-17 victory. And that was one of the largest victory margins, definitely in the top 10 in Bearcat history.
So far, in 2 ball games, the Cats have put up 114 points.
Unbelievable. Bearcats started that previous drive from their own 33. Mike Dare capped it off with a 4-yard touchdown quarterback keeper. That is your Dos Equis scoring drive recap. Here's the Fat Boys Pizza kickoff as it will sail into the end zone with the wind. And Nicholls will probably just run things down here. No point of trying to get somebody hurt. Unbelievable afternoon. I know we keep going back to saying the same things, Brian, but you and I both, we were nervous after one quarter. We were tied up at 7 apiece, and the Bearcats have scored 20-plus in every single quarter since then.
That's amazing. You know, it was so close to being 14-0 to start out this game. Nicholls, with that defense from Sam Houston turning that around, man, it has turned into an absolute blowout.
Little handoff here, and maybe a gain of a couple. Well, actually a gain of 9 here for Nicholls. 34 seconds. They're just going to run things down here. There's no point of trying to do anything down the field. 16th possession of the afternoon, by the way, for Nicholls as the clock continues to run. There's a handoff up the middle, and that should do it as Sam Houston will take care of business in an unprecedented victory. I'm saying unprecedented at just the amount of points, 71-17, as Sam Houston dominating here in this ball game. The clock will run down, and that is your final. The Bearcats 71, Nicholls 17. And that is your game. We'll step aside, take a break. We've got post-game coming up right here on the Bearcat Sports Network. Sam Houston victorious 71-17. We'll be back in a moment on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Why are people driving from all over Texas to Weaver Hyundai to get a real deal? And during Hyundai Spring Upgrade Sales Event, save even more. Get a 2020 Hyundai Sonata SEL or a 2021 Tucson SC, your choice, $19,888. Or 0% for 72 months plus $1,000 plus no payments for 90 days. Or a 2020 Hyundai Santa Fe SEL, only $24,888. Or 0% for 72 months plus $1,000 plus no payments for 90 days. Exit 87B Wilson Road in Conroe or WeezerHyundai.com.
Check out America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, and the Hyundai Assurance Program today.
Changes are part of life. Some are easy and some are hard. We'll all experience a time in life when we say goodbye to a loved one. I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, and we understand how difficult this time can be, and we're committed to caring for your family and your loved one. For almost 20 years at Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, we've been committed to serving your needs with sincerity and respect. Here to help you navigate one of life's most difficult changes, we're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, because everyone deserves to be remembered.
This is the Bearcat Sports Network post-game show. Now let's get back to the Dos Equis Broadcast Center with Rob and Brian.
All right, friends, here we are in post-game. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams in a commanding 71-17 victory for Sam Houston here this afternoon. Boy, what a game, and Sam Houston just really taking care of business in this one. We got Josh Criswell down on the sidelines. Josh, Bearcats rolling, baby.
Yeah, a historic victory for the Bearcats, 71-17, setting a couple records in this one. Most points ever scored against a ranked opponent, as well as the largest margin of victory against a ranked opponent. Set that back in 2016 with a 66-17 win over Nicholls. But, I mean, you talk about a statement win. This is exactly that. The Bearcats battled through back-to-back subpar seasons, missed postseason appearances. But I think at this point in the season, 2 weeks into the spring, it's safe to say that the Bearcats are back.
All right, Josh. Well, as always, appreciate you down there. Great job today. A statement victory for Sam Houston. Josh, where do you think they're going to end up in the rankings now?
Me personally, I'm a Stats FCS voter, and I think this has to put them in my top 3. We'll see how it shakes up. You know, with the national picture, there's a lot of people that have their biases to the James Madisons and North Dakota States of the world, unfortunately. But as far as what teams have proven this spring, it's North Dakota 1 and Sam Houston 1B. So, I mean, this Bearcat team has proved as much as anybody. If they keep this thing rolling, I mean, they beat the 2 best teams in the Southland Conference their first 2 weeks. So they just got to take care of business from here. and they'll be headed back to the postseason.
All right, Josh, appreciate you. Excellent job today. As we'll sign it off with Josh Criswell, the Huntsville Item does such incredible work. Again, that victory, 71-17 Bearcats, and we'll go over some of the overall team stats. Brian, 556 yards of total offense for Sam Houston, 336 of those through the air. The rushing game, it finally came alive with 190 on the ground. A very well-disciplined Bearcat team today. Only 3 penalties for 20 yards. I love seeing that because that was an issue last year. We saw a lot of penalties. Bearcats have really they've really zipped things up as far as the penalties go.
No question about it. They're playing very clean football, very smart football. And that's, one of the things that Nicholls did not do today was some personal foul calls that really cost them big. And once those personal foul calls happened, the momentum switched, and the Bearcats just smoked them from then on out. And, again, as Josh was saying, those 2 records Sam Houston broke this afternoon against ranked teams, most points scored, unbelievable.
Yeah, most points scored and the largest separation of victory. 23 first downs for Sam Houston, 9 of 15. How about that efficiency from third down, 1 of 1 as they went for it on 1/4 and converted 70 total plays. They averaged just under 8 a play, 17 yards of completion, 5 yards a rush. The Bearcats also, well, guess what? Through 2 games, they remain perfect in the red zone. They were perfect last week, and how about it this week? 7 for 7.
Unreal.
That is amazing. 31 minutes of total possession. They turned it over twice. It was 2 Eric Schmidt interceptions. For Nicholls, 337 total yards, 219 through the air, 118 rushing yards, 6 penalties for 67 yards, 19 first downs, 7 of 17 on third down. They were 1 of 2 converting on 4th down tries. A total of 79 plays. So Nicholls had 9 more plays than the Bearcats, but only 17 points as the Cats storm them 71-17. They were 3 of 5 from the red zone. We'll step aside and take a break. More post-game discussion continues when we come back on the Bearcat Sports Network.
Fat Boys Pizza. Fresh, hand-tossed pizza. Daily lunch and dinner specials. The Meat Buster. Supreme Special. The famous baked potato pizza. Chicken bacon ranch. Buffalo chicken. Cauliflower pizza, and more. Fat Boys Pizza. How about the best wings in the world? Baked, not fried. At Fat Boys Pizza in Riverside. 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Check them out on Facebook at Fat Boys Pizza Riverside. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. Fat Boys Pizza. A proud supporter of Hornet football. Sting 'em.
Changes are a part of life. Some are easy and some are hard. Isn't it great to have family and friends to lean on during the difficult times? I'm Greg Smith with Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home, and we pride ourselves on the commitment we have to caring for your family and your loved one in a way that honors them best. For almost 20 years, families have trusted Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home in their time of need to serve them with sincerity and respect, and we'll do the same for you. We're Sam Houston Memorial Funeral Home because everyone deserves to be remembered.
Friends, welcome back. Final segment here in the postgame. Thanks for joining us. Rob Hipp alongside Brian Adams from the Dos Equis broadcast booth. A commanding 71-17 victory for Sam Houston versus the 7th-ranked Nicholls Colonels. Sam Houston's not going to hold on to that number 12 spot for too long. They're going to move way up in the polls, I would imagine. Eric Schmidt finishing 21 of 32, 366 yards, 6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. I'd be surprised if he doesn't also get a back-to-back Southland Conference Player of the Week on the offense award, Brian.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. He's playing lights-out football. He's such a talented kid. And one thing that we talked about earlier before we went on the air, Rob, we talked about Eric Schmidt's finally secured the number 1 spot at quarterback. And let me tell you, being a former quarterback and knowing you're the man to lead that team, the confidence Eric Schmidt has and the players around him have in Eric Schmidt, man, let me tell you, the sky's the limit for this group.
Darion Trish came in, 5 carries, 60 yards for the freshman there in cleanup moments, and a good job by him. Ramon Jefferson, 13 carries, 53 yards. Kyron Jackson had 5 and 20 and a touchdown on the ground for Sam Houston. We saw Mike Dare also 2 carries, 10 yards. One of them was a touchdown. Good to have that young man back and healthy this season. On the receiving end of things for Sam Houston, boy, my goodness, we have a player here in Huntsville, and his name is Jaquez Izard. Jaquez Izard, only 3 receptions, but how about 139 yards, 2 touchdowns, a long 70. This is a young man that's going to continue to build with this program.
Sam Houston has so many weapons, and you talk about Izard, just that one guy. Then you have Idei, you have Ingram, you have all these guys. You have Jefferson. It's just so many weapons that Sam Houston can go to and can hurt you, whether you're throwing the football, running the ball, whatever it is. And then you got your Orange Storm defense. I mean, these guys are playing very good football. They did what they had to do. They contained Lindsey Scott this afternoon, just nullified him completely. And obviously the tail showed on the scoreboard, 71 points.
Two games in the slate for March. The next one coming up for Sam Houston at Lamar. That'll be a 6 p.m. kickoff. We'll have the call right here on 101.7 KSAM, as well as in the booth and on KSAM Digital, as Sam Houston improves to 2-0, 2-0 in the Southland, and a commanding 71-17 victory over Nicholls, handing Nicholls their first loss of the season, as they previously won 87-3 at Lincoln, 55-0 Lamar, 31-24 Northwestern State. They'll have a bye week next week and then face number 25 Incarnate Word, followed up with 2 games in April at McNeese and then number 18 Southeastern Louisiana. This Southland Conference has some really good football talent this year.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it always has. I mean, it's been a very competitive conference, and Sam Houston's always been kind of at the top, you know. And, boy, today they showed it, as Josh said, and then you said a little bit ago, Rob, this was a statement game. You come out and you do this to a number 7th ranked national FCS football team and shut them down to 17 points, and then you score 71 points. I mean, that's a huge statement.
Ryan Carty, the offensive coordinator in his 3rd year, really putting the work in. 71-17 your final. I want to thank Nathan Williams back at KSAM Studios. Of course, our general manager, Dave Donahue, director of operations, Steve Ricks, and everyone who helps to make these games possible, including the Sam Houston staff, Ben Reichard, Jason Barfield, and athletic director Coach Bobby Williams. For Brian Adams, I'm Rob Hipp. We'll sign off here, 71-17 the victory, as I end every broadcast reminding you today that we're not strong enough alone to make it on our own, friends. We need each other. Provide a word of encouragement, lend a hand of support. Somebody out there today needs you. Good evening, and God bless from Huntsville, Texas.
AB Squares Self-Storage is your local go-to self-storage facility that can help give you the extra space you need. From non-climate and climate control